Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Perfect Version of All for One. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The rising sun peeked through the curtains, shining a small sliver of light right on his eyes. Izuku woke up, grumbling at the annoyance of the light. He stretched and smacked his lips, sitting up in his bed and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku realized he felt weird. Not bad weird, or even really good weird. Just weird. He turned 4 a few days ago and had been disappointed when he didn't feel any change to himself. He hadn't been able to pull objects or breathe fire like either of his parents. But now his body felt odd, as if it was searching for something. He frowned, then hopped out of bed and padded out into the living room of the Midoriya apartment. In the kitchen, his mom was busy making breakfast, and Izuku suddenly felt an odd pull towards her. He didn't really understand why. He'd never been clingy with his mom before, though of course he loved her. Then his dad walked in, apparently having had to run some errands that morning, and Izuku was overwhelmed by the aura coming off of Midoriya Hisashi. The man slipped his shoes off, setting them to the side, then looked up to see Izuku staring at him. He pet his head before a wide grin spread across his face. Well, little Izuku, Hisashi said, walking towards Izuku and scooping him up into his arms. It seems your quirk came in, and is exactly what I hoped. Oh, did it come in? Inko said from the kitchen. She scurried out, an apron around her waist and a dish towel draped over her shoulder. She wiped some flour on her apron. My quirk? Izuku asked, confused, before his eyes widened in excitement. So I do have a quirk? Hisashi chuckled. Seems so, little one. And I do believe it's a version of mine. Tell me, do you feel an oddness coming from either me or your mom? Izuku nodded. Then you're probably detecting our quirks. And I suppose I'll have to apologize for how strongly the feeling is coming from me, won't I? Izuku's mouth screwed to the side. But what kind of quirk do I have? He asked. Well, let's test something, Hisashi said. Look for that feeling coming from your mom. Izuku did so, closing his eyes. As he reached out for his mom, he saw something akin to a string in his mind, with the end just waiting to be pulled on. He grabbed it and pulled and suddenly felt as if a piece had been added to him. He opened his eyes to see his closed fist glowing. He opened it, revealing a small, green wisp. Fantastic! Now close your fist again and let that melt into your body, Hisashi said. Izuku once again did as he was told. Now, see the TV remote? Try to pull it like mom does. Izuku furrowed his brow and reached out with his hand, trying to pull on the remote. It shuddered for a moment before slowly floating off the arm of the couch and into the air. It floated there, amazing Izuku. He tugged again. The remote moved towards him a little. Oh my! Inko said, tears filling her eyes. She smiled at Izuku, wiping her eyes with the dish towel. You really do have your father's quirk. Izuku turned to look at her, confused. But Daddy's quirk is fire breath, right? His lapse in focus caused the telekinetic hold on the remote to end and the device began to plummet to the ground. But before it did, Inko grabbed it with her own quirk out of instinct. When she realized what she'd done, she stared wide-eyed at Hisashi. He didn't take it? She asked her husband. Hisashi's grin appeared to grow wider, if that were even possible. He didn't, because it's a different version of my quirk. Whereas I can give and take, he can copy. Oh my, he's exactly what you hoped. Inko cried happily, tears falling down her cheeks. Oh, Hisashi, I'm so happy for us. I'm confused, Izuku said quietly, clinging to his dad's shirt and staring up at him. Hisashi still held Izuku in his arms, and he turned to look down at his son. Izuku, little one, we've kept some secrets from you, he said. First, you never would have had a chance to get fire breathing. Sorry to disappoint you. Ah, Izuku said, pouting. At least he had his mom's quirk? Hisashi chuckled. Well, you were either going to get Inko's telekinesis, but stronger, or you were going to get my actual quirk. And no, you did not get your mom's quirk. Instead, you copied it. But you'll have it forever now if I'm right about your quirk. He turned to look at Inko. After breakfast, I'll take him to see the doctor, who should be able to confirm it. Can't you check yourself, dear? Inko asked. I could, but I don't want to risk any odd interactions between our quirks. The doctor can do some checks because of our research, and if things check out, then I do believe little Aizu and I will have a great time exploring his quirk. Hisashi ruffled Izuku's hair and laughed. If his quirk is what we think it is, then the project that the doctor and I have been working on will be pointless. I'm bad for your work? Izuku asked, lip wobbling as he thought he ruined something for his dad. Oh, little one, no. Hisashi said, caressing Izuku's cheek. You're so good that you make the work we did unneeded. If your quirk is what we hope it to be, then all of our science and experimentations won't matter. Because you will be able to do what we've been trying to for years. So, I'm good and helpful? Izuku asked, looking between his parents. Could I be a hero then? Hisashi's face briefly morphed into a scowl, but his grin was back before Izuku looked at him again and could have noticed. Maybe Izuku. But first, we'll need to see what the doctor says. Okay. Izuku said happily, squirming out of Hisashi's arms. His dad set him back on the ground and Izuku darted off to his room, planning to get dressed before breakfast so that he could go see the doctor sooner. Hisashi walked with Izuku to their family doctor's clinic. The Midoriyas had been taking Izuku there since he was born, and he'd only ever had the one doctor, Dr. Tsubasa. His dad just referred to Dr. Tsubasa as the doctor, which Izuku always found funny. So, what can Dr. Tsubasa do? Izuku asked as they walked down the sidewalk. The clinic was only a 10-minute trek from their apartment. Well, first he'll double-check that you don't have an extra toe joint. You know why, don't you? Hisashi asked. Izuku had been obsessed with quirks ever since he could first talk. It hadn't been great that he'd also ended up obsessed with All Might of all people, but Hisashi put up with it. Yeah. An extra toe joint is a sign of quirklessness. Izuku answered excitedly. But I used a quirk, so doesn't that mean I won't have it? Hisashi chuckled. Yes, it should. But it is always beneficial to check, just to ensure there are no issues. Izuku nodded fiercely, understanding the importance. They walked into the clinic and were met with the nurse who ran the front desk. Hisashi remembered that her name was Kimura. Ah, hello Mr. Midoriya. And little Izuku. Oh, is Dr. Tsubasa expecting you? Kimura asked. He should be. I called him directly. I do apologize for bypassing you, Ms. Kimura. Oh, no worries. Kimura said, waving him off. You two have your research projects, so of course you'd go straight to him. I hope those are going well. I'll let him know you're here, just take a seat and it should only be a moment. Izuku skipped over to a chair and crawled up onto it, sitting patiently. Hisashi smiled as he walked over to sit next to Izuku. It was only a few minutes before the short doctor hobbled out into the waiting room. He caught sight of the two Midoriyas and grinned. Hisashi, the doctor called out. Come on back, I'm sure we have plenty to go over with young Izuku. Hisashi stood up, Izuku quickly followed, and began to walk after the doctor. They were led into one of the rooms far in the back of the clinic, for privacy among other things. So, Izuku, the doctor said, taking a seat on his stool and rolling it over to the medical bed that Hisashi had helped Izuku up onto. Your father says you manifested your quirk? I think so, Izuku said. But I dunno what it is and Daddy won't tell me. He said you have to check some things, and then you too can tell me what it is. The doctor hummed, nodding. Yes, he told me. First up, we need to check those feet of yours. So, lay down on the bed. As Izuku did so, Hisashi grabbed a lead plate as well as a drape. The plate was slit under Izuku's legs and feet, and the drape was laid across his thighs. The doctor then carted over a mobile X-ray machine and placed it so it was above Izuku's legs. He pressed a few buttons, causing an audible click. He moved the machine back over to the side of the room, and then typed away at the computer next to it. The screen on the wall lit up to show the X-ray results. Hisashi put away the plate and drape. He beckoned for Izuku to sit up and pointed towards the screen. Izuku slid his body across the bed to sit at the end of it closest to the screen. Ah, yes, as you can see, no extra join, the doctor said, zooming in on Izuku's toes. So, yes, you must indeed have a quirk. Now, onto what that quirk is. Have you tried using it yet? Yeah, Izuku said. I used my mom's quirk, but it was like I pulled a string to use it. And then there was this wisp, as Daddy called it, in my hand. Inko was still able to use her quirk, even after Izuku used it, Hisashi added. Izuku nodded quickly in agreement. Well, isn't that perfect? The doctor muttered. Are you still able to use Inko's quirk, Izuku? Try on this. He pulled out a small flashlight from his coat's BRST pocket. Izuku stuck his tongue out in concentration as he tried to use his mom's quirk again. He raised his hand and reached out in the same way he had with the remote. The flashlight shook for a moment before being lifted from the doctor's hand and towards Izuku. He continued to tug on it with the quirk until it rested in his own hand. He cheered in excitement and smiled at Hisashi and the doctor. Wonderful, the doctor said. He turned to Hisashi. We need to ensure he can copy more and keep the previous. How do you want to proceed? Hisashi said, bringing a hand to his chin in thought. Do you think my quirk and his are compatible? I do not want to risk them causing damage to each other if he tries copying from me. I don't see why they would be, sir, the doctor said. Either he copies yours or you, well, you know. Him being able to copy yours is perfect. If he copies yours, then transfers a copy of a quirk to someone else, can he then copy it again? That would make the project so much simpler, Hisashi said, nodding. Izuku looked between his dad and the doctor, confused. Daddy? He asked, tugging at Hisashi's shirt. Oh, little one, I'm sorry. We got caught up thinking how useful you will be to our research, like I told you that you would be, Hisashi said, ruffling Izuku's hair. So, we believe your quirk is the ability to copy any other quirk, while leaving the owner with the original. First, we want to see if it's a permanent copy, and won't be replaced if you copy another quirk. That's all we can really check at the moment. Oh, okay, Izuku said nervously. So do I copy your quirk? Hisashi chuckled. Not exactly. My quirk is a bit too much for you to handle, but I have more than one. He tapped Izuku on the nose as Izuku's eyes widened in awe. I'm going to manifest one for you to focus on. It should be easy, since I've gotten used to suppressing others. You'll copy that one and we'll see if you can use it and your mom's quirk. Izuku nodded. Hisashi debated which quirk to bring forward. He needed one that a 4-year-old could handle without issue, without causing damage to himself, them, or the room, and that he could control. Figuring a simple water manipulation quirk couldn't go wrong, he pulled the hydrokinesis he had to the forefront of his quirks. Alright, Izuku, I have one ready. It's hydrokinesis. Do you know what that means? He asked. Yes, it's the ability to control water, Izuku answered. Hisashi ruffled his hair again, causing him to smile. So I just do what I did with Mom? Correct. Look for the thread, then pull on it. Izuku closed his eyes again and reached out with his actual quirk. He saw a loom of threads ahead of him, but one specific one was in front of him. He didn't want to upset his dad, so he only grabbed the one being pushed towards him, but he was still in awe of the many threads that made up his dad. He pulled the singular thread, and then opened his eyes. Once again, a small wisp floated in his hand, this time blue. He clenched his fist and felt the quirk absorb into his body. Fascinating, the doctor mumbled, typing away at his computer while also watching Hisashi and Izuku. Very good, Izuku. Now, Hisashi walked over to the sink in the room and turned it on. Try and control the water. You don't need to do much, just enough to show you have the quirk. Izuku reached out with his hand again and pulled at the water. The stream from the faucet wavered for a moment, then began to coalesce into a bubble, increasing in size as the faucet continued. To feed it, Izuku pulled the bubble away and towards him. He floated it around his head, giggling. I'm doing it, he cheered. He pushed the bubble back over to the sink and let it go, causing a splash. Indeed, very good, Izuku, Hisashi said. Now, one more time, try using your mom's quirk. He picked up the small flashlight, which Izuku had set next to him on the bed after pulling it to him earlier, and held it in his palm. Same as before. Izuku once again pulled the flashlight towards him. Hisashi clapped once, proud of his son. Then, to prove to the doctor the quirk was indeed only a copy, he used the hydrokinesis he'd pulled on and grabbed water of his own. He momentarily gave Izuku a water halo, causing the boy to giggle with delight again, before directing the water back to the sink and turning off the faucet. So now we'll have to see how long he keeps the quirks, the doctor said. It's been an hour since he copied Inko's, yes? The only other copy quirk we've seen manifest only lasts 5 minutes. Hisashi scowled at that. The other had been such a disappointment, but if Izuku's quirk was indeed what they hoped, then he'd leave the weaker copy quirk behind and focus entirely on Izuku and Inko. He'd always preferred Inko anyway. Indeed. Of the temporary quirks I've seen, none have ever lasted beyond an hour. That copy quirk, size manipulation, others like it. I do believe Izuku's quirk is a full adaptation of mine. Hisashi turned from the doctor back to Izuku. So, little one, now I shall tell you of my real quirk. Izuku looked giddy, fidgeting on the bed in excitement. My quirk allows me to take the quirk of someone else and use it as if it's always been mine. As you probably had as well, I can even understand the basis of how to utilize the quirk without previous experience. Izuku's mouth dropped open, amazed. But then it clamped shut and he frowned, looking off the side for a moment, before meeting Hisashi's eyes once more. But, if you take them, doesn't that mean you make someone quirkless? Hisashi figured this would be the first question Izuku would have. With his obsession with quirks came the knowledge of quirklessness. And of course, the slightly delayed manifestation of his quirk didn't help his worry about such a disorder. It does mean that, yes, Hisashi said, taking a seat next to Izuku on the medical bed. Izuku turned so he sat side by side with Hisashi. Some people do not deserve their quirks. They use them for the wrong purposes, and society is safer with those people being quirkless. It was a mostly true statement, though of course those people were sometimes heroes, and society was only safer because it served his plan to rule. And what about people who are old or sick? They're quirks that could be so useful, but would die alongside their owners. Shouldn't those be kept, to possibly be given to someone else who may want or need it? Given? Can you give quirks too? Izuku asked. Indeed I can. But if I give it away, I no longer have it. However, your quirk merely copies the original. I could take your copy. Hisashi pulled Inko's quirk out of Izuku, holding the green wisp in front of the boy. And then give it to someone else. Then 2 people could now use the quirk. And if you could copy it again, we'd be able to offer useful quirks to anyone we want. He then put the quirk back into Izuku, the wisp melting into the boy's body once more. Whoa, Izuku said in amazement. Of course, you're still young, so we won't go trying that for a while. You need to get used to your quirk, Hisashi said. Now, would you like to meet a friend of mine? He'll most likely become your babysitter, so that your mom and I can go back to work without having to worry about you getting into any trouble. He ruffled Izuku's hair again. Are they nice? Izuku asked. They are. And they have a very impressive quirk themselves. Hisashi nodded to the doctor who messaged someone from his phone. A moment later a swirl of purple and black mist covered the far wall of the exam room. 2 long yellow eyes manifested before the mist collapsed into the shape of a man wearing an elegant suit. You summoned me? The man asked, his voice a deep baritone. Kurogyri, meet my son, Izuku, Hisashi said, gesturing to Izuku. Izuku, this is Kurogyri, our assistant in our research, among other things. His quirk, as you just saw, is a warping one. He can teleport himself anywhere which he has the coordinates for. He can also open warp gates for other people to walk through. Kurogyri, if you would. Kurogyri formed a small portal near Hisashi, another forming across the room. Hisashi stuck his hand through. It disappeared for a moment before reappearing as it emerged from the other portal. Izuku squealed in excitement. Hisashi laughed as he pulled his hand back. Kurogyri closed the portal soon after. Kurogyri will walk you home from school and be around to help take care of you. I'm afraid the doctor and I will still be busy with some of our projects, so I won't always be able to be home with you. And I've encouraged your mom to go back to work as well. You're growing up, you have to be a big boy. I am a big boy. I have a quirk now, Izuku said, grinning. He still stared at Kurogiri in amazement. Can I copy his quirk? Kurogiri's eyes narrowed at that. Hisashi just chuckled. Not yet, no. His quirk is a tad complicated, and you'll need a lot of training to handle it. But when you're older, we'll see. Ah, Izuku pouted, crossing his arms. Yet he couldn't fully hide his smile. Now, though, we will need to set some rules, Hisashi said, standing up from the bed and turning to look down at Izuku. Do not go copying quirks from your friends at school. You should only copy quirks when we say you can. I promise you that you will have ample opportunity to copy quirks you want when you're older. Until then, stick to quirks I give you, understand? Yes, Daddy, Izuku said. But how will I show off my quirk? Kaken already shows his off all the time. Hisashi frowned. I'm afraid, little one, that you can't. Our quirks, they scare people. That's why, to the Bakugas and all others who know our family, I merely have a fire-breathing quirk. If they knew I could give and take quirks, they'd probably be scared of me. And the heroes don't like someone like me. I discovered that when I was young. But heroes are supposed to be the good guys, why would they be afraid of you? Can't you help them against dangerous villains? Hisashi sighed. Perhaps, but they'd never give me the chance. He glanced back at the doctor and Kurogiri. Just understand that heroes aren't solely good. Izuku frowned but nodded. Hisashi knew it'd take some time to push Izuku away from his hero obsession, but he couldn't just make his son into the heir of a shadow empire. Not yet. One day, Izuku would sit next to him on the throne. But before then, Hisashi still needed to achieve his final goal. And All Might stood in his way. Okay, that's all we needed to come here for. But I still need to discuss some things with the doctor. Why don't we have Kurogiri take you home? Hisashi asked, picking up Izuku and setting him on the ground. Is he gonna warp us home? Izuku asked excitedly. I'm afraid not, Hisashi said, smiling and shaking his head. You'll have to walk home today. I promise we'll let you experience his port soon, though. Okay. Izuku hugged Hisashi's legs. Will you be home for dinner? I should be, yes. All right, bye, Daddy. Izuku said, taking the outstretched hand from Kurogiri and walking out with the man. Hisashi could hear the chattering Izuku asking Kurogiri questions as soon as they entered the hallway, and he shook his head amused. Well, he's exactly what you wanted. Pity the other attempt failed, the doctor said. Shall we continue our discussion here, or would you like me to have Johnny teleport us to the main lab? The main lab. While Izuku grows, we still need to work on our backup copying process. He may need the quirks in the future, and having a catalog of quirks would be beneficial for both of us. Right? The doctor said. He dialed a number on his phone. It rang once before it was automatically answered by the lab systems. Johnny, teleport me and Master to the lab. Black liquid filled his mouth, bubbling out to engulf him. A moment later he was standing in their lab, stasis tanks lining the sides. In the middle was their workstation where a body was strapped down. A failed attempt at a Nomu, but they kept the heart beating as it still held a few quirks. He'd have to take those back. The doctor immediately went to his desk, taking a seat and downloading the notes he'd taken during Izuku's exam. He then pressed a call button. Ms. Kimura, I will be out of the office for the rest of the day. You may close the clinic. There weren't any further appointments today. The nearby speaker crackled. All right, Dr. Tsubasa. Have a good day. Kimura had to enjoy working with the doctor. She got paid for a full day regardless of whether or not he kept the clinic open the entire day. I do think we're near a breakthrough, the doctor said, turning to face him. The samples in the last round of tests almost stabilized before degrading too far to hold onto the quirk. I don't wish to overstep, but perhaps some of young Izuku's blood would help. He thought for a moment. He's due for his final round of booster shots, and we can take some blood during that. I'm sure he'd be ecstatic to assist his father, if we even need to explain why we're taking the blood. Perfect, the doctor said. Now, what about your other little experiment? Shigaraki Tamura, he hummed. Kurogiri will continue to assist in caring for Tamura when not taking care of Izuku. However, Tamura is no longer the pawn I planned for. Izuku is far more important and has far more potential. Except for his obsession with heroes, the doctor said. Yes, except for that. I do wonder what he'd think if we revealed to him the truth of all for one and one for all. Perhaps when he is older. All Might is not a threat for now. I'd rather focus on this work before attempting to take one for all from him. Given his master was such a disappointment, I'm sure he is as well. Despite his ridiculous position as this symbol of peace. The doctor nodded. For now, we continue with our usual projects, then. Will Kurogiri be returning to the brat after taking Izuku home? Yes. Inko is aware of the plan. She thinks it commendable that I'm caring for an orphan, All for One said, chuckling. I continue to find it so peculiar how easily she accepted the truth of your history, the doctor said. Are you still sure she isn't biding her time to turn us in? I am. She works in a law firm, currently as a paralegal. If she cared to take us down, she'd have done so. Instead, she's been looking into cases against heroes. So far, she's found several that would absolutely ruin the heroes in question. But the law firm is holding them back, I presume? Indeed. With Kurogiri helping take care of Izuku, I'm encouraging Inko to work towards becoming a lawyer. She's smart. Izuku doesn't only get his intelligence from me. If she becomes a lawyer, I'm sure she'll take down many a hero with ease. Back to work then, the doctor said, whirling around his chair and typing away at the computer. All for One just hummed, regarding the many experiments that made up the lab. They had their work cut out for them, still. But perhaps the doctor was right in that Izuku was the key to their projects, alongside his destiny as All for One's right hand. Izuku hated not being able to use his quirk, but his dad had told him it could be dangerous if people found out what he could do. He didn't want to cause trouble for his parents, so he listened to his dad and pretended to be quirkless. It SCKD. Bakogu Katsuki, his childhood friend, had turned on him almost instantly, always bullying him and telling him he was a worthless Deku. But Izuku still wanted to be friends, and his parents had said he'd be able to tell people about his quirk when he was older, so he continued to follow after Bakogu. Though that only made the bullying worse. On top of that, he constantly saw the threads of the quirks from those around him. Hisashi had told him he'd get used to it and be able to ignore them unless he actively wanted to copy a quirk. Apparently that was how All for One worked as well. He thought his dad was so cool for being able to handle all that pressure. Wanting to help his dad's work, he'd been happy to let Dr. Tsubasa draw some blood over the years since his quirk manifested. Apparently, because of his quirk, something in his blood became the final piece to the puzzle that they'd needed to allow for their artificial quirk copying. Izuku didn't know why they were so interested in copying quirks, and his dad wouldn't really explain it fully. Just explain around it, always going back to what he'd said when Izuku first got his quirk. The ability to offer quirks to those who need them was a blessing. And with the copying, they wouldn't have to remove quirks from other people, like his dad could do with All for One. Kurogiri had become one of Izuku's favorite people. And after his 8th birthday, he'd finally been allowed to copy Kurogiri's quirk, Warp. He definitely caused a few accidents as he learned how to use it. Most often it was because he got stuck in the portal he made. But he liked how using the quirk let him emit a green-black mist. It matched his hair. And it made his version different from Kurogiri's, which was purple and black. Along with Warp, Izuku had been allowed to copy a few more quirks from his dad. Nothing too dangerous, just some fun quirks that he could play with while he sat around in his dad's lab. The main one he'd had fun with was Airwalk. It let him walk through the air just like he did on the ground. His mom hadn't been too thrilled with his dad when he'd been given that quirk, though. He'd get himself into too much trouble, she'd said, between Airwalk and Warp. So Izuku had been given a lesson on the proper use of quirks, mainly when to use them, and so their home had become less of an accident zone. He only used the quirks when he was with his dad in a safe area of the lab. As he grew up, he noticed that Kaken's bullying came in waves, as if he was trying to avoid getting caught while also being just as ruthless as before. The teachers at Aldra seemed to pay far more attention to Izuku, despite the fact he was listed as quirkless on his records. He'd seen how the one other quirkless kid at their school had been treated, by teachers and students alike. Yet he never had it as bad as them. Izuku didn't know why, but he wouldn't complain. Even if he did feel bad for the other kid. On his 10th birthday, he'd been given a phone of his own, which made him ecstatic. He was allowed to walk around their neighborhood alone, as long as he had his phone on him. Sometimes he even warped himself to a candy store, though Kurogyri almost always showed up right after. He couldn't figure out how the warper always knew when Izuku used his warp, but he never got in any trouble. Kurogyri was just there to watch over him before sending him home. Kurogyri never came with him back home, at least not when one or both of his parents were there. Izuku guessed he only watched over Izuku when his parents couldn't be around. One night, his mom invited the Bakugas over for dinner. Kurogyri had actually shown up to help Inko cook that night, while Izuku just watched. The Midoriyas and Bakugas got together often, having dinner at one of their homes, or sometimes going out to eat. But every time, Hisashi was always busy. Izuku knew, of course, that his dad was busy working with Dr. Tsubasa on their projects. But his mom just made up some excuse that Hisashi was out of town. One time, when his dad had been busy for a few months, she'd even claimed he was working abroad in America. There was a knock at the front door, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. "Can you get that, Izuku?" "It should be the Bakugas," Inko said from the kitchen. Kurogyri was busy setting the table, very carefully setting each dish and utensil in its proper place with precision. "Sure," Izuku said, hopping up from the couch and padding down the hallway to their front door. He opened it to find Katsuki glaring at him. Behind him was his parents, Mitsuki and Mizu. "Hi, Auntie, Uncle." Izuku greeted them. "Hello, Izuku, I hope we're not too early?" Uncle Masaru said. "Nope. Mom is almost done cooking, I think." "Plus, you're always welcome," Izuku said, standing to the side to let the Bakugas in. He watched as they toed off their shoes and set them to the side, then entered the apartment. He closed the door behind them and followed. "Oh, Inko, that smells dimmin' good," Auntie Mitsuki said as she walked towards the kitchen. Masaru made himself at home on the couch, with Katsuki following him. The boy seemed annoyed at being there. Izuku wasn't surprised. "I sure hope so," Inko said, turning from her cooking to greet Mitsuki. "I've worked all day on it." "And who's this?" Mitsuki asked as Kurogyri finished setting the table. "And where's Hisashi? Don't tell me he's busy again." "Sadly, you know how his work is," Inko said, chuckling. "And this is Kurogyri, a family friend who watches Izuku while Hisashi and I work. I can't believe you've never met before." "Good evening, Mrs. Bakugu," Kurogyri said, his rich baritone voice surprising the woman. "Pleasure to meet you, Kurogyri. And please, just call me Mitsuki." "Mrs. Bakugu makes me feel old," Mitsuki said, laughing. "Because you are old, hag." Katsuki barked from the couch. "Oi, brat, shut it," Mitsuki said, glaring back at her son. Izuku watched Kurogyri take in the Bakugas. He of course knew of them. Hisashi had made sure to tell Kurogyri all about the Midoriya's friends. He'd even met Katsuki before, though the boy just huffed when he'd been denied the chance to bully Izuku and instead had stalked off on his own after school. Thankfully, Katsuki behaved himself when it came to Izuku during the times their families got together. So Izuku always used that to his advantage, getting to play and hang out with his friend as if nothing had changed. It's still SED that he couldn't show off his quirk, even in the safety of his own home. According to his dad, not even the Bakugas were allowed to know of it yet. Even though he was 10, he still wasn't old enough, according to his parents. He walked up to Katsuki, wringing his hands. Kakin, I got some new hero figures," he said nervously. Just because Katsuki behaved slightly better when around their parents, it didn't mean Izuku was any more confident. "These whatever," Katsuki said. Izuku was disappointed for a moment before the other boy stood up and started walking to his room. "Well, are you coming or what, nerd?" Izuku lit up and trotted after Katsuki, heading to his bedroom to play while the adults chatted and Inko finished cooking. "Kurogyri, keep an eye on them, would you?" Inko whispered to the warper. He nodded and created a small, almost imperceptible portal in Izuku's bedroom in order to keep watch over the two kids. Inko then turned back to the Bakugas. So, Mitsuki, how's work? Oh, same sheet as always, the woman replied. We have a show coming up and are still missing a final design. It's the intern show, Masaru added. But some of them are, well, garbage, Mitsuki finished. We only hire interns that look to have potential, based on their portfolios from school. But some of them this year have just been disappointments. Yet their portfolios were so well done. It baffles us. I've tried sitting down with them, Masaru continued, and asking what happened to their work since they started with us. They all say the same thing. They're exhausted, overworked, all that kind of stuff. But you know as well as we do that we don't overwork our interns. We tell them to take their time, take breaks when they feel overworked, and focus on their schooling. All they needed to tell us was that they didn't have the time to make a design. Instead they give us half-butted work, some being straight-up shitty copies of discarded designs from the agency. It's like they went through the shred bin to find something to use. Those designs were tossed for a reason, Mitsuki said, sighing. Oh my, that's disappointing, Inko said, frowning. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, nothing we can do now. Mitsuki shrugged. On a better note, though, we've started branching out into support gear. Oh, that's wonderful. Masaru, you must be excited. I know you focused more on that side of fashion in college. Of course I am, Masaru said, chuckling. We're essentially dividing the agency into two. One side will remain in normal fashion and be led by Mitsuki. The other side will be in support gear and be led by me. We've already begun to look for new hires that focus on support tech and have several applicants from UA. As soon as I mentioned them, Katsuki went off on one of his excited rants about how he'll go to UA one day and become the next #1 hero. Masaru shook his head, grinning. He's a little firecracker, that one. Yes, I suppose he is, Inko agreed. Still hasn't decided against becoming a hero? Of course he hasn't, the little brat. He's obsessed with All Might and wants to be better than him, Mitsuki said. Pardon me, but would any of you like a drink? Kurojairi said, interrupting the hero talk before it could go farther. A bar cart sat next to him. Inko, of course, knew he'd just gotten it from the bar using one of his portals, but she wondered if Mitsuki or Masaru would comment on its sudden appearance. Sure, something strong for me. Bartender's choice, though, Mitsuki said. I didn't know you had a bar cart, Masaru said as he stood up from the couch. Oh, well, Kurojairi here is quite a masterful bartender. He brought it himself, since he was helping me host the dinner tonight, Inko explained. She gave Kurojairi a knowing smile. They put up with Izuku's hero worship because they knew it was bound to end eventually once he was let in on more of their secrets. But they didn't need to hear the Bakugas pining about Katsuki's hero potential or any discussion of actual heroes, All Might in particular. As Kurojairi made their drinks, Mitsuki leaned against the counter next to Inko. So, how's your work, Inko? You started as a full lawyer earlier this year, so how's that going? Oh, it's wonderful. I have a backlog of cases that I'd started assisting on as a paralegal because they were small time and the main lawyers of the firm didn't care for them. Plus, the defendants weren't in any rush to see them brought to trial. But now I get to do that, and I've yet to lose a case. That's amazing, Inko. What did I tell you back in college, huh? I said you'd make a great lawyer, Mitsuki said, taking her prepared drink from Kurojairi. I didn't know how long it'd take for you to become a lawyer, but of course you'd put in the work to do it. I know I never could have been that patient. Yes, we all know Masaru is patient enough for the both of you, Inko said, nudging Mitsuki in the side and laughing. Mitsuki just scoffed. Meanwhile Masaru covered his mouth, trying to stifle his laugh. His wife glared daggers at him, but she couldn't help her own smirk. Inko wrapped up the final dish and began setting things out on the table. Izuku, Katsuki. Dinner is ready, she called down the hallway, though she knew Kurojairi's miniature portal probably carried her voice to them far better. The two kids came barreling out of Izuku's bedroom, taking a seat at the table. The Bakugas sat next to their son, and Inko took the open seat next to Izuku. One seat was left empty as always. Hisashi may never be free to attend these dinners, but he always had a seat at the table, just in case. What about Kurogiri? Mitsuki asked, glancing between Inko and the warper. I actually must be off. I have some errands to run before the night is over, Kurogiri said. He bowed to them. It was a pleasure to finally meet you, Mitsuki Masaru. He then looked at Izuku. I will see you after school on Monday, young master. Izuku nodded at him, smiling. Bye, Kurogiri. Pleasure to meet you as well, Kurogiri, Mitsuki said. She didn't miss Kurogiri's use of young master when talking to Izuku. Kurogiri gave Izuku one final look before the mist making up his body billowed into a portal, then collapsed in on itself. Kurogiri was there one moment, then gone the next. And he'd taken his bar cart with him. The Bakugas just gaped at the spot Kurogiri once stood in. Inko and Izuku laughed at the sight. It's his quirk. Izuku said. It's super fun. No wonder you chose him as Izuku's babysitter. If anything goes wrong, he can be at a hospital or police station in an instant, Mitsuki said once she'd gotten over the shock of watching Kurogiri disappear. I can never win hide and seek against him, Izuku pouted. He finds me so fast. That caused the entire table, except little Katsuki, to laugh. Master, are you sure it is wise to leave so many quirks behind? The doctor asked as All for One added a label to the glass vial he held. Along the wall was a rack of dozens of vials, all labeled with a different quirk. These quirks are trivial compared to the ones I am keeping, doctor. Though I suppose even those quirks will eventually be added, once either we or Izuku copy them. The rack was split, the vials on one half having blue labels while the other half had yellow labels. All for One added the vial he was holding to an empty spot on the blue side. He tapped it with a finger before turning to regard the doctor. As we know, our method of copying quirks weakens the quirk ever so slightly. But it is noticeable enough by me, which means it could spell disaster if not accounted for. My remaining quirks shall forever be mine. Any copies we make will be what we use for our projects. He paced the lab, looking between the many stasis tanks that held their experiments. No Nomu since Kurogiri had been much of a success. The ones that managed to survive the experimentation were practically useless, or were only used for specialty quirks, like Johnny. But they'd slowly been working on a new one, taking their time to let it adapt to the burden of multiple quirks and the body enhancement. That Nomu was still a long way off from being usable, but one day, perhaps, it could be used to weaken All Might. The ridiculous number one hero, All Might. Seen as a symbol of peace by all of Japan. Held up on a pedestal of his own making, though he always denied it in interviews. All for One scoffed at the idiocy of the populace. But in the end, it was working to his benefit. All Might was seen as the hero who could handle anything and everything, which made other heroes complacent. They figured All Might would take care of the worst threats. That meant that society would fall apart once he was out of the picture. And All for One would step in and take his position as the Demon Lord once more. He'd always found the title humorous, but it had stuck over the past century, and how could he not use the myth of his existence to his advantage? Villains would fall beneath him, ready to serve once they realized he was in fact still alive. Heroes and vigilantes wouldn't stand a chance against him. Not once All Might was gone, and One for All was in his grasp. But for now, he was stuck continuing his reign from the shadows. Though branches of his empire slowly fell to All Might, the DMN hero rooting out the deepest parts of the villain underground. He still held plenty of power, though. No one could stand against him when he decided to make a move. Not the heroes. Not the Hero Public Safety Commission. Not even the government, who probably thought him gone after they'd begged for his help against the Meta Liberation Army a few decades ago. Izuku will have plenty of quirks to copy soon. He will have all the power I do and more. Our Nomu will become an army, unstoppable by any hero. All at our beck and call. All for One grinned. Of course, Master, but young Izuku still needs to grow some more before we bring him into the inner circle, doesn't he? All for One chuckled. Of course, Doctor. He has a few more years to go. His quirk is wonderful and he's copied some strong quirks. But not until his body is more developed can he have the essential quirks, strength enhancement, longevity, The quirks I've wielded for decades. The doctor hummed in acknowledgement as he returned to working on his computer, tapping away at keys. Though a moment later he stopped, the sudden lack of noise drawing all for one's attention. "Doctor?" he asked, walking over to peer down at the computer monitor in front of the short man. "It seems All Might found another of our minions," the doctor said, pulling up a video that showed a raid, led by All Might, on what looked like an abandoned warehouse. All for One pursed his lips for a moment before waving it off. They were small, only used for distraction. "I do believe I will be needing to deal with All Might soon, however. Pity, it's been fun watching the man try so hard to find me and fail again and again. Shimura Nana would be so proud of the hero he's become. Such a shame she couldn't live to see it." He grinned evilly. "I will take my time ripping that idiot apart. He works alone, despite having that agency. Do you think he's chosen a successor at all?" "Ha!" All for One bellowed a laugh. "I heavily doubt it. I know he thinks he's strong enough to stop me. He claims he is any time mention of me is brought up in interviews and press conferences. Reporters who ask of you are also often laughed at. So many think you are a myth, or that you died years ago. Indeed, which is perfect for our plans. With only All Might trying to look for us, it has been easy to stay out of the light and work on our projects. The Nomu project would be far behind schedule if I was having to deal with heroes any time I wasn't hidden away in the lab. Plus, I've made a family during the downtime. Since my brother was so adamantly against me, it only makes sense I create a new, supportive family. One that will aid my empire and be my legacy." "Don't tell me you're planning to let yourself die," the doctor said, looking at him, one eyebrow raised. "Of course not, doctor," All for One chuckled. "But eventually I will want to expand our reach beyond Japan. And Izuku will take my spot ruling over this country when I do so. So long as we correct that hero worship of his," the doctor pointed out. "Yes," All for One said, scowling. "I think I will have to find some heroes to make examples of." All for One trailed off, getting lost in thought. Izuku frowned as he read the article on his phone. Another hero had been exposed for being a liar. This one, a low-rank hero Izuku hadn't really even heard of, but was apparently very popular in his city, had been paying people to pretend to be villains. He'd then swoop in to save the day, making him well-loved and causing the HPSC to increase his payments. The more work a hero did, the more they were paid. That was known by everyone. Of course, All Might's rise to fame had put a damper on many heroes, since they'd begun to lose out on money. All Might's mere existence seemed to quash a lot of villainy, which meant less work for the heroes. Add to that the man's undisputed position as the #1 hero for the last several years, and Izuku could see why some heroes had taken to bribing less-than-good people into pretending to be villains. The article continued on to report that the hero not only bribed the villains, but also paid for their legal representation as well as bail through a shell corporation. In the past few years, Izuku had come across more and more articles reporting on cases just like this. And apparently, even his mom had been dealing with lawsuits brought against lesser heroes abusing their power. He didn't know how to feel about all that. He loved heroes, don't get him wrong. But all these heroes who turned out to be fakes? They didn't help society's view of heroes as a whole. All Might seemed to be the only one who kept the hope for heroes going. Of course, most of the other top heroes were also still well-liked, though Endeavor was... Endeavor? Izuku had begun to notice the faces his parents and Kurogiri made whenever he mentioned All Might, and so had stopped bringing the hero up. He still collected all kinds of hero merchandise, and kept up with the #1's antics on the hero forums he frequented. But he didn't like upsetting his parents, and his father had made it clear more than once that he didn't take kindly to Izuku acting against his wishes, so he didn't talk about heroes too much around them anymore. He continued to read the article as he left school. He was in his first year at Aldra Junior High. It had been 8 years since his quirk manifested, but he still pretended to be quirkless, per his parents' rules. The bullying hadn't really changed since elementary school. Kaken still harassed him. The occasional lackey of the blondes sometimes took things too far, but Izuku wasn't surprised when they got suspended shortly after. Yet somehow they always continued the bullying when they returned. Kaken had learned to toe the line, able to stay out of trouble while still making Izuku's life miserable. The nickname Deku had stuck, and that's all he was known as to everyone in school, besides the teachers. They looked at him with fear, probably because of his dad. He'd slowly been able to learn about his dad's true identity. His name had changed multiple times, but the description of a quirk that could give and take other quirks was pretty unique. And it showed up in articles dating back to the earliest days of quirks, rare as those articles were. His dad was as old as quirks themselves, and that just amazed Izuku. He didn't quite understand why Hisashi hadn't explained that at all since revealing the truth of his quirk, all for one. But it explained so much, particularly why his dad wielded so many quirks. He'd said he held on to quirks from people who died, and so his living since the dawn of quirks provided background as to why he could have so many of those. Of course, he'd also said he'd taken quirks from people who didn't deserve them, which Izuku thought was kind of cruel, but if it made society safer, then he couldn't really complain, could he? And to the point that most old articles that Izuku managed to find labeled his dad as a villain, well, the modern terms of hero and villain really only came into prominence in the last 50 years or so who knows what they'd considered a villain back during the early days of quirks. His dad hadn't shown even up in articles at all in the last few decades, so he couldn't be a villain. Izuku did come across a few interviews with All Might which had mentioned All for One, and the number one hero had always said he was still hunting for that villain. But why would All Might be hunting Izuku's dad? It didn't make sense. Despite that, Izuku still somewhat liked the number one hero. Izuku, a baritone voice called, pulling Izuku from his thoughts and his focus on the article on his phone. Oh, hey Kurogiri. I thought Mom and Dad were meeting me today because we were going shopping for my birthday? Izuku asked, tilting his head in confusion. They've been held up and will meet us at your home. They send their apologies. Ah, okay, Izuku said, slightly disappointed. But he always enjoyed the company of Kurogiri, so it wasn't too much of a letdown. No matter how busy his parents were, they always made time on his birthday so they could spend it together. How was school today? Kurogiri asked him as they began the walk home. The warper still refused to use his quirk, or let Izuku use his copy of it, to portal themselves home. He always explained that the walking was better, especially since it was a short trek. Fine, like usual, Izuku said, shrugging. He pulled on his backpack, readjusting the straps. Tsubasa tried to bother me. Did he now? Perhaps we will have to inform the doctor that his grandson is misbehaving. I guess, Izuku said, not having any real feelings about it. He was used to the harassment, though he was surprised the grandson of Dr. Tsubasa would be so mean. He guessed the younger Tsubasa was in the same boat as him, unable to know the truth about his grandfather's work. Izuku had a more direct connection to it, but since Tsubasa just had a winged quirk, he didn't expect Dr. Tsubasa or Hisashi saw any reason to include the boy at all. His phone buzzed, so he pulled it back out from his pocket after having stowed it away when Kurogiri called to him. It was a notification of a hero-villain fight. He kept tabs on those since he'd started his analysis notebooks, writing all about both heroes and villains, and trying to find time to see any altercation live. Of course, his parents weren't thrilled about that, which is why Kurogiri still often met him after school to walk him home. The news blurb said it was a fight between All Might and some unnamed villain. Izuku figured it would be a quick fight, but when he pulled up the live feed of it he saw a massive amount of carnage, something he'd never expected to see when it came to All Might. Kurogiri, I know you don't like him, but do you have any idea why All Might would have trouble fighting a villain? Izuku asked, shoving his phone towards the warper. Kurogiri stiffened, glancing down at the phone and narrowing his eyes. I'm sure it's nothing, young master. It was probably a tough fight for some other hero before All Might arrived. I doubt it will be anything of substance in the end. You know that some villains are quite good at causing havoc. Yeah, I guess, Izuku said, frowning slightly and pulling his phone back to continue watching the live video. Except, the live feed abruptly stopped, the news anchor saying the issue had been resolved and it was just some villain named Toxic Chainsaw, which Izuku recognized. But he didn't see that villain making such a mess of a city block like the brief video he'd seen had shown. Lost in thought, Izuku missed the frantic texting Kurogiri began to do. He also didn't notice that they'd sped up their pace from their usual slow stroll. How had All Might found him? How had the idiot even known what he looked like anymore? He'd changed his appearance throughout the years, never staying the same as he took down each consecutive wielder of One for All. But here the man was, standing before him and his wife, calling him out for who he truly was. Inko glared daggers at the hero. He'd find it humorous if Inko wasn't in so much danger at that moment. Police were evacuating the street they were on, confused civilians being escorted away from what would undoubtedly be a massive battle. "Inko, you need to run," he told her. "But Hisashi," she started. "No," he bellowed, whipping around to her. "We both know how this fight will end. I hadn't planned for it to happen today, of all days, nor with you or our son around. Thankfully, Izuku is safe for the time being. I can't send you away, since the warping quirk I have only brings people to me. I'll call Kurogiri," Inko said, hastily pulling out her phone from her purse and attempting to dial the warper. She stared at her phone. "They're blocking signal," she looked back at him. "I can't call Kurogiri, or the doctor." "Sheet," he mumbled. "Get back in the store, I'll do my best to protect it, but try to shelter yourself the best you can." "Hisashi, what about Izuku?" "He has Kurogiri, who I'm sure will work with the doctor to figure out something. We already had to send Kurogiri to pick up Izuku, so he won't be alone." "But the news," Inko said, pointing to the helicopters above. "You'll be on TV soon, if we aren't already." "This kind of confrontation won't be truly live," he explained. "The police will have made sure of that. Society today has almost no clue who I am, and they want to keep it that way. They'll make up some lie once this is all over. It will be interesting to see how they spin the death of All Might." Inko leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. "Good luck, Hisashi." "Stay safe, Inko," All for One said, not taking his eyes off of All Might. He heard Inko's heels click as she hurried back into the store they'd just come from. They'd been out shopping for Izuku and had lost track of time, failing to be back home before the boy would be getting out of school. It was the first time they'd missed picking up Izuku on his birthday. He'd have to make it up to his son later. "This is the end, All for One," All Might bellowed. "There's nowhere to run, and I will put a stop to you today." All for One couldn't help but grin. "Just like your master. She thought she could stop me, but you saw how that ended for her. Are you really here for a repeat of that, Toshinori? Shall I remind you of Shimura's screams as I killed her? No, I'm sure I don't have to. You relive that day over and over in your nightmares, don't you?" All Might's signature smile was missing, not surprising. In its place was a snarl, which brought great joy to All for One. His mere existence wiped that ridiculous smile off the idiot's face. "Shut up," All Might growled out. "I won't fail to stop you." "Sure you won't," All for One said. "It's not like I've never heard those words before." He called on the battle-oriented quirks he'd been stockpiling for decades, the ones he refused to leave with the doctor except as inferior copies. The quirks he planned to have Izuku copy on his 16th birthday, when he'd reveal to the boy the legacy he was growing into. It was disappointing that he'd have to destroy the hero that had interested Izuku for so long, but the boy would understand. All Might was the only one who stood in their way. And with him gone, and One for All back in his control, no one would be able to stop them. All Might leapt at him, winding back an arm to land a punch on him. He shrugged off the blow, a shockwave blasting out from the contact. All for One strengthened his own arm and hit All Might, sending the hero flying back into the office building across the street. Taking a moment, All for One created a barrier in front of the store Inko was hiding in using air wall. It would reinforce the building so that his clash with All Might wouldn't put it at risk of collapse. His momentary distraction allowed All Might to run in and land a hit against his back. He flew down the street, but righted himself and turned to glare at the hero. "I didn't figure you one to care about collateral damage, All for One," All Might said, nodding to the air wall. "Going soft. Huh? You would like that, wouldn't you?" All for One asked. He fired black lighting at All Might, who managed to dodge it. The lightning hit a car, causing it to explode and send shrapnel across the street. The police had done their job well in escorting civilians away from the battle zone. Without anyone else around, All Might had no one to worry about protecting. His focus was solely on All for One. All Might drew back, calling out his ridiculous attack. Detroit Smash. A massive column of air rocketed at All for One. He just sighed and fired his own blast of air with air cannon. The two air columns collided, causing a massive gust of wind to blow out from the epicenter. Glass broke on the buildings around them, cars skidded from their abandoned spots on the street. All for One just shrugged off the gale, as did All Might. The hero rushed in again, aiming a punch at All for One. Was that really all the man could do? All for One drew on several quirks, strengthening, enlarging, and reinforcing his right arm. He met All Might's fist with his own, and once more a shockwave was released as they clashed. This was a fight between two titans, and All for One was merely toying with the hero, getting his hopes up that maybe, just maybe, he could actually win. And when All Might got cocky, All for One would bring down the hammer and end the hero's miserable and pointless life. They continued to clash in this manner, the resulting shockwaves slowly chipping at the buildings around them. Occasionally one of them would send the other crashing into a building, causing it to collapse. But both of them would just shove the rubble off their bodies and stand back up to continue the fight. That was until All for One dodged an assault by All Might, who instead went flying into the air wall in front of the store Inko was in. Cracks spiderwebbed out from where All Might had impacted the wall. All for One watched as the wall splintered then faded away, the quirk taking too much damage to remain effective. He scowled at All Might, who paid it no mind and ran back at All for One again. He grabbed the hero's arm and swung him around, launching him down the street. All Might crashed into a car. Yet still the hero stood back up, wiping some blood from his mouth. The man's hero costume was in tatters, but he still fought on. He took a step, then faltered slightly, falling to one knee. Enough of this, All for One decreed. I don't normally repeat an execution, but I'm sure your master wouldn't mind that you went out the same way she did. He formed a massive fireball above his head, engorging it with the strength-enhancing quirks he'd picked up over the years. It grew and grew until the heat was nearly unbearable, almost as if it were the sun itself. He launched the fireball at All Might. This had been the way he'd killed Shimura Nana. The screams of the woman as she'd been burned alive had brought him great pleasure. All for One put up an air wall in front of him. As the fireball continued on its course to All Might, the hero could only watch as his demise approached. The downside to this move was how slow it moved, but it didn't matter when it was used on a crippled opponent. Except, in the last moment before the fireball would have been close enough to begin cooking All Might alive, he jumped. He must have put his all into the jump because he soared dozens of meters into the sky, well above the fireball. All for One dropped his air wall and sent out a blast from air cannon to dissipate the fireball. There was no use in its collateral damage if it didn't do its main job. The blast of air hit the fireball in its center, creating a hole in it. The ball then collapsed in on itself and sent a blast of heat out in all directions as it fizzled away. All Might came barreling back to the ground, right at All for One. He dodged to the side as the hero blasted past him, right into the only remaining, intact building on the street. The store all but exploded, concrete blasting away from All Might's impact as the building collapsed. All for One's eyes widened as he flew towards the rubble. He funneled more power into his arm and grabbed All Might once more, launching him down the street until he was out of sight. He scrambled to lift the rubble, searching. As he lifted a piece of the store's roof, he saw an outstretched, bloody hand sticking out of a pile of concrete chunks. Quickly removing the pile, he was met with the sight of his wife, bloody and crumpled. He didn't need a quirk to know she was dead, her body bent in ways it shouldn't be. He roared in anguish and anger. Fury burned deep inside him, and he whipped around to glare down the street he'd thrown All Might. The hero was there, running back down the street, as if he hadn't just been thrown several blocks. All for One sincerely hoped there'd still been civilians where All Might had landed, and that the resulting crater from the hero's impact had caused some casualties. "You won't stop me that easily," All Might bellowed as he launched attack after attack on All for One. All for One could tell All Might knew he was backed into a corner. His punches were thrown with reckless abandon, and with more strength than he'd ever seen the hero use. But in turn, All for One launched attacks back. This area of the city would be leveled beyond belief before their battle ended. As he fought back, landing hits against All Might, All for One failed to notice how reckless he was also being. He was leaving himself open to easy hits, which All Might took advantage of. The hero grabbed his head and began to crush it between his hands. All for One screamed, blasting All Might back with air cannon and launching dark ball of explosive energy after the hero. His head was bleeding and he could tell his skull had been fractured. He'd never had this much trouble fighting off a wielder of One for All, and didn't expect All Might to be any different, even with the stockpiling power of One for All. One of his dark ball landed a hit against All Might's side, burning the hero's flesh. It made an easy target for a follow-up attack. All for One took that opportunity and launched himself at All Might, grabbing the man's side in his hand and crushing it. The hero yelled in agony and All for One grinned. "You've lost," he said, holding the hero up. "Your quirk will be mine, and this useless legacy of resistance will finally be over. But I'll take my time killing you." All Might roared and slammed his fists together, right on each side of All for One's head. Japan's greatest supervillain collapsed in a heap, choking on blood as brain matter spilled from his crushed skull. His sight was gone, his hearing barely there, but he could feel All Might nearby. He could tell when the hero stood back up, limping over to him. In one last-ditch attempt to kill the hero and save himself, he unleashed a blast of power from his body, sending the hero flying. It was then he realized he wasn't choking on his blood, but rather the black sludge of his warp quirk. Of Johnny's warp quirk. The cold feeling of the sludge overtook him, and he lost consciousness before even arriving at the lab. Izuku frowned as he padded out into the living room again. He'd been home for a few hours, but still his parents hadn't shown up. And Kurogiri had been pacing nearly the entire time. Izuku had never seen the warper anxious before. "Kurogiri," he said, causing the warper to stiffen. "I thought you said Mom and Dad would be here not long after we got home. But it's been a few hours." "Young master," Kurogiri started, but paused as his phone rang. He pulled it out and answered. "Yes, doctor? I see. Yes, we'll be there in just a moment." He put the phone away and turned to Izuku. "We've been summoned to the lab, Izuku. But before we go, I must warn you, something has happened to your parents." Izuku couldn't help the tears that welled behind his eyes. He could only think of the worst possible things that could have happened. He took Kurogiri's outstretched hand as the man made them a portal. They walked through and arrived in the doctor's lab where the man was intensely working on someone on the surgical bed at the back. He had a few of the weaker Nomu nearby, ones Izuku realized as having medical-related quirks. "Doctor, we are here," Kurogiri said. "Good, good," Dr. Tsubasa said, not turning from his patient. "He's been asking for Izuku. Quickly, explain the situation, then bring him here." Kurogiri turned, then knelt down in front of Izuku. "Young master, your parents were attacked earlier today, shortly after I picked you up from school." Izuku stared through Kurogiri as his thoughts ran a mile a minute. His eyes widened when he remembered what else had happened right after school. "All Might. Yes. I lied to you earlier," Kurogiri said. "That battle was not just some random villain. That was a fated fight between All Might and your father. All for One and All Might, or rather the quirk he possesses, have been rivals since the dawn of quirks. And each time the quirk All Might has is passed from user to user, All for One has hunted them down, to take back what is rightfully his. Today, instead of All for One doing that, he was the one hunted down. He and All Might fought, which caused the devastation you saw on the news. And that is why the news was cut off. The government and HPSC do not wish for the public to know of All for One and All Might's past. The fight did not go well." "Is that?" Izuku tried to say, but his voice cracked and got stuck in his throat. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks now. "The doctor is working on your father, trying to save his life. But I'm afraid your mother did not make it. She was crushed by a falling building." Izuku cried, collapsing to his knees. "Izuku," a raspy voice called from the surgical bed. Izuku shot up, recognizing it as his dad's voice. "Dad!" Izuku ran to the bedside. He was met with the gruesome sight of his father, beaten and bloody, his head caved in. His eyes were gone, and the doctor worked on the rest of the man's head. "Izuku, little one," Hisashi said weakly. I need you to copy my quirk. Copy all for one." Izuku didn't understand, but he did as he was told, just like he always did. He reached out with his quirk and searched for the right thread. Except, it wasn't a thread. It was practically a rope. It glowed and writhed within Hisashi. Izuku pulled on it, a deep red ball of energy forming in his open palm. He closed his hand, absorbing the quirk he'd never been allowed to touch until now. "Now use it. Use your copy of all for one. And take the real quirk from me," Hisashi commanded, his voice barely a whisper. "Then give me the copy." But Dad, it's your quirk, why take a copy of it?" "Because." Hisashi wheezed. "I don't know when I'll be able to leave this lab again, if ever. And this quirk is your legacy. Make the world pay for what it's done to you, to our family." Izuku cried as he used his copy of All for One to pull the original out of his father. Then using the original, he placed the copy back into its original owner. "Very good, little one," Hisashi said. "Now, Kurogiri will take care of you. I hope to see you again one day. The doctor he'll do his best to heal me. One day, we'll be together again, and we'll make the world ours." "Daddy," Izuku cried, tears streaming down his face. He felt like a little kid again, not the 13-year-old teenager he now was. What a horrible birthday gift the world had given him. Hisashi weakly rested a hand on Izuku's cheek, using his thumb to wipe away the tears. "Go, little one, live for me and your mother until I return." Hisashi's hand fell away from Izuku's cheek as he passed out. "No, Dad, don't leave me. Kurogiri, take him away. I need to focus on my work again if we have any hope of saving Master's life," the doctor ordered. Kurogiri had to drag Izuku from his father's body. He warped them back to the Midoriya apartment. Izuku continued to cry into Kurogiri's chest. The warper just held him, rubbing his back and whispering useless platitudes to try and calm the boy down. Eventually, Izuku fell asleep in Kurogiri's arms. Kurogiri carried the boy to his bed and laid him down. He then took a seat at Izuku's desk, not planning to let Izuku out of his sight. Izuku didn't wake up until the next day, entirely forgetting about his birthday. Though he'd never feel the urge to celebrate it again. It had gone from one of the best days every year to the absolute worst in his life. When he did wake up, he felt hollow. His parents were gone. Even if his dad survived the surgery, neither he nor the doctor thought he'd wake up anytime soon. The late morning sun shined through his curtains, lighting up his room. He sat up and stared at the wall. He could hear rustling from elsewhere in the apartment, and for a brief moment he almost thought everything had been a terrible nightmare, and he'd walk out to find his mom cooking breakfast like usual. But the all-for-one quirk pulsed in his soul, and he knew that it had all been very, very real. He got out of bed, realizing he was still wearing his Aldra Junior High uniform from the day before. He frowned down at the clothes and quickly changed out of them, into a pair of sweatpants and a random shirt. An All Might shirt lay on the floor. He snatched it up and tossed it through a quick portal, sending it to a garbage dump nearby. Out in the kitchen, Kurogiri was diligently making breakfast. He'd done it plenty of times before, so it wasn't necessarily an odd thing to see. But it still made Izuku's heart ache. "Good morning, young master," Kurogiri said as Izuku padded into the kitchen. He'd made coffee, which Izuku usually wasn't allowed to have, but the warper didn't stop him when he grabbed a mug and filled it with the dark, bitter liquid. "Is it?" Izuku snapped. "I suppose not. I apologize." Izuku sighed. "No, sorry, Kurogiri. You're just trying to keep things going like normal." "All we can do is continue on," Kurogiri said, plating up some eggs and pancakes for Izuku. "You haven't had food since lunch yesterday." Izuku looked down at the outstretched plate of food and his stomach rumbled. He took it, nodding in thanks, and walked over to the dining table. He began to eat, honestly surprised he had an appetite at all. "May I speak freely?" Kurogiri asked him, stepping out of the kitchen with his own mug of coffee. "Yeah, always," Izuku said between mouthfuls of food. "I understand that this is a terrible tragedy to live through. But as I said, we need to continue on. I will be taking care of you from now on. However, we need to move out of this apartment. It's only a matter of time before the police look into your family due to your mother's death. I've already packed up many of your things. We won't fully abandon the apartment, but we cannot stay here for the foreseeable future. Izuku frowned. He figured as much. Things were vastly different now. He'd been let in on the truth of his father. Those old articles he'd found were evidently right. Hisashi was a villain. But that didn't change Izuku's opinion of the man. He was still Izuku's dad, and always would be. Okay, Izuku said. We can leave the hero merch. I don't feel any attachment to it anymore. Kurojairi tilted his head. You and your mother were always so alike. You both got emotional over the simplest of things, which Master found endearing. But now you seem so much more like your father, able to accept the reality of things and move forward. I do believe both of your parents would be even more proud of you than they already were. Thanks, Kurojairi, Izuku said, sniffling a bit, though no tears threatened his eyes. That honestly means a lot. Kurojairi nodded. After breakfast, we will move to one of the nearby safe houses Master had set up. It's cozy, as he once put it. It was meant as a backup home in case something happened and your family had to leave this one in a hurry. Will they have a funeral for my mom? Izuku asked, sitting back in his chair. He'd finished eating by this point. Most likely. Even if the authorities connect her to Master, the Bakugas would never let them slander your mother. Mitsuki will most likely fight the authorities on that, claiming that Inko would have never been with someone like All for One had she known who he was, Kurojairi said. We'll have to keep up that facade, in order to keep you out of trouble. I understand. Will I still be going to Aldera? Yes. Besides the move, your life will have to continue on as if nothing has changed. Which means I have to continue hiding my quirk. Correct. Especially now that you also wield the original All for One. I'm sorry, young master. I know you wish you could show off your quirk. Izuku pondered his options for the future while Kurojairi cleaned up from breakfast. He hand-washed all the dishes and utensils they'd used, putting everything away so that the apartment remained clean. The warper had been cleaning and organizing the home all night. Kurojairi, Izuku suddenly said, drawing the warper's attention back to him. My dad, he dealt with anyone and everyone who went against him, right? Hero, villain, even vigilantes. Correct, Kurojairi said, his eyes narrowing. He didn't seem to like where this was going. What if I become a pseudo-vigilante, though I'll probably be labeled a villain? But Mom, Dad, even you were right about heroes. They aren't inherently good just because society labels them as such. And I have the ability to stop them easily. You do, but you can't draw too much attention to yourself, young master. If the authorities catch you dash. Yeah, I know, but if I can do something, shouldn't I? Izuku asked. And I won't go after high-profile heroes or anything. But like, you and I both know that with the fall of someone like my dad, so many people will try to show up and fill the power vacuum. Just because the news won't report on the truth doesn't mean that the underworld won't know what's happened. Kurojairi was surprised. He hadn't expected Izuku to be so intelligent when it came to the workings of the villain underworld. He set down the dish towel he was holding and walked back over to stand next to the dining room table, looking down at Izuku. You're right. Many of Master's former connections will turn on him and attempt to take some of the power he's left behind. The doctor and I were left with contingency plans to keep some semblance of control, but you may be correct in that you can and should do something to assist. Contingency? Like the other kid Dad had you watch over. How do you know of him? Well, Dad and the doctor weren't exactly subtle when they discussed him. And they did that plenty when I was at the lab for quirk training or to assist their experiments. Kurojairi hummed. Shigaraki Tamura is his name. His quirk is destructive, and he was in an abusive household before he accidentally destroyed it. Master found him one day when you were very little and took him in. The doctor and I have been the ones to supervise him since Master had you to focus on. He has a role to play in the future. Master wants him as the temporary face of the remnants of his empire. Until, of course, you are able to step into that role. Right? Izuku said, looking down at his lap. I think I want to try my plan for now. Can you, or the doctor, get me some kind of costume to help hide my identity? Easily. The simplest idea would be for an all-black outfit, which includes a hood and mask. Nothing too flashy, and you could look like any normal teenager roaming the streets. It wouldn't draw too much attention. Yeah, that sounds good, Izuku said. He stood up from the table. I'm gonna go shower and change, then we can leave. He looked around the apartment, taking it in one last time before he finished preparing for their move. They didn't know when they'd be coming back, but at least it would still be here whenever they were able to return. Very well, young master. Once we settle in at the new house, we can go speak with the doctor and see about getting you some more combat-oriented quirks, Kurogiri said. Your fitness training will be very useful going forward. Izuku nodded as he walked down the hallway. He'd hated the workouts his dad always made him do. But in the end they'd been useful, just as the man had told him whenever Izuku wanted to give up. He'd have to learn hand-to-hand on his own, but with the speed he picked up new things, he doubted it'd be too hard. He went into the bathroom and organized the things he'd take with him, his toothbrush and toothpaste, his hairbrush. The rest of the shower supplies he could leave behind. Besides, he didn't really want to have to pack up wet things anyway, since he was about to shower. Once he'd finished his shower and gotten dressed, he grabbed a duffel bag of things he wanted to take with him and met Kurogiri in the living room. Unsurprisingly, they weren't walking to the safe house, they were warping there. Kurogiri had already taken the suitcases he'd packed for Izuku and now stood waiting on the teen. Izuku stepped through the portal, which Kurogiri collapsed as they exited on the other side. The safe house was certainly cozy, as the warper claimed Hisashi had called it. It wasn't much different from their original apartment. Of course, it looked far less lived in. But Hisashi, and Inko most likely, had done their best to ensure this could be a backup home for them all. You'll be pleased to know this place has a secret room, which you can use for your escapades, Kurogiri said. He pulled up a floor plan of the apartment and showed it to Izuku. In the middle was a room that only had one entrance, a fake wall in the master bedroom. Coordinates marked a spot in the middle of the hidden room. For warping? Izuku asked, pointing at the coordinates. Kurogiri nodded. That's pretty cool. Kurogiri's eyes brightened, indicating a smile. Make yourself comfortable, get moved in and settled. As you probably guessed, you're excused from school for the remainder of the week. But you'll need to begin attending again on Monday. All right, thanks Kurogiri, Izuku said, heading to one of the smaller bedrooms. He wasn't about to take the master bedroom. It would feel weird. And even though his parents would never be able to use it, it still felt like it was theirs. Izuku unpacked his things once he chose a room. His clothes were neatly put away in the dresser and closet. Then he pulled out his stack of notebooks. All hero analysis. Before, he'd noted this information down because he found it interesting. He liked quirks, regardless of the fact his own incentivized learning others, and heroes had always seemed like good people before. Now these were useful for finding ways to stop the heroes. And he'd add to it with villains, whose information he'd get from Kurogiri and the doctor. Vigilantes would be harder, but he could look into them while doing his own work. He never expected to become a vigilante villain at only 13. But he had a legacy to live up to. Didn't he? The apartment was abandoned, yet it looked as if the residents had just stepped out for a bit, the detective said. Almost as if we just happened to miss them. Are you sure they didn't? The hero asked. He was tired, like always, and sitting in the detective's office was making him want to just sleep. Seeing as one of the known residents had her funeral a few days ago, and the other is M.A.? Yes, I'm quite sure. Aizawa Shoyuda, the underground pro-hero, Eraserhead, sighed. He picked up the file in front of him and opened it to read about the case. Midoriya Izuku's crushed body was discovered in the aftermath of a massive hero-villain fight, which somehow Aizawa knew almost nothing about. And Detective Tsukachi Naomosa wasn't giving him any details about it either. Midoriya Izuku had been a well-respected lawyer, though the cases she focused on centered around heroes abusing their power. The woman's husband, Midoriya Hisashi, didn't have much information on him. He had a lot of travel paperwork, though. Based on those records, Hisashi had barely been home. Instead he spent time in other prefectures, and even out of the country. Then, of course, was their son, Midoriya Izuku. The boy had disappeared for a few days following the death of his mother, but he'd returned to school the following week and even showed up at Inko's funeral, according to the file. According to the police, Midoriya had been taken in by the babysitter he'd had as a kid. Though nothing much was known about the man. Family friends of the Midoriyas, the Bakugas, had confirmed as much. But they also said they hadn't seen Izuku since his mother's death, except briefly at the woman's funeral. Their only other knowledge of the teen was the fact their own son attended the same school as him, Aldra Junior High. So, Aizawa said, leaning back in his chair. Why exactly did you call me down here? Something doesn't add up, Tsukachi said. The location Mrs. Midoriya died, the fight that happened there and her possible connections to the villain. About whom you'll tell me nothing, Aizawa reminded him. Not my call, sorry, the detective said. All I can say is that he was an extremely dangerous man. And if she was connected to him in any way, then their son needs to be watched. As far as we can tell, they live in an area of the city which you patrol anyway. So if you can just keep an eye out, and let us know if you discover anything, it'd be much appreciated. Aizawa sighed. Fine. But you know I can only watch. Just because you have a suspicion doesn't mean I can grab the kid and detain him or anything. Yeah, I know. All I want is an eye on him. I'll let you know if anything interesting happens. But my guess is that this Midoriya is just going to be a mourning teenager trying to continue his life as best he can. I'm hoping you're right, the detective said. Throwing up his hood, Izuku formed a portal with warp. Black-green mist flowed from his hand to create the swirling mass. He walked through it, stepping out of the hidden room in his home and into an alleyway several blocks away. He and Kurogiri had quickly decided there was no point in keeping their new home a secret, since Izuku still had to go to school and he couldn't just warp to and from Aldra every day. Plus, the police had come to talk to him about the death of his mother 3 times now. As if he had anything new to tell them after the first one. Though it had given him the chance to learn the quirk of Detective Tsukachi, which he discreetly copied one day when walking them out of the apartment after the interrogation. The truth was a fickle thing. One could manipulate their wording to come across as true to even the strictest of lie detectors. In addition, if someone believed wholeheartedly that they were speaking the truth, then it would ping as such. Kurogiri and the doctor had helped Izuku learn how to best fool a lie detector quirk, though Izuku was still careful in what he said and how he worded things. He preferred half-truths rather than attempting to lie in such a fashion that it seemed like he was telling the truth. Regardless of what he'd become, or who his father had been, Izuku couldn't fully bear lying to the authorities. Rolling his shoulders, Izuku absorbed the warp mist back into his body and a moment later his hand was once again corporeal and solid. He shook it, since the feeling of using warp always left him with a sense of pins and needles for a few minutes after. He was after one specific villain tonight. Someone whose quirk was extremely powerful, though the man barely knew the half of it. The doctor had discovered it thanks to some of the connections they still had with the underworld. The villain had a quirk that they'd labeled amnesia. It allowed the user to erase a victim's memory, to varying degrees if they were correct. But the villain only used it to make people forget him and his actions after he'd had his fun. He used it short-term. Izuku figured it could be used to entirely erase someone's memory of a person, regardless of how long they'd known them. The quirk would allow him to make people forget him as needed. It would primarily be useful for anyone he came across on these night patrols, as he'd come to call them. But it could also be used to wipe the memory of people who'd known him longer, if he saw the need. At this point, that only really included his classmates at Aldra and the Bakugu family. He didn't want to wipe their memories, but if he did follow in his father's footsteps, it might be necessary. At the very least, he had discussed with the doctor about wiping the Bakugu's memory of Kurogiri, given the warper was now focusing on taking care of Shigaraki. Izuku used airwalk to make his way to the nearby rooftop. Warping into alleys limited the chance someone would notice the portal, but the rooftops were beneficial to scouting. He understood why many heroes used the same strategy. According to their intel, the villain he was after frequented this part of the city due to its many bars and nightclubs, because his targets were the drunk patrons leaving those establishments. Sometimes he just took their money. Other times, he did more unsavory things to them. And in the end, he'd cause them to forget the horror they experienced that night, and so he continued to be uncaught by the authorities. He scanned the street below, on which were 3 different nightclubs. People flowed in and out of each, moving between them with friends, or whoever they'd met in one club. Izuku had been given a quirk that heightened his vision at night, and so he could easily make out what each person looked like. It took about 30 minutes before Izuku saw a man that fit the description they'd been given. He was following another young man out of one of the clubs, staying back a few feet. The civilian was nearly stumbling as he walked, obviously drunk, which made him the exact target the villain was going for. Izuku followed them from the rooftops, waiting for his opportunity. The villain wouldn't act while they were still so close to the crowds of the club, but a few blocks away he finally sped up to catch the young man. Izuku took that moment to run down to street level, using airwalk, and tackle the villain into an alley. He heard the civilian mutter something, probably having heard the thud of Izuku's body slamming into the villain and taking them both into the alley. But the young man didn't investigate. Footsteps faded away as he kept walking. "What the F dash?" the villain snarled, pushing Izuku off of him and standing up. "Who the hell do you think you are, huh? Doesn't matter who I am. You'll forget me soon enough." Izuku's mask changed his voice to be deeper, distorted. "Huh?" the villain barked out a laugh. "I think it's you who'll forget me, dumbass." The villain took a step towards Izuku, but the teen just ped his head to the side. He called on the strength quirks the doctor had let him copy shortly after his parents died, and punched the villain, sending him flying into the wall. The villain's breath was knocked out of him as he collapsed to the ground, wheezing. "Yeah, no," Izuku said as he walked over to the villain and knelt in front of him. While his copy quirk only required proximity, all for one required physical contact. He set his hand on the villain's shoulder and pulled the amnesia quirk out of him. "Like I said, you'll forget me." He used the new quirk to erase the villain's mind of the few memories related to Izuku. He then dropped an envelope into the villain's lap as the man fell unconscious, a side effect of the amnesia quirk. Izuku often left these villains for the authorities to find, collecting evidence of their crimes and leaving that as well so they'd get locked up. Low-level villains like this guy weren't worth keeping around, even if their quirks were. A quick phone call to the police, using an untraceable phone Kurogiri had given him, and Izuku was done for the night. He used warp to head home. He'd achieved his goal for the night. It had been 6 months since his parents died. Whether or not his father could ever be awoken from his coma, Izuku figured it easier to assume him dead. It made lying about it more believable to others if he just thought that way all the time. School continued to be its normal, annoying part of his life. Bullies continued to harass him, though they dialed it back a bit during the first few weeks after his parents' deaths. But they were back at it in full now. Well, all except Kaken. Kaken didn't bother him much at all anymore, though he still glared and sneered at Izuku, and continued calling him a useless Deku. Izuku honestly didn't give a DMN what any of them thought. His grades were near perfect. He had more power than any of them could ever imagine. He could probably explode the room and everyone in it with ease. But he was still 13, and figured outright murder, especially of children, wasn't the best plan. Nor what he really ever wanted to do with the power he held. His father had been a villain. Probably the largest and most powerful villain ever known. But Izuku didn't see himself fully following in Hisashi's footsteps. Yeah, for now he was assisting the doctor in creating Nomu, since his copy quirk made it so easy. And maybe he wanted to tear down hero society because of how corrupt it was. But he also didn't want villains running free in the streets, terrorizing civilians. And if he took his father's route, then even with him at the top, that kind of thing was bound to happen. No one could control everything in a society. So, for now, he just continued his nightly escapades. Sometimes he took down villains, other times he stopped corrupt heroes and left enough evidence behind to get them caught. He'd come across a few vigilantes, who he'd chatted with. He actually rarely saw a need to disrupt them. They were genuinely helping people, and weren't in it for the money like so many heroes. Though some of them did go a bit overboard. Izuku hadn't come across any of those guys yet. He ate lunch on the roof of Aldra, as had become his norm. He'd slink away when class was dismissed for lunch and warp himself to the top, bypassing the stairwells and any teachers who might be guarding them. He was careful, ensuring no one saw him use the quirk. Kurogiri always packed him lunch, though the warper wasn't home all that often anymore. He had those contingency plans to take care of, particularly Shigaraki Tamura, whom Izuku had yet to meet. But based on the doctor's feelings toward Shigaraki and Kurogiri's description of him, Izuku wasn't missing out on much. He'd leave them alone, for now. Both men still happily helped Izuku, and in turn he assisted them when they asked. The doctor was the one who took that opportunity the most. The latest Nomu experiment had resulted in failure. The focus on ensuring All for One survived his fight with All Might caused the doctor to neglect the stasis pod holding the Nomu for several days. The lack of attention had led the pod to failing one day, setting back the project immensely. The doctor had cowered from Izuku when he'd had to explain what happened. Izuku had just stared at him, confused. It took a moment to realize the doctor probably thought Izuku would react like his father and severely punish him. While Izuku wouldn't do that, he made sure the threat of such a possibility still existed. He'd told the doctor he was disappointed in the failure, but understood the reasoning behind it. However, if the doctor failed again, then there would have to be consequences. The old Izuku would have balked at such an action. But the old Izuku also had loving parents who still lived. Still hugged him and praised him. This new Izuku didn't have that luxury. The doctor had immediately begun work on a new Nomu, with the same focus of having the capability to fight All Might. They hadn't seen nor heard anything of the hero since his fight with All for One. None of them were even sure the man still lived. But given All for One did, they weren't taking any chances. The Nomu would be a gift for Shigaraki one day, should the number one hero make a return. Shigaraki had apparently been groomed by the doctor and All for One into hating heroes, All Might most of all. That didn't surprise Izuku. The story of how they'd come to adopt Shigaraki had pinged true when the doctor told him, thanks to the lie detector quirk he'd picked up from Detective Tsukachi. His phone buzzed and he pulled it out of his pocket to see a text from the doctor. Dr. 1148. Can you stop by the lab after school today? I have something I would like to test with your copies. Izuku had nothing he needed to get done that night, and wasn't planning on heading out to deal with any stupid villains or heroes. So he shrugged as he typed out his response. Izuku 1152. I'll be there after dinner. He only ever warped to the lab from his home, and so he decided he'd take the time to change out of his uniform and eat dinner before heading into the lab. The doctor wouldn't complain, and his quick reply of, "Thank you," was exactly what Izuku expected. Izuku arrived at the lab around 6 o'clock. The doctor greeted him without looking up from his computer. He had a few of the quirk vials arranged nearby, none of them labeled. Izuku could guess what their experiment was going to be tonight. Izuku took a seat on one of the many stools strewn around the lab while he waited on the doctor to tell him why he was there. The latest Nomu project floated in its large stasis tank. The monster was still in its biological augment stage, where the doctor enhanced the body so it could withstand the many quirks it was going to hold. The Nomu still creeped Izuku out, despite his proximity to them for so many years. "Thank you for coming, young master," the doctor said. "I want to see how many copies of a quirk you can create. We know you can make one, and now that you have All for One, you can transfer that copy to someone or something else. But your father was able to wield multiple copies of one quirk, mainly the strength-boosting ones like the single copies you currently wield. Since we've barely used your copy quirk, which we really should name beyond just copy, seeing as that's too basic," the doctor continued. "Especially since the failure already has that listed on official documentation," he then muttered under his breath before returning to his normal volume. "We need to test how it functions. Besides All for One and the amnesia quirk, and of course your quirk itself, you only wield copies of quirks. So far, they've all been seen to function exactly the same as the originals, unlike our artificial copies. And if I can make multiple copies, then we can replace your artificial ones?" Izuku asked. "Partially. I do not want to force you to always be available to make copies, and with the amount of originals I have available, thanks to your father, I can make copies for the Nomu without much issue. I will want to test how effective your copies are when it comes to my artificial duplications. Currently, if I copy a copy, the quirk degrades further. It practically becomes useless after 2 copies. Doctor, a voice yelled through the intercom nearby, causing the doctor to sigh aggressively. The demon brat, the short man mumbled. Young master, put on your mask and hood. Shigaraki is most likely about to barge in here and demand something. Izuku snorted as he threw up the hood of his sweatshirt and put his mask on. You should move him out of the compound, then. We're working on it. Kurogyari has been setting up a place to be a front for what we have planned with the brat. The door at the far end of the lab slammed open just as the doctor dimmed the lights on everything beyond the first few meters of the lab. While he's here, the doctor whispered, copy his quirk. I have an interest in messing with it. Just don't touch anything while you have it. It's a 5-finger activation. Izuku nodded, following the doctor towards the front of the lab. The only visible things behind them was the doctor's work area and the main Nomu experiment. Doctor, Kurogyari is not answering me, Shigaraki whined, scratching at his neck. Because he is busy, the doctor said flatly. As we've told you, he has other jobs to handle while Master is indisposed. That piqued Izuku's attention. So they hadn't told Shigaraki the truth about All for One yet. Sensei better have a good reason to be gone so long, Shigaraki snarled. Izuku couldn't help the growl that came from his throat at the careless words of Shigaraki. The other teenager turned to him and glared. Who are you? Izuku waited to see if the doctor would explain, but the man just gestured for him to go ahead. None of your concern, Izuku said lowly, his voice distorted by his mask. He'd just wipe Shigaraki's memory of him with amnesia anyway. The other teen continued to glare at him, narrowing his eyes. Shigaraki took a step forward, putting him in range for Izuku to copy his quirk. So Izuku did. He found the thread and pulled it, the wisp forming in his hand a blue-gray color that matched Shigaraki's hair. He let the wisp float in his palm as it drew Shigaraki's attention. Izuku then absorbed it and clenched both hands into fists, so he couldn't accidentally touch anything with all 5 fingers. He could tell it was a destruction quirk, based on how it felt. That was dangerous for someone as volatile as Shigaraki. He had to wonder how many things the teenager had destroyed, either accidentally or purposefully. The hell was that? Shigaraki demanded. Go back to your room, the doctor ordered. Kurogyari will return soon to take you to the location he's been setting up. I'm sure you'll be much happier there. Shigaraki scoffed and turned to leave, but before he walked away, Izuku quickly wiped his memory of meeting Izuku. The teen shook his head, dazed, before collapsing. Ah, right, that quirk knocks them unconscious, the doctor said, staring down at Shigaraki. We'll deal with him in a moment. First, come here. Izuku followed him over to his desk, where the doctor picked up one of the quirk containment vials. He quickly wrote on it decay, then held it up for Izuku. Put that quirk in here. 1 finger on the vial should be enough to transfer it. Izuku tapped his index finger against the vial, pulling decay from his stockpile of quirks and placing it into the artificial environment within the vial. The glass glowed a dull blue as the doctor placed it in the rack alongside the other copies. The doctor then handed Izuku a piece of blank paper. Just to be safe, take this and touch it with all 5 fingers of one hand. Izuku did and nothing happened. They waited a minute or so to be sure. Alright, now if you could, please warp Shigaraki back to his room. The doctor pulled up a diagram of the compound, pointing out the room they'd assigned to Shigaraki. Izuku called on warp and formed a portal, stepping through it to see Shigaraki's room. He then created another portal just above the teen's bed, the other side forming beneath Shigaraki. The young villain gently fell into his bed. Izuku then returned back to the lab, collapsing the portals behind him. Thank you, the doctor said. Now back to what we were trying to work on. The man grabbed a vial from the original's wreck. It was labeled Airwalk. You have a copy of this already, so first test is to see if you can copy it again. Alright, Izuku said. Sounds simple enough. He reached out for the quirk, the thread floating in nothingness, neither end connected to anything. Normally the thread was connected to a faint outline of the body of its holder. He went to grab the thread, but he slipped through it. He tried a few more times then pulled back. He looked at his hand, where no wisp had formed. Unable to copy it, I presume? The doctor asked, writing down something on a clipboard. No, I can't even grasp the thread like normal. Next, place your copy of Airwalk into this vial, the doctor said, holding out a new vial which he had labeled, testing. Izuku did so, feeling odd with not having one of the quirks he'd wielded for several years now. And again, try to copy the original. Izuku reached back out for the original Airwalk, finding the thread and going to grasp it. This time he could. And so he pulled the thread and formed a copy, the white wisp floating in his palm when he looked down. He absorbed it and tested the quirk out, able to use it just like he could before. Fascinating. So you can make multiple copies, but only so long as you don't currently wield one. The doctor placed the vial with Izuku's original copy of Airwalk into a small rack sitting on his desk. He then took the vial containing the original quirk and returned it to the primary rack of quirks before pulling out a different one. Izuku saw the label on it read, Brawn Boost, which was one of the simple strength-enhancing quirks the doctor had already had him copy. Your father wields 3 copies of this. The only reason he doesn't have the original currently is because of his desire to have you copy it as well. We, of course, never got around to that before now. So, as before you already have a copy of this, so we'll need to place that copy into a containment vial temporarily. Another empty vial was handed to him, in which he placed his copy of Brawn Boost, causing the vial to dimly glow a dark red. He still hadn't figured out why quirks glowed in the colors they did. Airwalk was essentially white, which fit the fact that it was a quirk involving air. But then Shigaraki's decay had glowed the same color as the teenager's hair. So what exactly fed into the color? Izuku shook his head, pushing those thoughts to the side before he got too distracted. With the copy safely stowed in the vial, the doctor handed him the original quirk. He copied it once more. The doctor then swapped the original's vial for the one holding Izuku's first copy. Now, try to pull your first copy back out of the vial and into your body. Izuku did, and felt no odd interaction between the first and second copies. Both still existed in his copy quirk. We've tested your enhanced strength before, so we have a baseline. So, just like before, hit the punching bag as hard as you can and the sensors will record your strength. The doctor gestured towards the part of the lab where they'd set up the exercise equipment used to test Izuku's copies of body-enhancing quirks. Izuku walked over to it and got into his usual fighting stance. He wound his arm back then hit the punching bag as hard as he could. The bag flew back, slamming into the wall behind it as it broke off the chain holding it up. Izuku stared wide-eyed at it. That hadn't happened when he'd only had one copy of Brawn Boost. So they do indeed stack, just like Master's copies. Will be slightly annoying having to stow away a copy to make a new one, but you can stack multiple versions of body-enhancing quirks just like your father, which will be useful for the future. So I'm keeping both copies? Izuku asked, turning to face the doctor. Why not? We have the original, and I can still make artificial copies for the Nomu. Though if we want to add more than 2 copies of the quirk to them, I will need your assistance. But even this one, the doctor knocked on the glass of the primary Nomu stasis tank, will only need 2 copies of it, thanks to the other quirks we're planning on putting into it. And you're sure only 2 copies of Brawn Boost will be enough strength for it to handle All Might, should he be alive? Yes, because that won't be the only enhancement quirk it has. Some quirks alter the body, and so neither your father or you would ever really wish to use them. However, that doesn't matter for the Nomu and is partially why this one will look the way it will once I've finished engineering its biology. Fair enough, Izuku said. So is that all the testing you wanted to do with my quirk, today? It is, yes. We've verified that you can copy a single quirk multiple times, so long as you don't hold a copy of it when trying to duplicate it. We then checked that you can wield more than one copy of a quirk, but have to transfer the copies back to yourself after storing them in order to do so. Which is similar to how the artificial copies work with stacking anyway. We of course know you can't copy a copy, which is why the artificial copies degrade if we try to duplicate a copy rather than the original. I'm stuck with that process for some quirks, given your father still wields a few of the originals himself. I could replace those with copies. Couldn't I? Izuku asked. Yes, but it would require you to have physical contact with Master, and I'd prefer to keep him in the regenerative stasis tank for now. Perhaps one day we can attempt that. The doctor put away his clipboard and stored the now-used vials in a small case. Go on home, young master. Have a good evening, doctor, Izuku said as he formed a portal. Don't work all night again. The doctor chuckled. Sadly, I have a shift at the hospital tonight, but I'll try to take your advice. He waved Izuku off as Izuku stepped through his portal. He didn't get paid enough for this. Eraserhead perched on a rooftop, watching events unfold in the dimly lit street below. A hooded and masked vigilante had stopped two men from harassing a young woman. The woman had run off, though she shouted a quick thank you before doing so. The vigilante, who should have backed off after that, had decided he wanted to beat in the lesson. He sighed as he leapt from the roof, using his capture weapon wrapped around a pipe to slow his descent. Whipping the cloth, it released its hold on the pipe and he wrapped it back around his neck. Look, kid, I think they get it, he said as he approached the vigilante and his two victims. The hooded vigilante whipped around, glaring at him with bright, emerald-green eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. The two idiots behind him took their chance to run away. Eraserhead already got their faces on camera, and he'd pass the image along to the police later. For now, he had to deal with the vigilante. You do know vigilantism is illegal, right? He asked the masked figure. The vigilante was short, as if he wasn't fully grown. His eyes had a youth to them, which only reinforced Eraserhead's fear that this was, in fact, a kid. Or, well, a teenager most likely. Someone's gotta do the work, hero, the vigilante said, his mask distorting his voice but the disdain it was clear. Aha, and that person is you? Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. I was watching them too. You just decided to run in before I had a chance to react. What if they had quirks that you couldn't handle, kid? The vigilante's eyes narrowed. I'm not a kid, he said. And even with the voice change, it didn't convince Eraserhead in the slightest. And I can handle anything they might have had. But their quirks weren't combat-oriented. Not strong enough to be, at least. That still doesn't mean you should be taking them on, Eraser said flatly. Come on, kid. He reached out to grab the teenager's arm, but in turn the teenager slipped into a fighting stance. Eraser just rolled his eyes and sighed, flaring his quirk and readying to fight. The teen's eyes flickered, their soft glow disappearing as erasure affected him. The teen looked down at his hands and frowned. Then he looked up at Eraser in recognition. Oh, you're Eraserhead, he said, suddenly excited. A complete 180 from his mood moments before. Eraser straightened up, though he didn't yet drop his quirk despite the irritation in his eyes. Not gonna fight me now? Oh, definitely not. You're a great hero from the little I know. The teenager's cheery voice was still prevalent even through his mask's distortion. Finally dropping erasure, and blinking rapidly for a moment, Eraserhead stared down at the teen in front of him. So why are you out trying to take my job from me then? He asked, crossing his arms. Well, the teen stammered, the dim glow of his eyes returning. Aizawa figured it must be some kind of night vision quirk. Those guys had been harassing people, and they were small time, so I didn't know if any hero would care, and I didn't know that you patrolled this area, so I just thought dash. Slow it down, kid, Aizawa said, interrupting the teen's rambling. Yes, I patrol this area. I recently changed my route, a few months ago, which is probably why you were unaware. But now that you are, I don't want to see you out here again. I'm giving you a pass tonight. You said vigilantism is illegal, so shouldn't you be taking me in? The teen asked, ping his head to the side in confusion. Yes, but I'm not. You're a kid, don't act like you aren't, and so you have your life ahead of you. If you want to do work like this legally, I suggest trying for a hero school program. You look like you have the potential to excel in those. The kid's eyes narrowed as he huffed. Aizawa surmised he was scowling behind the mask. Look, you may have an issue with heroes, and I can't really blame you with how some of them are. Why do you think I stick to underground work? Aizawa said. But the best way to change it would be from the inside, so why not start there? Now go on, Get out of here before I change my mind. The teen sighed. Fine. Thanks for not arresting me, and I'll think about what you said. The teen turned and began walking down the alley, which led to a dead end. Aizawa frowned as he watched the boy, wondering where he could be going, before a swirling mass of black mist formed in front of the teenager. He walked through and disappeared, the mist dissipating behind him. So maybe he'd been wrong with his guess as to what the kid's quirk was. He'd have to look into the registry to see if such a quirk was listed anywhere. A few nights later, Izuku suited back up again to head out on his own patrol. He'd try sticking to the shadows a bit more, maybe just observing for the night. He didn't want to get caught by Eraserhead again, and he knew the hero wouldn't have let him close enough to use amnesia. Besides, Eraserhead was a cool hero, and someone that Izuku had no issues with. The man did his job well and made sure to genuinely help people. Plus, underground heroes often received less pay, since they weren't as well known, so Eraserhead certainly wasn't doing it for the money. He warped to an alley only a block from his home, deciding to stick a bit closer to home than usual and maybe avoid dealing with Eraserhead. He hoped he wouldn't have to deal with the hero, because there was no doubt the man would use erasure and stop him from escaping if they came across one another again. What did I tell you? A voice said, immediately ruining Izuku's hopes for the night. He whipped around, looking up to the roof of one of the neighboring buildings where Eraserhead stood, arms crossed. Eraser! Izuku said cheerily, voice modulator on. Fancy seeing you here, huh? Eraserhead just sighed and rappelled down with his capture scarf, which Izuku thought was pretty badass, coming to stand in front of Izuku. He recrossed his arms and shifted his weight to lean on one leg. He didn't yet flare erasure. You're lucky that it seems like your quirk isn't combat-focused, so I won't claim illegal quirk use just yet. But that begs the question as to why you think you can take on villains and thugs if all you can do is make a portal. Right? Izuku had only used warp in front of Eraserhead, and he probably didn't pay much mind to the night vision quirk he wielded, maybe thinking it was some other aspect of the warp quirk. Right, Izuku said, drawing out the word which only made Eraserhead narrow his eyes. Well, I work out a lot, so I just use my strength to beat up thugs who go after innocent civilians? Izuku was actually nervous. He hadn't been nervous around anyone for the last few years, except his parents when they got mad at him or disappointed. But they weren't around anymore, and he was now someone who had veiled threats in his words to the doctor and outright threatened thugs. Yet, Eraserhead made him anxious, goosebumps prickling his arms. Sure you do, Eraserhead said, unconvinced. But I told you that if you wanted to do this, you should do it legally and wait a few years. You're what, 14? 15? You should be entering high school soon, so aim for one of the hero academies. 13, Izuku grumbled, though he had no idea why he just gave away his age. He growled at his stupidity. My point proven, Eraserhead said. Come on, I'm walking you home, and we're having a conversation with your parents about this. Izuku sighed, looking at his feet. I don't have parents, not anymore. Oh crap, sorry kid, Eraser said, a sudden softness in his voice. Still, you can't be out here doing vigilante work, alright? Do you at least have somewhere to stay? Yeah, I still have a home, just no one to live in it with me. Why was he explaining this to a hero? But I get checked up on by a family friend every so often. There was something about Eraserhead that kind of reminded him of his father. A rough exterior but a heart that cared. Stern words that showed the fondness he had. And somehow, Izuku apparently had earned Eraserhead's care? Or at least, his worry since he gave away his age. And the hero had said Izuku had potential. So maybe, well, then we're back to me taking you home. And no quirk, I want to see where you live. Eraserhead turned and began to walk out of the alley. Come on kid, don't make this difficult. Izuku sighed and followed after the hero. I'm old enough to go home on my own, he complained. Yes, just like you're evidently old enough to be a vigilante. Doesn't mean I trust you to actually do that, Eraserhead said. So, your quirk is a portal quirk? Kind of. Izuku said. Then quickly added, but it's none of your business. All right, Eraserhead said. They continued to walk in silence. Izuku, probably to his detriment, guided their path towards his home. He would have taken Eraser to his old home, the apartment his family had lived in. But the police had hovered around it too much, and so he and Kurogiri had decided to fully move everything that Izuku cared about out of there, then end the lease on the apartment. It was sad to lose his childhood home, but Izuku could only move forward now. They arrived at the apartment he now called home. His father actually owned the entire apartment complex, though under a different name, so his unit was far more upscale than his old home. Of course, the complex was actually overseen by a holding company, also owned by All for One. Once you had enough layers of bureaucracy, people didn't notice the actual head of a company being MIA. Eraserhead glanced between Izuku and the apartment building they approached. He raised an eyebrow and looked down at Izuku. But he didn't say anything. Izuku walked up the stairs towards his apartment, pulling out the key he kept in his pocket, just in case he had to return the normal way. Though he'd never expected to have been escorted home by a hero. He unlocked the door and walked in, turning to face Eraserhead. "Well, I'm home, so..." He scuffed his shoe on the floor. "Thanks for walking me home, I guess?" Eraserhead just stared at him, then glanced at the apartment number on the door. He narrowed his eyes when he returned his gaze to Izuku. "You know, when your mother was killed, there was an investigation into your family. Of course, we found out that someone had taken you in and that you were well cared for, and given the trauma you'd experienced, the police didn't want to separate you from someone who cared about you, who you knew so well." "I don't dash," Izuku started, but a raised hand from Eraserhead silenced him. "You obviously knew this, since the police interviewed you several times. Kind of overkill if you ask me. What could you have possibly known that you hadn't told them the first time?" Eraser said, rolling his eyes. "Anyway, that information was shared with me, because I was part of the investigation. So I recognized the apartment. I suppose that explains your desire to take things into your own hands, doesn't it, Midoriya?" Izuku deflated. He'd been an idiot to listen to Eraserhead and let the man escort him home. He'd also been an idiot to let slip any information about himself. All the other heroes and villains he'd met since going out at night had tried asking who he was, too, and he'd never given them even a hint. But something about Eraserhead had changed his mind and he'd let things slip. "Fine," Izuku said, pulling off his hood and taking off his mask. "Do you want some coffee?" Eraserhead snorted. "Sure, kid." He walked in, Izuku closing the door behind him. Both of them took off their boots and left them by the door before they walked further into the apartment. Izuku scurried over to the kitchen to make some coffee, leaving Eraserhead in the living room. The hero scanned the apartment, seemingly taking it all in. "So you live alone now?" the hero asked. Izuku hesitated to answer the question. Kurogiri was hardly around, though he always left a prepared lunch for Izuku to take to school, just to show he still cared. So technically, Izuku did live alone. And he was still a minor, which meant if the authorities knew of that, they'd force him into the system. Apparently the hesitation answered Eraser's question. He just sighed. "Look, kid, I can't in good conscience leave you to live alone. You said you're 13, so you're a minor." There was. "But I also know the system SES." "Oh, that was surprising. To be honest, I was actually told to patrol this area specifically because of you. My normal route is nearby, given the proximity to UA, but still it was a change requested by the police. Why would they redirect a hero to watch out for me?" Izuku asked as he poured 2 mugs of steaming coffee. He padded back out into the living room and handed one to the hero. "Thanks." Eraser took a long swig of coffee. "And it's because they have this ridiculous belief that your mother was an accomplice to a villain. The fight in which she was a casualty? Except, I wasn't told who that villain is. Or what even happened exactly that caused your mother's death. It sounds like some big conspiracy that you are somehow wrapped up in." Izuku grimaced. He hated being reminded of his mom's death. But he found it interesting that Eraserhead wasn't given the full story about All for One and All Might's fight. The latter still hadn't been seen by the public since that day, and the news reported that he was abroad or something. Though the doctor had discovered that the hero was alive, just still recovering from the fight. Eraserhead hummed. "Sorry, I suppose that's a sore subject." "It's fine," Izuku muttered. And, well, he couldn't tell the hero the truth, but maybe he could spin it? The detectives that interviewed me asked something like that. If I knew who my father really was. My dad traveled a lot, so he wasn't home too often, so I guess it's possible I didn't know him that well? I don't know, their questions were so weird. And like you said, they interrogated me several times before finally accepting my answers. Yeah, the police went a bit overboard. Eraserhead shrugged. There's one thing that I do have a question about, though. If you'll let me ask. Izuku furrowed his brow, but he nodded. Your mother had a telekinesis quirk, and your father's was listed as a fire-breathing quirk. Yet yours seems to be a portal quirk. I didn't hear a question in that? Izuku said. Right, well, I suppose my question circles back to what the police asked you about. Are you sure you know the truth about who your father is, or was? I mean, I guess not. But why would my parents lie about his quirk to me? I witnessed my mom's quirk, so I know she was truthful. Right? And she evidently used it slightly when she almost dropped something at the law firm she worked at, so we have verification of her quirk, Eraserhead said, nodding slightly. I was just curious, after seeing you use your quirk to leave a few days ago, and then again tonight. You seem to have quite good control over it. Yeah? Izuku said. So, am I in trouble then? Eraserhead sighed. No, kid, I'm not going to arrest you or even report your quirk use. But I will inform the police that you no longer have a guardian. Izuku hummed sadly at that, dropping his gaze to the floor. However, Izuku's eyes shot back up to meet the heroes. I've seen what you can do, and the aftermath of some of your previous nights out. You're a good kid, and have a lot of potential. I'd hate to see someone like you get destroyed by being stuck in the system. So I can continue living here? No, but I'm willing to offer you the spare room in my place. You can still attend Aldra, and I'll work on getting you a proper place to stay. Your family had friends, the Bakugas, right? Izuku cringed at that thought. Not the Bakugas, please. Auntie and uncle are nice people, but I don't want to live with them. Very well, then we'll see what we can do. But for now, I think you should stay with me. So pack a bag and we'll head out. But what about your patrol? Izuku asked. I'm ending it early, Eraserhead said flatly. Izuku sighed and put his now empty mug in the sink. He then walked off to his bedroom to pack up a few days' worth of clothes. He'd have to wait and see what came of this. The doctor watched the camera feed of Izuku's apartment entrance. He saw as the boy was escorted home by the pro-hero Eraserhead and brought a hand to his chin in thought. About an hour later, he watched the duo leave, though this time Izuku's hood and mask were off and he carried a duffel bag. He got a text from the young boy and read it. The boy was evidently being taken in by Eraserhead, given the fact that he was now living alone due to Kurogiri's focus on Shigaraki. It wasn't Izuku's fault that the brat Shigaraki needed more supervision than he did. But alas, this was how things would be. The doctor would inform Kurogiri of the change, but they'd leave the apartment ready for Izuku's use as a continued safe house. Especially since he used the hidden room as a sort of base of operations. On the bright side, this gave them easy access to one of the most useful and powerful quirks they'd had on their radar for several years, erasure. Not only could Izuku make a copy of it, but he could entirely take it from the heroes. The light of his computer screen glinted off his glasses and he smiled. Things were still going their way, even if the young master was now in the arms of the heroes. They walked into the apartment that Eraserhead called home. Both of them took off their boots at the entrance. Izuku placed another pair of shoes, his normal ones, next to his boots. Then he followed Eraserhead deeper into the apartment. It was late, around 3 o'clock in the morning. Unsurprisingly, the apartment was dim, though not fully dark. Izuku understood that, seeing as he often left a few lights on at his place when going out at night. It just made sense for a hero to leave some lights on when going out for patrol at night. The sound of something small trotting through the house drew Izuku's attention. A cat hopped up on the counter next to Eraserhead, who had started brewing some more coffee. The cat sat there and meowed loudly, causing the hero to groan before reaching over and scratching behind the cat's ears. You have a cat? Izuku asked as he set his duffel bag down and walked over to the counter, taking a seat on one of the stools on the opposite side from Eraserhead. 2 cats, actually. The other one is probably hiding somewhere. the hero responded, turning to face Izuku. This is Callie. I'm sure you can guess why that's her name. And no, I'm not the one who named her. The cat turned to look at Izuku. It was a calico, which explained the name. But if the hero hadn't named her, who did? The cat walked over to Izuku and looked at him curiously before meowing at him. Izuku reached out to pet her and she melted into his hand. If you didn't name her, who did? Izuku asked. Eraserhead started, then paused, seemingly unsure how to continue. He then sighed and explained. My partner, and no, I don't mean in the hero sense. You'll probably meet him in Dash. Show. A voice said from the nearby hallway. Another man sleepily walked into the kitchen, rubbing at his eyes as he put on a pair of glasses. He was blonde, his hair tied up in a messy bun. The morning. Eraser finished before sighing again. Or not, because for once he's a light sleeper. The man walked over to Eraserhead and inspected him. I'm fine, Zashi. Just something came up so I ended patrol early. He pointed at Izuku, the something. The other man turned to look at Izuku and although it took him a moment, Izuku realized he recognized the man. He wasn't in his hero costume, but the face was still the same. Wait, you're present, Mike. Izuku said excitedly. The voice hero was one of the few heroes Izuku still genuinely liked, mostly because he enjoyed the man's radio show, often listening to it on his walks to or from school, when he hadn't been escorted by Kurogiri. Sure lil listener. Mike said with a smile. Though out of costume, I'm Yamada Hisashi. And who might you be? Hisashi. Huh, the world must be playing a cruel joke on Izuku. Someone with such a similar name to his father coming into his life? Kurogiri may have been right in that he'd finally gathered the emotional control that his father had, but he was still his mother's son. His eyes stung as tears threatened his cheeks. Eraserhead stepped in, noticing the sudden change in Izuku's mood. This is Midoriya Izuku. You remember that case Tsukachi pulled me on? He's the kid, Eraser said. Then he turned to Izuku. And you can call me Aizawa when I'm not on patrol. Oh, that case. Well, then lil listener, you're welcome in our home. Make yourself comfortable, and I'll get the spare room ready for you. Mike smiled at him before heading off down the hall and rummaging in the closet for spare bedding. Aizawa watched him go then turned back to Izuku. Similar name as your father, right? Sorry, kid. 'S fine, Izuku mumbled. Your face tells me otherwise, but whatever you say, kid. Aizawa turned and poured 2 mugs of fresh coffee, sliding one across the countertop to Izuku. How about we talk about you some more? Your quirk is some kind of warping one? Because as far as I'm aware, officially you don't have a quirk. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and took a sip of his coffee. Hey, my parents wanted to keep my quirk a secret? For, reasons I'm not comfortable talking about just yet. Fair enough, kid. But we should probably update your information at some point. I won't make you do it now, but if you have any interest in going to a hero school, which I'm sure you do given your nightly adventures, then you'll need your quirk listed on official documents. Okay, Izuku mumbled, sipping at his coffee. He wasn't sure how he'd explain his quirk, well, quirks to Aizawa and Mike. And did he want to go to a hero academy? It could be fun and he'd get to work things from the inside. It was that moment that he realized something. Wait, you said your patrol route was near you, like it mattered. Right? Aizawa said. Well, why does that matter? Because I teach at UA. What? Izuku practically yelled, causing Mike to come running back into the room. Is everything okay? He asked frantically. Yes, Zashi. I just told the kid that I work at UA, Aizawa said flatly. Mike burst out laughing. Oh, that's all? He asked, wiping a laughing tear from his eye. Yeah, lil listener, both of us work there. Sho here is one of the hero course homeroom teachers and I teach English. Izuku just gaped at them both. UA had always piqued his interest ever since he was a kid and first started his hero obsession. Partially due to its prestige as the #1 hero school in Japan, but also partially because of his former obsession with the #1 hero, whose alma mater was UA. Even with the latter reason gone, Izuku still couldn't help his excitement at the prospect of attending the prestigious high school. So, you think I could be a hero, then? Izuku asked, pulling the conversation back to Aizawa's continued mention of Izuku going to a hero academy. The man shrugged. I don't see why not. You have a useful and quite powerful quirk, from the little I've seen. You already have the helpful heart of a hero, given your takedowns of several thugs and minor villains. How do you know I caught any villains? I could have been bad at the whole vigilante thing, Izuku said, looking away from the heroes. Aizawa snorted. A few of the people you saved mentioned they were helped by someone around your height, wearing a dark sweatshirt and a mask. I can put the rest together myself. Right? Izuku muttered. His mug sat empty before him, the caffeine doing little to keep him awake. It was decaf, by the way, Aizawa said. Izuku's gaze shot back to the man, a look of betrayal on his face. You need sleep. Don't you have school in the morning? Yeah. Aizawa sat his mug down and walked around the kitchen island. He picked up Izuku's duffel bag and began walking down the hall, beckoning for Izuku to follow. The teen did, getting up off of the stool and stretching for a moment, a traitorous yawn forcing its way out. Izuku groaned as he walked after Aizawa. The spare room was basic, probably hardly used. But the bedding looked homey. It's our spare, so it's lived in, Mike said from behind them, having noticed Izuku's eyes drawn to the blankets and pillows on the bed. Bathroom is right across the hall, Aizawa said, pointing to the mentioned room. Get some sleep, kid. Izuku yawned again. "K," he mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he dug into his duffel bag, which Aizawa had set near the bed, for his toothbrush. A few weeks passed and Izuku found himself feeling truly at home with the two heroes. Aizawa had discussed the situation with the detective in charge of the Midoriya case, and the man had apparently pulled some strings, so Izuku didn't have to worry about moving out. They were still waiting on a home visit, according to Aizawa, where Child Protective Services would ensure the home was fit to live in, and that Aizawa and Mike could responsibly look after a teenager while also being heroes. In order to prove they could, both had reduced their patrol schedules, meaning outside of their UA work, one of them was always at home. Though most of that for Aizawa was spent napping. Izuku learned that Mike was the better cook between the two, and always enjoyed the pancake breakfasts the man would make each week. It had become a tradition. It was fast approaching the end of his first year in middle school, and Izuku was honestly surprised at how much his life had changed in just that year. At the start of the summer term, he'd still had his parents. He had barely known of the crime empire his father ran. But now he knew the truth. His view of heroes had changed drastically, though the two that took him in were exceptions. He still kept his quirk hidden, but maybe he'd change that soon. Maybe he'd finally reveal to Aizawa what his quirk was, and hope the man didn't suddenly view him differently and want him out of his home. In the meantime, he'd secretly decided to copy Erasure. It was an extremely useful quirk and would help him on the nights he decided to go out. He'd only been out a handful of times since being taken in by Aizawa and Mike. And only on nights when Aizawa didn't patrol. He was of course extremely tired the next morning, and he doubted Aizawa hadn't figured it out yet, but the man didn't mention anything. He hadn't yet tried to use Erasure, having just copied it a few days prior, shortly after Aizawa had wished him good night and turned to walk out of Izuku's bedroom. They'd started calling it Izuku's within the first week of him living there. Izuku stood in front of the bathroom mirror, pulling on the new quirk and flaring it. His eyes glowed red as he activated it. And he instantly knew why Aizawa always complained about how dry his eyes got. "Hey, kid, you done in there yet?" Aizawa called, opening the bathroom door and coming face to face with Izuku. The teen gulped, Erasure still active as he stared up at Aizawa. The man froze, staring back at him, confusion on his face. Izuku quickly dropped the quirk, rubbing at his irritated eyes. Aizawa gently shoved him out of the way to stare at the mirror himself, activating Erasure. His eyes glowed red and his hair began to float upwards. Izuku mentally noted that he hadn't gotten that part of the quirk. Either that or his hair was too curly and thick for it to be noticeable. The man turned off his quirk, then looked down at Izuku. "Explain," he said, his tone giving no room for argument. Well, you see," Izuku began, wringing his hands nervously. Aizawa raised a brow and crossed his arms. Izuku sighed. "I can copy quirks," he muttered. "What was that?" Aizawa asked. "I can copy quirks," Izuku repeated a little louder. And I keep whatever I copy. He wouldn't mention his ability to actually take quirks. He didn't need that getting back to the police since that would probably bring hell down on his life. That's why my parents wanted to keep my quirk a secret. Powerful. Hey, and I'm sorry for copying your quirk. It's just Dash. Aizawa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It's okay, kid. It makes sense that you'd want to keep that kind of quirk under wraps. And I'm not mad that you copied my quirk, though I wish you would have asked first. Izuku was breathing hard, anxiety flooding his body. Despite Aizawa's calmness, Izuku still thought this would ruin everything. That he'd be thrown out. That the police would come for him and connect him with All for One. And then what? Would he be charged with the crimes of his father? Would they force him to sell out the doctor and Kurogiri? Hey, Aizawa said, kneeling down in front of Izuku. Slow, deep breaths. He took Izuku's hand and placed it on his own chest, guiding Izuku through the breathing until the teen calmed down. Once his breathing was normal again, Izuku stumbled back before sliding down to sit on the bathroom floor, next to the shower. He pulled his knees to his chest as tears prickled his eyes. Aizawa still knelt there, waiting for Izuku to be ready to talk some more. He closed the bathroom door and leaned back against it, slowly sliding to sit on the floor as well. Everything okay? Mike asked through the door, probably having heard Izuku's panicked breathing. Fine, Zashi, go on to bed, Aizawa said back, his gaze not leaving Izuku's. The sounds of Mike shuffling back to their bedroom disappeared down the hallway. A few more minutes passed as Izuku calmed down. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. So, Aizawa finally said, you can copy quirks. And they're permanent copies? Why, yeah, Izuku said quietly, not meeting the hero's gaze. That's quite the powerful quirk, Izuku, Aizawa said. So that warping quirk is something you copied then? Izuku nodded. From a family friend, but I can't tell you who. Aizawa nodded back. Fair enough. I'm assuming there's a lot more to your life than you feel comfortable telling me, or can even tell me at all. But I do have a few questions if that's okay with you. Go ahead, Izuku said. First, do you have any problems controlling the quirks you copy? No, I kind of just inherently know how to use them. Apparently it's how my dad's quirk worked as well. Do the copies interfere with the original in any way? As in, does your using it prevent the owner of it from using it? No, not at all. It's entirely separate. Izuku quickly explained. So you never have to worry about not having your quirk just because I copied it, I promise. Aizawa seemed to visibly relax after that statement. Good. And I wasn't just asking because you copied Erasure. Izuku still felt awkward at being caught. Final question. Is there some truth to the detective's belief that you and your mother are connected to some big villain? Izuku hesitated. Maybe. Aizawa just sighed. Problem child, he said, but it sounded fond rather than annoyed. So, what do you want to do from here? Wait, what? Izuku asked, confused. Was he not getting turned in? Was Aizawa not going to tell Detective Tsukachi the truth? What do you mean? This is your life, Izuku. You didn't choose to be related to who you're related to. We don't get to choose our birth parents. And from what I can tell, you aren't a villain. You tried to help people, even if some of that helping resulted in heroes getting in trouble. A small smirk appeared on Aizawa's face. They deserved it, to be fair. That made Izuku chuckle. If you're wanting to become a hero, we do really need to register your quirk accurately. But we don't have to tell them everything. And Tsukachi is a friend, I can probably pull some strings so they leave you alone. But he might still want to ask you a few questions. Everything Aizawa just said, what he essentially promised, that Izuku didn't need to reveal his past, pinged. True to his copy of the detective's quirk. The hero was really going to protect him from whatever the authorities would want to do with the child of All for One, even if Aizawa didn't know the full truth himself. I think I'd like that, yeah, Izuku said. I've hated hiding my quirk. Kids at school bully me for being quirkless, even though I'm not. They do what? Aizawa was suddenly very serious. Izuku just rolls his eyes. Well, they try to bully me, but it's not like it bothers me. It's more annoying than anything. They try to belittle me, insult me, sometimes threaten me with their quirks. He shrugs. Not like the teachers let it get that far. They know the truth, or at least whatever my dad told them. Teachers always try to stay on my good side. Aizawa's eyes narrow. If you're sure it's not a big deal. It's not. But you'd tell me if it was? Well. Yeah, figured, Aizawa sighed. I know you can handle yourself, even without using your quirks. But still, if you need help, tell me. Okay, Izuku said. He took a deep breath. They were still sitting there on the bathroom floor. I guess we should probably, get out of the bathroom? Aizawa snorted. Yeah, probably. Zashi probably thinks something horrible happened. I'll let you tell him about your quirk. Aizawa stood, turning to grab the door handle. Small bit of advice, though? Don't copy his quirk. It's far more annoying to control than you probably think. I'm guessing it doesn't turn off? Nope, so he's always focused on keeping his voice at a normal level. Good to know, Izuku said, standing up. I'm gonna brush my teeth and go to bed. I don't believe that in the slightest, Aizawa said flatly as he walked out of the bathroom. And I'd rather not have to add an extra patrol tonight. What? Did you really think I let you go out on your own all the time? Aizawa asked, turning to face Izuku, one eyebrow raised. Kid, I was like you once, and I was lucky that I was never caught. You're lucky because you have me looking out for you. But you really need to stop going out at night. Stop being a vigilante. Wait until you're at UA or wherever and have a provisional license, at least. Yeah, that'll be a few years from now, but at least it'll be legal. Izuku deflated. He wasn't surprised Aizawa knew about his continued night adventures. But he wouldn't have guessed the man followed him every night. He had to be better at situational awareness, because someone like him shouldn't be able to be followed so easily. For now, he'd give in and listen to his guardian. Okay, I'm sorry, Izuku said quietly. Aizawa sighed. Kid, you don't need to apologize. Like I said, I know what it feels like. I just don't want your potential ruined because you got caught, alright? So actually go to bed, please. With that, the man walked off down the hall, heading for the master bedroom. Izuku sighed as he finally got to brushing his teeth. It was going to be different, but good, to finally be able to be truthful about his quirk. Though the secret of all for one would remain with him. There was no point in revealing that the quirk still existed, especially if the heroes and authorities who did know of the man presumed him dead. Hello again, Midoriya. Hope you've been well while living with Eraserhead. The detective smiled at him, though Izuku could see the man was just as tired as Aizawa always seemed to be. This man just did a better job of hiding it to most people. Yeah, it's been nice, Izuku admitted. So, what's going to happen today? Well, I'm going to ask you some more questions and we'll also work on filling out the official paperwork to update your quirk. Normally that can be done at any quirk registry office, but since you're here for other reasons, I can help get that settled away as well. Okay, Izuku said. He'd been required to have a one-on-one discussion with the detective. Despite Aizawa's objections. They sat in one of the interrogation rooms, and the detective swore that no one was behind the one-way mirror on one end of the room. Izuku was too smart to believe that, even if didn't have a copy of the detective's lie detector quirk which already told him the man was lying about that. So, let's get started with the questions. First, what is your quirk? The ability to copy the quirk of anyone else. I keep the copy of the quirk forever, as far as I know since I've held the copy of my mom's quirk since I was 4. It doesn't affect the person whose quirk I've copied, and they can continue using theirs like normal. Could you tell me how many quirks you've copied so far in your life? Wouldn't I be in trouble for copying someone's quirk since it's technically illegal use of my own? If the quirk you copied was offered voluntarily, then technically no. Izuku thought for a moment. All the quirks he'd copied from his father and the doctor's storage were technically given voluntarily. Warp was offered by Kurogiri as a birthday gift. And even Erasure was now technically a permitted copy, once Aizawa understood what happened. The only quirk that was taken without the permission of the owner was lie detector, but Izuku didn't have to admit that. He tried to count out the total number of quirks he had copies of. The time it took him obviously surprised the detective. He would discount the duplicates of quirks, like Brawn Boost and Kinetic Booster. He had a total of 2 copies of both in the end, having gotten the 2 kinetic boosters during one of his last visits to the doctor early on in his time living with Aizawa and Mike. I have 8 copied quirks, Izuku said truthfully. The detective's eyes widened, then his brow furrowed as he nodded and wrote down Izuku's answer. Would you be willing to tell me what those quirks are? Do I have to? Technically no. At this point, they would be considered part of your quirk, and we'll be recording the existence of that officially. Izuku's copy of lie detector pinged true, so that meant this really was a loophole. Good to know. Then next question? Izuku asked, forcing the detective to move on. He looked disappointed at not being told the copied quirks. What are the names of your parents? Midoriya Hisashi and Midoriya Inko. Did either of them go by any other names? Not to me, Izuku said. It was true, to be fair. His father never went by all for one to Izuku. What were their occupations? My mom was a lawyer, focusing in hero law. My dad kind of did all sorts of things as far as I'm aware. He would disappear for days on jobs, sometimes overseas. He has money in a lot of businesses, stocks which I guess kind of come to me now. The detective nodded, not giving any hint as to whether Izuku's half-truth about his father pinged true to his quirk. He figured it would. Technically, All for One did do all kinds of jobs. He did go overseas, though nowhere near as often as his mom claimed, and he did have stock in a lot of businesses. Mostly because he partially owned them. Do you have any belief that either of your parents are alive? Izuku glared at the detective. What a stupid question to ask a teenager who saw the mangled body of his mother when he had to help identify her. Kurogyari hadn't been able to come with him at that time, partially because they wanted to keep the warper hidden from the authorities as much as they could. He was too important. No, Izuku said sternly. My dad disappeared right around the same time as my mom getting killed. And you and I both know my mother is dead. You had me come and make sure the body was her. Yes, of course, I apologize. But the question had to be asked. The detective paused for a moment before asking another question. Have you ever met a man who goes by the name All for One? Now that was risky. His dad never went by All for One around Izuku. He also never really went by that name around the doctor or Kurogyari, both only ever referring to him as master. Izuku knew he didn't have long to answer before the detective would get suspicious, so he risked it. No, he said simply. Who is that? He decided to pry, to see if the detective would give any information away. The man hummed. It doesn't matter. He's just someone we've been interested in, and might have connections to the battle that killed your mother. Izuku almost laughed. They were trying to get him to turn against All for One, his father, by claiming he might have been her killer. Except Izuku knew the truth. And this detective knew too. Izuku risked asking a question of his own. Is he connected to All Might? All for One, All Might, kinda similar, yeah. The detective paled for a moment before coughing to clear his throat and his nerves. No, not that we're aware of. Liar. Izuku felt the quirk he'd copied from this man blatantly call out his lie. He almost smirked. Speaking of All Might, I haven't seen him in a while. I used to have all kinds of merch of him. What happened to him? He's taking a break is all I know. That pinged true. So All Might was taking a break. A forced break, since if Izuku's dad had barely survived their fight, he had no doubt the number one hero almost died too. Do you have any more questions, or can we do the quirk registry thing? I'm sure Aizawa is getting antsy. I kinda wanna see what he'd look like when angry. Believe me, no you don't, the detective said under his breath, barely audible to Izuku. We can go out to my desk to fill out the paperwork. I believe, as your current legal guardian, Aizawa has already filled out his part. Wait, he's my legal guardian? Izuku asked, unable to help the excitement in his voice. The detective chuckled, probably relieved at the change in mood from the questioning to now. Yes. You weren't needed at home for the home check, so Yamada hosted our social services for it. Unsurprisingly, they passed and have officially become your legal foster parents. Izuku's smile was wide as they left the interrogation room, to be quickly met with Aizawa. He gave Izuku an odd look, not expecting such an emotion to be on the teen's face after an interrogation. I told him about you and Yamada officially becoming his guardians. Oh, Aizawa said, relaxing. I take it you're happy about that, kid? Izuku nodded. Definitely. Thank you for taking me in. I'd have been an a-hole not to, Aizawa said, ruffling Izuku's hair. Detective Tsukachi took them to his desk, where he handed a document to Izuku. Fill out the remainder of that, including your quirk's name and a short explanation of what it does. Izuku took the paper and picked up a pen. He filled out his personal information, name, date of birth, all that fun stuff. Then he paused, trying to figure out what to actually call his quirk. The doctor had said there was a failed version of his quirk that only lasted 5 minutes, running around somewhere in the world called copy. So Izuku couldn't use that. He pondered for a moment as he wrote down the short explanation of his quirk before returning to the quirk name box. He perked up when he figured out a name for it. The detective took back the document, reading it over before adding it to a small stack of papers. Alright, that's everything settled. Thank you for coming in and bearing with the questions, Midoriya. And congratulations to you both on the new home situation. Izuku nodded, giving a small thanks to the detective as he stood up to follow Aizawa. Thanks, Tsukachi, Aizawa said. He set a hand on Izuku's shoulder and guided their way out of the police precinct. They hopped in the car and began driving away before he glanced over at Izuku in the passenger seat. What took you so long on the quirk paperwork? Oh, I had to figure out what to call it, Izuku said. Did your doctor or parents never give it a name? Not really. We just referred to it as copy, but I also heard from my doctor that there was another copy quirk out there, which manifested right before mine, I think. They had already labeled that one copy, so I figured I might as well use a different name. What did you decide on? Duplicate. Same premise, just different term. Fair enough. Aizawa was silent for a few minutes before stealing another glance towards Izuku. How was the interrogation? Izuku frowned. Basically the same as the other ones, besides the detective asking me about my quirk. He let out a humorless laugh. He asked me if I thought either of my parents could still be alive. What? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Why would he feel the need to ask that? Because of the whole possibly being related to a villain? Izuku said. But I can't believe he asked if I thought my mom was alive. He was the one who took me to the morgue to identify her body. Dimon, sorry, kid. That must have been difficult. It was. Her body wasn't. Izuku couldn't finish the statement as his mind flashed back to that day. To seeing his mother's mangled, bloody corpse after a building had collapsed on her. All thanks to All Might. You don't have to tell me about it, Izuku. Believe me, I know all about seeing the body of someone you care about. Izuku wondered who Aizawa had lost, but he wouldn't pry. They'd both tell each other when they wanted. So, is there a chance your father is still alive? I don't know, Izuku lied. His dad was still alive, though barely. Being kept alive by medical technology and a few quirks inside of a stasis tank. He disappeared around the same time as my mom's death. So I just figure he's dead. Was he with your mom that day? Izuku just nodded in response. He'd already essentially told Aizawa he was related to a villain. But the man didn't pry, and Izuku wouldn't explain more anyway. Besides, Aizawa saw the heroic potential in Izuku, so he didn't care about the teen's past. Well, let's head home and see what Zashi wants to do for dinner, huh? What, you're not going to cook? Izuku teased, grinning at his foster dad. You act like that and I just might, Aizawa said, reaching over to ruffle Izuku's hair again. It was a warm summer morning as Izuku made his way to school. It was the start of his second year at Aldra, and his records had been updated so that his quirk was now official. Aizawa had told him not to go showing off, which Izuku wouldn't do. Plus, the teachers seemed even more nervous during the preterm meeting they'd had with Aizawa and Izuku, as if fearing the chance that Izuku would use his quirk or his real father's influence against them had increased. He had no clue how Kaken would react. The other boy had always held it over Izuku that he was born with a quirk and Izuku wasn't. Would the boy have any regrets once he knew what Izuku could do? Or would he double down on the harassment? Izuku bet with himself that it would be the latter. At least he had no real reason to fear Kaken, unlike many others in their class. Izuku made his way up the front steps of the school, passing some former classmates who glared at him. He paid them no mind, slipping past them to his new homeroom. Unsurprisingly, he was met with Kaken brooding at his desk. The blonde teen always got to school bright and early, after working out in the morning. His schedule had stayed almost the same for the past few years. As he walked in, he drew the attention of Kaken, who glared at him before looking away. Just for fun, Izuku decided to use warp to cross the room before Kaken looked back at him, as the teen always did. It was like he couldn't just ignore Izuku, no matter how hard he tried. So one moment, Izuku was by the door to the classroom, and the next he was in the back corner, near the window, at his desk. When Kaken looked back, expecting Izuku to pass him by, he looked startled to not see Izuku at all. He whipped his head around, scanning the room before his eyes locked with Izuku's. Izuku gave him a friendly wave and smile as the final wisps of warp faded from his fingers. Kaken's eyes widened and he was about to storm over to Izuku until the rest of their class began filing in, along with their homeroom teacher. The first homeroom of the new year was as boring as always. The teacher made his introductions, reminded all the kids of the rules, and also made sure to remind everyone that Bakugo was the best among them, though the teacher did give Izuku a wary glance. Classes went by until it was lunchtime. Izuku pulled out the bento that Mike had made him, smiling at the hard-boiled eggs that Mike had turned into little bunnies. Yeah, Izuku was 13, but that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy the cute things his adoptive parents did for him. And Mike enjoyed doing those kinds of things. But of course, his lunch couldn't be as peaceful as the little food animals packed in his bento. "Oi, Deku," Bakugo sneered, leaning over Izuku's desk to glare at him. Was that this morning, huh?" "What was what?" Izuku asked, playing dumb. Either Kaken would get bored and back off, or he'd try to push the limit and Izuku could finally show him up a bit. "The fucking smoke from your hand," Bakugo said. "And how you made it to your desk faster than you should have. You're probably seeing things, Kaken. All that smoke from your quirk must be messing with your eyes." Izuku picked up his chopsticks and began to eat some of his rice. "Should probably stop using it so much against our classmates." "Huh? My quirk, eh? You want to see a demonstration?" Bakugo's palms crackled with miniature explosions as he flexed his hands. Izuku sighed, setting his chopsticks down and looking up at Bakugo. "I've had plenty of your demonstrations, Kaken." Bakugo scoffed. "I don't think you've seen enough, though." He reached out to use his quirk on Izuku's lunch. His palm hovered just above the bento and he sneered at Izuku again. He flexed his hand and nothing. "Huh?" Bakugo pulled his hand back, staring down at it as he tried to use his quirk, to no avail. "What the F dash?" "Bakugo," one of the other kids in class hesitantly said. "The F is it?" Bakugo said, whirling around to glare at the other kid. He was pointing at something and Bakugo followed the direction of his point to look back at Izuku. Izuku's eyes glowed red as he smirked at Bakugo. "What's the matter, quirk not working?" Izuku asked. His eyes started to burn from how long he'd kept them open. He'd have to see if the doctor had something to counteract that, next time he had the chance to meet up with the man. "Shame." What the dash?" Bakugo said, taking a step back from Izuku. Finally releasing erasure, Izuku rubbed at his watery eyes and blinked several times. "Dang, not used to that one yet." "Is that one?" a girl asked from a few desks away. "Oh yeah, I have several quirks. All thanks to my duplicate," Izuku said, his smile feigning innocence. "What, you didn't actually think I was quirkless, did you?" The class just stared at him, dumbfounded. They had thought him quirkless, he'd made sure of that. His parents always told him he couldn't reveal the truth of his quirk, but now they were gone. What had hiding his quirk done for them? Nothing good. Maybe if his quirk had been known, they'd be alive. Or maybe they'd have been targets earlier. Only the fates would ever know for sure. But, Bakugo stammered. "You're a fucking Deku. You've never had a quirk as long as I've known you." "I have actually." Izuku stood up and took a few steps towards Bakugo. "Mom and Dad just didn't want me to reveal it, because they thought it was too strong and would make me a target for villains or something if they found out. Or the commission, though they didn't explain that one all that much." Izuku shrugged. He reached out. pulling on the thread that was Bakugu's quirk. He pulled the copy out and opened his palm to show the orange wisp. "It's yours," he said, looking back up at Bakugu. Immediately Bakugu tested his quirk, making sure he still had it after the erasure scare a few minutes before. He sighed in relief when his palms popped with little explosions before glaring back up at Izuku. "I've always told you your quirk is strong and cool," Izuku said, staring down at the wisp. The classroom was dead silent as he spoke. "I never wanted it, though. This was yours. But you went and became a bully to everyone around you, including me. I let you because I was told to keep quiet about my quirk." He finally closed his hand, letting the copy of Explosion melt into his body. He sighed, unhappy about the outcome. He'd have to drop the quirk off somehow. Maybe he'd give the copy back to Kaken. Who knows how powerful it'd make him. Izuku didn't really want to give the quirk to the doctor. Kaken may have become an a-hole, but Izuku still wished for them to be friends again, someday. Maybe if they both went to UA. Now, here's the problem. I don't really want things to change just yet. Maybe I'm MCC, seeing as it would mean I would still get bullied, threatened, whatever you all want to do to me. Because I'm just a useless Deku to you all. Izuku looked up, scanning the room of students. Each of his classmates, including Bakugu, had a look of fear on their face. "So how about we do that, huh? It's simple and the teachers know so they won't care." Izuku walked to the center of the room, the other students parting to allow him to. "If you wouldn't mind, I'll need all of you to be a bit closer." He beckoned them forward, and though they looked scared, they did as he asked. Izuku hadn't tried using amnesia on this many people at once, so he'd do it in blocks. He still figured it'd be tiring. Group by group, he wiped their memories of the lunch PRD. And group by group, they fell unconscious as the quirk took effect. Luckily, Izuku had discovered it wasn't hard to wake them back up, but he'd explain to the next PRD's teacher before he let them all wake up. He finished his work, then looked at the only other student still standing, Bakugu. "Don't worry, Kaken," Izuku said as he walked over to his childhood friend. "I'll tell you the truth again, later this year probably." "I don't dash," Bakugu started to say, but his sentence was cut off as Izuku used amnesia on him. The blonde slumped forward, Izuku catching him and gently setting him down on the floor. Izuku sighed as he surveyed his work. If he had his timing right, he could wake them up in 10 minutes, but he'd need to get each of them back into their seats so they didn't think too much about what happened. He spent that 10 minutes lifting each student back into their seats, ensuring their heads were laid gently on the crossed arms, as if they'd all just decided to simultaneously nap during lunch. He cleaned up his lunch and put the box away. Mike wouldn't be too happy about him not eating, but oh well. Returning to his seat, he pulled out 2 notebooks, one being his current quirk analysis book, the other being the notebook for his next class. His eyes drooped a little. He'd definitely overdone it a bit with using amnesia on that many people. But he'd be fine. He was strong, he had to be given his potential. Duplicate and all for one both filled him with more strength than normal quirks, or so the doctor always told him. Their homeroom teacher walked back in to find the entire class asleep, except Izuku. Izuku just gave them a wave. "They'll be awake in a minute." "Had to wipe their memories of my quirk," Izuku said, shrugging. "We'll save that reveal for later, The teacher just nodded nervously. A few minutes later, the class slowly woke up, just in time for their next PRD. They were confused, but none of them seemed to worry too much about it. Except Bakugu. He scanned the room as if feeling that something was off. He locked eyes with Izuku for a moment. Izuku just gave him a smile and a wave as the lesson began, pulling Bakugu's attention back to the front. Izuku may have many quirks, thanks to the strong duo of his own and his father's. But his strongest asset was always his mind. His parents always told him that. And that was probably thanks to his father. At least, his proficiency with manipulation certainly was. It wasn't until the end of his second year at Aldra Junior High that Izuku finally, actually, revealed his quirk to Bakugu and the others. It was a normal spring day in class, but the end of the year was fast approaching. Which meant they had to decide goals for high school and their final year in middle school. To no one's surprise, Bakugu loudly decreed he'd be attending UA. The class cheered him on, even the teacher joined in. But as they circled through the class, each person revealing their own goals, they inevitably had to end up on Izuku. And Izuku wasn't about to hold back. "I plan on going to UA too," he said simply. Their teacher said nothing but gave him a look. Izuku still hadn't revealed his quirk to the class, but the teachers knew. So undoubtedly the teacher was confused as to why Izuku would say that, knowing that he would become a target for Bakugo and the others. The class burst into laughter. They couldn't believe the quirkless Deku would even dare say he'd attend the same school as their illustrious Bakugo, let alone the top hero academy in all of Japan. Bakugo just sneered at Izuku. "As if a useless Deku like you could go to," he said, laughing. He stood up, about to stomp over to Izuku's desk when the teacher chastised him and told him to sit back down. Bakugo begrudgingly complied, but Izuku knew there'd be something later. He honestly looked forward to it. Classes ended for the day and Izuku slowly put his things away, leaving his analysis notebook for last. He'd needed to add a few things to it that he'd seen earlier that day, little details about some new heroes and their quirks. He wasn't surprised when Bakugo stormed over to his desk after class, snatching the notebook and blasting it with his quirk. He held it up as he glared at Izuku, who just sighed as he turned to face Bakugo. "You really think you can fucking go to the same school as me? You're a quirkless Deku. You can't do shit in life," Bakugo said, his two cronies snickering behind him. "Oh, if only I had a quirk like you, Kaken," Izuku said sarcastically, which only set off Bakugo more. "Yeah, if only you did." "Huh," Bakugo said, his eyes narrowing. Then he smirked. "If you want a quirk so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and hope for one in your next life?" With that, he tossed Izuku's burnt notebook out the window. Izuku, of course, quickly formed a portal, his hand behind his back to hide the use of warp. The notebook landed safely on the roof, instead of the pond below. "Maybe I should," Izuku said as he turned towards the open window. He took a few steps towards it, glancing back at Bakugo and his cronies. They looked surprised, maybe even slightly worried that Izuku was actually about to follow through. Izuku climbed up to kneel within the window. He turned his body carefully to look back at Bakugo. "Might not be the roof, but close enough, right?" And with that he fell backwards out of the window. Of course he wasn't planning on hitting the ground. Instead, he formed a portal and fell through it, popping out several feet above the roof before he called on airwalk and steadied himself mid-air. He couldn't help but laugh as Bakugo's head shot out of the window, staring down at the ground. The blonde whipped around to stare upwards, seeing Izuku crouched and floating in the air. Izuku waved at him as he slowly stepped down towards the window, as if walking down an invisible spiral staircase. Once he was standing in front of the window, he formed a new portal, pulling his notebook from the roof. "Good to know you don't actually want me dead, Kaken," Izuku said as he leaned into the window. "I always knew you cared about me." Bakugo said, his voice catching in his throat. "Oh, I've never been quirkless. It's funny, actually. We've already had this conversation, but I made you all forget. Guess it's time to let the cat out of the bag for real, though. Can't have you harassing me all of next year for trying to get into you just like you." "But how?" Bakugo croaked out. "My quirk, obviously," Izuku said. "Duplicate lets me copy whatever quirk I want as long as I'm relatively close to the holder. Actually, I copied yours back at the start of the year, when we first had this conversation." Izuku held out his palm and created a few small explosions. "But don't worry, I don't want to keep it." Izuku hoisted himself through the window, his feet planted firmly on the tile floor of the classroom as he turned off airwalk. He then stepped towards Bakugo, who actually held his ground while his lackeys scurried backwards, away from Izuku. "Good thing I can give it back to you," Izuku said. "I still have my quirk," Bakugo said, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, I know," Izuku said, placing a hand on Bakugo's shoulder and looking him in the eyes. "Doesn't mean you can't have another." He used all for one to push the copy of Explosion into Bakugo before pulling his hand back. "I told you back then that I didn't want it. It's your quirk, always will be." Bakugo looked down at his hands, crackling and popping as he tested his quirk, just to be sure Izuku wasn't tricking him. "You hid this all this time?" he asked hesitantly. "Yep. Blame Mom and Dad," Izuku said, a sad smile on his face. "They thought keeping it a secret would keep us safe." He huffed out a laugh. We both know how that went. He locked eyes with Bakugo. You want to become the strongest hero. I want to make sure heroes are doing what they're meant to do. Keep people safe. Heroes, villains, they're two sides of the same coin. And somewhere along the way, the sides have become muddied. The F are you talking about? I'm not sure yet, honestly. But I think going to UA will help me figure it out. Izuku took a deep breath, looking away. I've got more secrets than just this, and maybe one day I'll let you in on some more. For now, though, Izuku said, eyes returning to Bakugo. Let's just do our best, okay? He turned and grabbed his backpack, stuffing his analysis notebook into it. See ya later, Kakin, he said before forming a warp and stepping through it. He stepped out into an alleyway a block or so from school. Yeah, he still liked his alley portals, so what? Walking out, he scanned the street to find no one around. He smiled to himself as he slowly made his way home, deciding to take a different route this time, wanting to enjoy the warm spring weather. He ventured down a path leading beneath an overpass, humming to himself as he wrote in his analysis notebook, recording the things Bakugo had prevented him from writing earlier. He was caught by surprise when something slithered up his leg, quickly wrapping his body up before he could react. Huh, you look like a great disguise, a voice said as a face came into Izuku's peripherals. Izuku just glared as the villain grinned at him. Don't worry, this will only hurt a lot. Izuku used Brawn Boost to break free from the sludge villain, jumping back a few feet. Oh, a fighter? With a strength quirk? Even better! The villain launched at Izuku, who tried to flare erasure. But it did nothing. Right? Aizawa had said it wouldn't work on mutations. He formed a portal below himself, dropping through it and out of the roof of the underpass several feet away. He didn't really have many fighting quirks yet. He almost wished he hadn't given the copy of Explosion to Bakugo as he rolled out of the way of another onslaught by the sludge villain. Izuku racked his mind for how he'd get out of this. Heroes obviously weren't around, otherwise they'd already be here. His phone sat in his backpack, where he usually kept it during school, so calling for help was out of the question. An idea came to him, and he hoped it was a good one. I am the son of All for One, he said. The villain halted in his tracks. What? You heard me. Do you really want to invoke his wrath? Ha! The sludge villain laughed. All for One hasn't been seen for years. You're just a kid who spends too much time on the internet, learning about old legends. Izuku pet his head to the side. Do you really think that? I've already used 3 quirks while trying to defend myself from you. The villain's laughing stopped. Izuku formed another portal, walking through it to stand behind the villain. I'm sure All for One would be so excited to find out you attacked his son. The villain whipped around, the sludge making up his body shifting. He slowly backed away from Izuku. Oh kid. Look, I'll leave you alone, alright? No harm done? So you don't gotta go telling All for One anything, okay? Izuku smirked. So his father's influence was wide-reaching, even to low-rank villains. Like this. He wasn't surprised, but now he knew he could flaunt this power more often. The manhole behind the villain rattled, causing him to turn and look at it. Izuku leaned around the villain to watch it as well. A moment later, a hulking mass of muscle leapt out, carrying shopping bags. Izuku scowled once he recognized the man, wearing only a white t-shirt and jeans, but still easily recognizable. It's fine now. But because I am here. All Might decreed as he faced the sludge villain. Izuku just rolled his eyes. Then a new idea came to him. He'd play the innocent kid in the grasp of a villain and see what All Might would do. Help me! Izuku cried out as he jumped into the sludge villain. He nearly retched at the disgusting smell and feeling of the sludge, but he held it in. The hell, kid? The villain whispered, his face sliding along the mound of sludge to look down at him. Play along or else, Izuku hissed. The villain groaned before turning back to face All Might, who just noticed Izuku. All Might wound up his arm, calling out his attack like the idiot Izuku knew he was. Detroit Smash. A massive blast of air tore through the sludge villain, ripping him apart and freeing Izuku. Izuku fell back once the resistance of the sludge was gone, the column of air knocking him on his back and the breath out of his lungs. He gasped. Oh, sorry kid. All Might said, pulling Izuku to his feet. Izuku just stood there and stared at the hero as he dumped 2 large bottles of soda out before getting to work shoving the sludge villain into them. Once he was done, he noticed Izuku's discarded notebook and pen and picked them up. He scribbled an autograph onto one of the pages, then handed it back to Izuku. "Be careful out there, kid," he said as he started walking out from the underpass. Izuku quickly grabbed his things and scurried after the hero, wondering how much information he could get from the man. "Wait!" Izuku cried, nearly running into All Might as the man stopped. "Sorry kid, I gotta go," All Might said as he bent his knees, preparing to jump. Izuku latched onto his leg just before the man launched into the air at high speed. The air buffeted Izuku, causing his eyes to water. "Why am I so slow?" All Might wondered aloud as he glanced backwards, spying Izuku holding onto his leg. "What the hell, kid?" All Might crashed down onto a roof, managing to lessen the impact and protect Izuku from hitting the hard concrete, but only just. "What are you doing? You can't go holding onto heroes like that," All Might chastised. Izuku ignored him, trying to find a way to get information from the man without making it too obvious. The first thing that came to mind was Bakugo calling him quirkless. Maybe that would work. "Wait," Izuku said as All Might prepared to jump again. The man paused and looked back at him. "Can a quirkless person become a hero like you?" All Might sighed, running a hand through his hair before mumbling something. In a puff of steam, All Might disappeared and in his place was a skeletal figure in oversized clothing. He collapsed against the low wall at the edge of the roof. Izuku gasped, maybe a little too dramatically. He was barely managing to keep his emotions in check because he really wanted to laugh right now. Of course, the #1 hero was weakened. But he'd never have guessed the man was this weak. "Who are you and what did you do to All Might?" "I am All Might, kid," All Might huffed out. "Wait, what?" All Might lifted his shirt to show the mass of scar tissue on his side from a serious injury. An injury Izuku's father had given him. Though, of course, All Might had gotten all for one back, nearly crushing the supervillain's head. "This injury," All Might said. "My stomach is mostly gone, and my lungs got hit too. I can only keep the All Might form for a few hours a day." The man chuckled humorlessly. "I don't even know why I'm telling you this. It happened last year." Izuku thought back to the false story the media put out about the massive fight All Might had been involved in. They'd blamed it on Toxic Chainsaw, a mediocre villain at best who All Might had taken down earlier that day. How they got away with that lie was beyond Izuku. "Toxic Chainsaw did that?" Izuku asked. "Hey, no kid. That was just the cover-up. This was done by someone far stronger and far more ruthless. But he's gone now. However, I still have to be a hero. Be the symbol of peace Japan needs." All Might rose to his feet, coughing. "To your question, about whether a quirkless person can be a hero?" Izuku nodded. "I really want to go to UA and become a hero." God, he was struggling to keep it together. "No," All Might said simply. "You're better off in the police. You can do good work with them even without a quirk." Finally, Izuku broke. He laughed and laughed, doubling over as he did. He couldn't help himself. Here was the man who Japan heralded as their #1 hero. The man who had managed to cripple All for One only barely more than All for One had crippled him. The man who had his quirk given to him, if what the doctor had told Izuku was true. Not only that, but All Might himself was quirkless before that. Izuku wiped some laughing tears from his eyes as he looked back up at All Might, standing up straight and smiling. "Aren't you just a hypocrite, Toshinori Yagi?" Izuku asked, his smile morphing into an evil smirk. All Might's eyes widened at the use of his real name. Izuku collected his scattered belongings, his backpack having opened during their landing. "Oh, you should probably go catch that villain again. I may have accidentally released him. See ya around, symbol of peace." Izuku formed a warp and stepped through it, leaving a stunned All Might behind. He returned to his normal route home. It may have been an eventful day, but Mike was home and he didn't want to have to explain why he was using warp to teleport home. So instead he returned to his walk. People scurried past him, rushing towards a growing crowd. Loud booms could be heard from the street they gathered at the end of, so Izuku decided to see what kind of trouble had been caused. Turning the corner, Izuku saw the familiar, disgusting shape of the sludge villain. He was pretty pleased with the outcome, until he noticed who the villain was attacking now. Bakugo was wrapped in the sludge, his head barely poking out as the villain moved in, cackling. Multiple heroes surrounded the duo, but none of them acted. Bakugo, meanwhile, continued to try to use his explosions to free himself. Izuku scowled, setting his backpack down near the front of an abandoned shop, its owners likely either out in the crowd to watch, or running home to safety. He then formed another warp, putting himself behind the villain. "Hey, you," he called out, causing the villain to look behind himself. His eyes widened in fear when he saw who it was. "Yeah, it's me. I free you from that idiot, and the first thing you manage to do is capture a friend of mine." "A far friend of yours?" the villain stammered, his eyes darting down to his prize. He quickly released Bakugo, shoving him towards Izuku. "Sorry. Here, take him." "The F dash." Bakugo coughed out. "I didn't need your shitty help, Deku." "Yeah, of course you didn't," Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Forming yet another portal, Izuku shoved Bakugo through it. He glared at the villain one last time before following behind Bakugo, closing the warp. "Uff," Bakugo said, still coughing. Izuku pulled his backpack through a small portal. His arms were going numb with how often he was using warp today. "I had him." "Like hell you did, Kaken," Izuku said. "That guy would have killed you. He tried to kill me, but I got lucky." "Lucky huh? That idiot looked like he was scared of you." "The F did you do to him?" "Let's just say my dad had powerful friends," Izuku said. "You should probably get checked out by a doctor, but since I didn't want to get involved with those useless heroes, I warped us away." "Heh, yeah, those heroes were sheet," Bakugo spat. "Who the F let them have licenses?" "Good question." Izuku sighed. "Kinda makes you understand what I was saying earlier, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Bakugo said. "So you aha? Where else?" Izuku grinned. "Someone's gotta keep you in line. As if you'll be able to stop me." Bakugo barked out a laugh. He then reached a hand out. Izuku eyed it before clasping it in his own. "Rivals, then?" Izuku snorted. "Rivals? Sure, whatever you say, Kaken." He released his grip. "But don't think I'm gonna make your life easy now just because you're not being a total butt to me. My quirk is out there, and people have this weird misconception that I'm weak and useless, thanks to you." Izuku smirked. "Is that a threat?" Bakugo snarled, though he was smirking as well. "Maybe, guess we'll have to see." Izuku pulled on his backpack, sincerely hoping he wouldn't be taking it off again until he finally made it home. "See you tomorrow, Kaken." Bakugo just scoffed as he turned and the two parted ways. Izuku sighed as he finally stepped through the door of his home. Mike was standing in the kitchen, humming a song and making tea. He turned when he heard the door close. "Oh, hey, kiddo." Mike greeted him. "How was your day? Anything exciting happen?" Izuku took off his shoes and sat them to the side. He dropped his backpack as well before stepping into the kitchen. "No, not really," he lied. "Same as usual, you know?" "Oh, we did our future plans in homeroom today." "Oh, and what future plans do you have, then?" Mike asked, pouring them both a cup of tea. He set one mug down in front of Izuku. "I'm going to UA," Izuku said proudly. Mick's face lit up. "Amazing! I knew you'd decide to come to, lil listener." He ruffled Izuku's hair. "And don't worry, I'll do the same as Sho. No special treatment or favors. You're taking that entrance exam, and you're passing it with flying colors. All on your own." A little while later, Aizawa returned home as well. He carried the mail in as he slipped his boots off by the door. "Izuku, you have a letter," the man said, tossing the mail onto the kitchen island. Izuku hopped up off the couch and wandered over, picking up the letter addressed to him. He opened it as Aizawa walked over to brew some coffee and Mike began working on dinner. "Young master, it has been some time since we last saw each other, though I've been keeping an eye on you ever since those heroes took you in. It pleases me to know you're happy with them, though I don't believe the doctor has the same sentiments. However, your life is yours, and I'm sure you know what you're doing with it already. Given your guardian's occupations, that being teachers at UA, I wonder if that means you'll follow in their footsteps and attend the school as well. I believe that you mean to become a hero for different reasons than most. You and I once discussed that the world is a cruel place, and many heroes do nothing to help that. But you are someone who will. Someone who will no doubt tear down the pillars that society has put heroes upon. We will do our best to work it from our side, but someone within the system will be able to do far more. In order to help you with this, I've convinced the doctor to allow you a final set of quirks, those being many of the ones your father wielded. My number is below, and all you need do is text or call me to set up when you wish to visit us. Most likely, this will be our final time together before our paths fully diverge. Young Shigaraki is antsy to begin his own reign of villainy, and so we will have to leave you on your own while you work the system from the inside. I wish you luck, Izuku. And I look forward to seeing you again soon, even if it is to be for the final time. Sincerely, Kurojiri. You okay, kid? Aizawa's voice pulled Izuku from his focus on the letter. He shook his head and looked up. Why, I'm fine. Who's it from? That family friend I've told you about, Izuku said, a small smile on his lips as he stared back down at the paper in his hands. Purple mist swirled into a portal at the end of the alley. Apparently, Kurojiri and the doctor had moved from the original lab, and the doctor did not want to share the new location of the lab directly with Izuku. So instead Izuku told Kurojiri an alley a few blocks away from Aizawa and Mick's apartment. He was wearing his old, it wasn't really old, he just didn't use it anymore, vigilante outfit. The simple all-black, Kevlar-reinforced hoodie and pants, along with his usual red shoes. He stepped through the portal to find himself in a lab that looked practically identical to the one the doctor had when he was younger. Except there were far fewer pneumostasis tanks, and all-for-one stasis tank now took up the majority of the central area of the lab. Tubes and pipes ran from the floor and roof into the tank, exchanging fluids and providing power to all the systems the doctor had installed. Good evening, young master, the baritone voice of Izuku's favorite person called from behind him. Izuku turned around to see the portal collapse into the body of Kurojiri. Kurojiri, Izuku said, running over to hug the man. Kurojiri chuckled and returned the embrace. It's been too long. Indeed it has, Kurojiri said, his hands resting on Izuku's shoulders. Now come. We have much to do tonight. The doctor whirled around in his chair, his glasses catching the light. Young master. His voice didn't seem as friendly as usual. Kurojiri's letter had mentioned that the doctor wasn't as thrilled with Izuku's new course in life. But technically Izuku was still their boss, whether the doctor liked it or not. Doctor, Izuku said, nodding to the man. Kurojiri said you have some more quirks I can copy? Correct. Now that your father is in a far more stable state, I have created a list of quirks for you to copy from his repertoire. The doctor grabbed a clipboard from a nearby lab table and got up from his chair. He hobbled over to Izuku. Your quirk offers you the same ability as All for One, where you inherently know how to use a newly acquired quirk. However, this does not mean you can just have all the quirks All for One wields. I don't see why not, Izuku muttered to himself. You already have some very useful quirks, but Kurojiri and I discussed which quirks would still be beneficial for you to have as well. The doctor stepped over to All for One's tank. First, let's go over the quirks you have. You currently possess copies of Brawn Boost, Kinetic Booster, Warp Gate, Airwalk, Night Vision, and Lie Detector. In addition, you have your own quirk, Duplicate, as well as the original All for One, the doctor said with slight disdain, and Amnesia. I also have my mom's quirk? The doctor waved that off. Yeah, Inko's telekinesis wasn't very useful. I may have also gotten another quirk? The doctor just looked at him, unimpressed by any quirk Izuku would have copied on his own. It's, Eraserhead's quirk. The doctor nearly stumbled in his pacing. You copied Erasure? You have Erasure? Right now. His voice was higher-pitched, excited. Why yeah. Izuku didn't like how interested the doctor suddenly was. You must leave that with us. You can get another copy later. The doctor hurried over to the quirk vials, grabbing an empty one and returning to Izuku. Put it here. We've been after that quirk for years. Even before Kurogiri. Izuku took a step back. I'd rather keep it. Aizawa is good to me, and wasn't angry when he found out I could copy quirks. But I don't want to push it by having to suddenly copy his again, when as far as he knows, my copies are permanent. Which they are, but still. The doctor scowled, his brow furrowing in annoyance. That quirk is far too important for a mere child to wield. You will give it to us. Izuku took another step back before he remembered who he was. He straightened up, steeling his resolve. His face morphed from the scared teenager he'd just been into one that would make his father proud. You work for me. Until my father is healthy and able to live outside of that tank, I am your master, as you continue to remind me. He took a few steps towards the doctor. Given the man's short stature, Izuku, even at 14, towered over him. Quirks that I wield, that I copy, are mine to do with as I please. You do not demand things from me, is that understood? The doctor actually cowered from him after that. Kurogiri rested a hand on Izuku's shoulder, grounding him once more, and Izuku began to regret throwing his position at the doctor. But he only spoke the truth. All for One had told Izuku that he'd continue his legacy, and thus would be the one to oversee the doctor's continued experiments. Doctor, I do believe we should return to the matter at hand, Kurogiri said. Right, yes, of course, the doctor said. He cleared his throat and swapped the quirk vial for the clipboard again. So, we've been over your quirks. From those that your father wields, the copies Kurogiri and I suggest are as follows. For combat purposes, air wall, forced quirk activation, spring-like limbs, and air cannon. For support purposes, radio waves and antigen swap. And for healing, super regeneration. Whoa, that's a lot, Izuku said. They all seem pretty self-explanatory. He walked over to stare up at his comatose father. Except for the support quirks? What exactly do radio waves and antigen swap do? Radio waves allows for you to disrupt communications and overload some support equipment utilized by heroes and police. Antigen swap allows you to change your blood type. All for One has used it many times to remain untraceable throughout the decades. Huh, neat, Izuku mumbled. Alright, so I just reach into my dad and look for those quirks? The doctor nodded. Izuku turned and looked at his father. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, reaching out into the massive network of threads that made up All for One's quirks. He had to focus to find the proper quirks, touching and feeling his way through the braids of threads until he found the proper ones. Slowly he pulled out each quirk until he had all of them. He opened his eyes once he pulled the last quirk out. He'd never done multiple copies at once like this. In his palm, the wisps had combined to form a morphing ball of colors. They pulsed in his palm as he closed it, absorbing all 7. The feeling of so many new quirks coursing through his body made him shudder. Very good, the doctor said simply. That was all we needed you for, so you're free to return home. Wait, that's it? Izuku looked between the doctor and Kurogiri, who seemed just as surprised by the action as Izuku. Doctor, surely we do not need Izuku to leave so quickly, Kurogiri said. Why not? He's with the heroes now, and will probably be missed soon. The doctor waved the two off as he returned to his workbench. Kurogiri's yellow eyes narrowed. Come, young master, there's still some time before you're due back to your guardian's home. He turned and walked away from the doctor, forming a warp gate in front of him and beckoning for Izuku to follow after him. Izuku tilted his head as he watched the doctor before turning to follow Kurogiri. They disappeared through the warp gate, and Izuku had honestly forgotten what it felt like to not use his own warp for this transportation. He very much enjoyed the lack of tingling in his hands. They stepped out into a dimly lit bar. Kurogiri flipped a few light switches and the room became much more visible. Chairs were sat atop tables, as if the establishment was closed. Kurogiri moved to stand behind the bar itself, grabbing 2 glasses and filling one with bourbon. The other he filled with some sort of juice, which he then slid across the bar. Come, Izuku, sit and update me on your life. Kurogiri gestured for him to take a seat on one of the bar stools. So you're going to UA? Izuku took a seat and smiled at Kurogiri. Yeah. I think you're right, that I can do a lot of work from the inside. And I don't know, I've always liked heroes. Well, most of them at least. And Aizawa and Mike are good ones, for sure. I want to help people as well as tear down the commission. And All Might. Izuku's face soured. Yeah. I met him, actually. So he is indeed back. We've heard some news that he was active once again. He is, but he's severely injured and weakened. He can only keep the muscle form for a few hours apparently. Izuku smirked to himself. It's amazing what he'll tell someone he thinks is weak and quirkless. You should have seen the look on his face when I used Warp Gate to leave. Kurojire's deep chuckle warmed Izuku's heart. I assume it was entertaining. Izuku beamed at him. It was. He sighed. I also saved Kaken from a villain. That sludge villain, correct? News reports claimed a teenager had been taken hostage, but that the teen was nowhere to be found once the villain was finally apprehended. They honestly worried that the villain had killed the boy. Now that I know it was your friend, I'm glad to hear that they were mistaken. How is young Bakugo these days? He's fine. An a-hole and a bully, but otherwise fine. Izuku hummed. Finally revealed my quirk to him. That really messed him up, I think. He's been less mean to me, but he still likes to try and act like he's better than me. Despite the fact I can take his quirk if I really want it. Does he know that? He knows I can copy it and did at one point. I may have used amnesia on my entire class at the start of last school year. Izuku shrugged. But no one knows I have all for one. I assume that's not something we should share, ever. No, it is not. Kurojire took a sip of his bourbon. Some of our sources believe that All Might will be teaching at UA next year, your entrance year. With your confirmation that he is back, we can believe the stories that he's been around the area of UA. And UA has reported that it's hired several new teachers, of varying rankings, including a high-profile hero whom they have yet to name. Izuku frowned. So I might get taught by All Might? Aizawa hasn't mentioned that. He might not know yet, Kurojire said. But yes, I would assume All Might would have some hand in teaching the heroics course. He took a deep breath. If All Might indeed works at UA next year, he will have a target on his back when it comes to Shigaraki. The young man is not fully aware of Master's current predicament, but he holds nearly the same hatred for the man that you and your father have. He believes All for One is working on other plans, away from here, and the doctor does not allow Shigaraki into his lab. So he doesn't know? Why? Young Tamura is volatile. As you know, his quirk is a disintegration quirk. If he touches anything with all 5 of his fingers, it turns to dust. He has no conscious control over it besides just not using all of his fingers. We've tried artist's gloves, but he complains that they are uncomfortable. Yet he also complains about destroying his things. Kurojire sighed. We figured it would be best to keep some things from him. Izuku scanned the bar, seeing doors leading out into the back of the building. Is this where he lives? He gestured to the bar. Yes. Kurojire said simply. This is what we'd been working on when you were younger. There's obviously far more to this building. The bar is just a front for meetings and such. It was originally planned for use by Master. Izuku hummed. He doesn't know me. I erased his memory of our singular encounter. The doctor informed me. Kurojire, a voice yelled from the back. And it would seem our time is up, Kurojire said, a hint of sadness in his voice. I mean, I could introduce myself? Izuku said. I have my mask as well. Then it is up to you whether you wish to formally meet him or not. Izuku pulled the mask out of his hoodie's front pocket. It clipped around the lower half of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. He threw up the hood so that it covered his distinct curly green hair. Mind dimming the lights again? The night vision eyes add to the look, Izuku said, his voice distorted by the mask's modulation. Kurojire laughed lowly and dimmed the lights back to what they'd been like when they'd first arrived. Izuku's eyes began to glow a dim, neon green. There you are, Shigaraki said as he barged into the room. He froze when he saw Izuku. Who's this NPC? You didn't tell me we were meeting anyone. Because it was unplanned. This is an acquaintance of Master's. Kurojire gestured to Izuku. They'd never really thought up a codename for him, though he'd jokingly given himself one due to his favored way to traverse at night. "The name is Shadow," Izuku said. Shigaraki pursed his lips. "That's a stupid name. If you're close to Sensei, why have I never heard of you?" "Because he does not want all of his plans interconnected," Izuku said. Kurogyari had said Shigaraki was entitled, but he hadn't really believed it. "Oomph," Shigaraki said, sizing him up. "So are you here to join us or something?" Izuku chuckled, the mask distorting the noise into something odd. "Not quite, Shigaraki. I was merely catching up with an old friend." He gestured to Kurogyari. "Before he was yours, he was mine." Shigaraki scoffed. "The doctor said Kurogyari was made for me. And you honestly believe that the doctor never lies?" Izuku questioned. If he didn't, he'd be a poor person for master. The word felt odd on Izuku's tongue, to keep so close for so long. "Don't you think?" Shigaraki frowned. Then he scoffed. "Whatever. Kurogyari, I need to talk to you." "Very well." Kurogyari turned to look at Izuku. "It seems this really is the end of our reminiscing, young master." Izuku didn't miss the flash of annoyance from Shigaraki at Kurogyari's use of the title for him. "It was good to see you again, Kurogyari." Izuku wanted to hug the man again, but knew he shouldn't. Not in front of Shigaraki. Instead he simply stood up, looked Shigaraki up and down before nodding. Then he turned. Kurogyari didn't make a portal for him, which caused him to smirk behind the mask. "Well, get him out of here," Shigaraki demanded. "Send him far away." "No," Kurogyari said simply. "He can see himself out." Izuku knew what that meant. Izuku gave one final look to Kurogyari, a silent thank you. He then turned to Shigaraki as he raised his right hand, the digits melting into green-black mist. "I'd say it was a pleasure meeting you, Shigaraki, but I won't lie. Until next time." The mist coursed out of his fingers, forming a warp gate behind him. The last thing Shigaraki saw would have been Izuku's glowing green eyes as he faded into his warp. The crowd was huge. Izuku hadn't believed Aizawa when the man told him that kids came from all over Japan, and even other countries, to try their hand at the UA entrance exam. Yeah, UA was prestigious, but Izuku had never thought it was that prestigious. All of these kids were wanting to get into the hero course. The course, which only admitted 40 people total, 4 of which were from recommendations made by pro heroes. So that left 16 spots for these hundreds of kids to fight for. The written portion of the exam had been simple for Izuku. He'd always been ahead of his peers, except for maybe Kaken, when it came to academics. He hardly tried anymore at Aldra and still passed all his classes with amazing grades. It left him with plenty of time to mess around, such as going out on his nightly adventures. Though he didn't try to stop any vigilantes or villains, or heroes, anymore. He just went out. And Aizawa seemed okay with that, and proud of him for not doing illegal things anymore. Of course, neither of them discussed Izuku's illegal quirk use when going on those adventures. Unless he got caught by someone other than Aizawa, there was no way anyone would really ever find out. Since his visit to the doctor shortly after his birthday back in the summer, Izuku had revealed his new quirks to Aizawa and Mike, just so he didn't surprise the men during the entrance exam. Mike was, unsurprisingly, the MC of the entire exam, and thus also one of the referees for the event. Aizawa, on the other hand, was an observer. He'd be somewhere watching dozens of students from the cameras UA had around the exam sites. He and other teachers would start pulling prospective students from what they caught during the exam, and then would sit down later to go through the footage again and again until they determined who they wanted in the hero course. Aizawa and Mike had explained to Izuku how it all worked. He, of course, demanded no special treatment once again, and they reiterated they wouldn't dare. He didn't believe them. Izuku had seen Kaken earlier in the day, when they'd first arrived, but their written exams had been proctored in different rooms. So he hadn't seen the blonde since that morning. As he filed into the huge auditorium with the rest of the UA hopefuls, he spotted Kaken already seated. He slid through the crowd expertly until he was plopping down in the seat next to the other teen. Huh. Kaken had aggressively huffed when someone dared to sit next to him while there were plenty of empty seats. But he deflated only slightly once he noticed it was Izuku. Instead he scoffed and crossed his arms, turning away from Izuku. They'd had an understanding ever since the day of the sludge villain incident. Kaken did occasionally bully him still, but Izuku had determined it was entirely because of the false superiority complex Kaken had, to hide the inferiority complex he kept deep down. Of course, no one had dared to physically bully him since he showed off his quirk to Kaken that day. Well, a few stupid teenagers had, but Izuku soundly showed them up and they'd cowered from him ever since. Hey Kaken, Izuku said cheerily, only making Kaken pout more. Written exam was easy, wasn't it? Of course it was, Kaken said, rolling his eyes. Mike began explaining the exam to them all, but Izuku did pay any attention. The brochures had already explained the basics, so if people really needed to be told how it worked, then they didn't actually care about the exam. Bet you I'll get more points than you, Izuku said. Ha! Kaken barked out a laugh, then coughed to cover it up. As if nerd. Your little teleportation sheet won't help you beat up robots. Oh, Kaken, you really think that's all I have? I've told you what my quirk is. Yeah, but you gave a strong quirk like mine back to me, so what kind of sheet could you possibly have that's better than my explosions? Huh. Izuku rolled his eyes and chuckled. Whatever you say, Kaken. And you, a voice called from several rows ahead of them. Izuku looked up to see a tall, blue-haired boy pointing at him. Your constant chatting has disrupted the presentation. Oi, idiot, your yelling is disrupting it more than us. Kaken bellowed back, causing Izuku to snicker, covering his mouth with his hands. The other boy looked aghast at what he was doing and profusely apologized to Mike before returning to his seat. Well, I think that'll do it, Mike said cheerily. Head to your designated zones and get ready for the practical exam. Teenagers rushed out of the auditorium, heading off to one of the several practical exam locations dotted around UA's campus. They couldn't have all of the applicants do the exam in the same place. It would be complete chaos. Or so Mike had told Izuku the night before. Good luck, shitty Deku, Kaken sneered. You're gonna need it. Yeah, sure, Izuku said, waving him off. Kaken was still in but at least he wasn't as bad. Each practical site was set up to be identical, and so the layout of the fake city was provided in the brochure for the entrance exam. Izuku had memorized the layout as well as the full campus layout, so he knew exactly where each site was. Once he knew which site he was at, he knew the exact locations he could warp gate to in order to bypass the mad rush into the city. He wasn't surprised to find out that he was at Site 2, where Mike was standing atop yet another stage. Of course the man would pull some strings to get Izuku at his testing site. Mike spotted him and smiled but didn't draw any attention to Izuku. He brought a microphone up to his mouth. You got 2 more minutes before those doors open and the exam begins, he called out, pointing to a pair of massive doors. Above them was a countdown clock. Take this time to warm up your bodies and your quirks. Izuku decided he'd show off, because why not? He used airwalk to step up above the crowd and do some stretches. A few other applicants followed his lead and used their own flying quirks to move above their peers. Of course, Izuku would just dive right into a portal as soon as the gates opened, but they didn't know that. They probably just thought he had a levitation quirk. The look on some of their faces made that pretty evident. Looks of superiority on some faces, others with awe and jealousy. All right, 3, go! Mike yelled out as the doors opened. Oddly, everyone froze, turning back around to Mike. The countdown had ended without fanfare, except for Mick's last few-second countdown. Izuku just laughed, forming a portal in front of him. So long, he called out to the crowd, whose eyes darted to him as he dove through the warp gate and closed it behind him. He appeared on one of the main streets and was immediately accosted by several robots of varying point values. He heard the speakers crackle as Mike called out. Well, what are you waiting for? You gonna let him get all the points? There was a roar as the rest of the group finally moved. Izuku, meanwhile, took out the nearby robots with ease, using a mix of air cannon and his combination of strength-enhancing quirks. He then ran off down the street, ensuring to leave a mess of scrap behind him to show what being slow did to the rest of his exam group. He tore through robot after robot, throwing up an air wall occasionally as a robot he hadn't got a little too close. He'd learned he could only use them as barriers, not really weapons, though he could cause them to bounce back against an impact, though that didn't seem to do enough damage to actually take down the robots. Honestly, he could probably use radio waves and just annihilate all the robots, but then he'd also take out the cameras and nearby communications, like mixed speaker system, which would make the man very annoyed with Izuku, so he figured it best to not use that quirk. Glancing down an alley as he ran, he saw a purple-haired kid getting cornered by a few robots. Izuku created a warp gate and jumped through it to arrive next to the other boy, who scowled at him. "What are you doing here?" "Helping," Izuku said. He pulled a heavy piece of metal through another warp, a piece of scrap from one of the bots he'd taken down. "Here, a weapon since it seems like your quirk must not be very useful against robots." He then stepped back through the main warp gate he made. "Good luck." And he was gone, running back down the street looking for more available robots. He heard a crash from the alley and glanced back to see the purple-haired guy stepping out, the scrap metal weapon Izuku gave him in one hand, and then another piece of metal in his other hand. Izuku assumed that meant he'd taken down the bots in the alley. He smiled and waved, then turned back to focus on what was in front of him. That was when the ground began to rumble. The road ahead cracked and buckled as the earth rose to reveal a giant robot. The zero-pointer. Izuku knew that thing didn't matter, but it was definitely a bit overkill. Meant to just distract, but it looked like it also scared some of the other applicants who ran away in terror. Izuku took the chance to take out a few of the robots being left alone, while another wave poured out of the hole in the earth that the zero-pointer had created. Other kids had the same plan and were picking off those bots quickly. Izuku even saw the purple-haired kid run by, brandishing both of his makeshift swords as he ran. But that didn't keep Izuku's attention for long, because the rubble created by the zero-pointer's arrival was floating. Or well, some of it was. The largest chunk being one which a brunette girl clung to for dear life. Izuku ran up into the air and created a gate to warp directly next to the floating rubble. He jumped through it, using airwalk to land on nothingness and reached out for the girl. "Take my hand," he called to her. Her eyes darted to him, but so did the giant red optic on the zero-pointer's head. The massive robot turned to face them and its arm came swinging up. Izuku quickly reached out and pulled the girl off the rubble and threw up a 4-layer air wall that met the robot's giant fist. 2 of the layers shattered instantly, the third spider-webbed into cracks. The girl was behind Izuku, and he belatedly realized he was in the air, and thus had nothing for her to hold on to or stand on behind him. And both of his hands were up to create the invisible walls. He turned around to create a warp and catch the girl, his right hand turning to mist, but instead of seeing her falling below him, he found she was floating a few feet away. She looked nauseous, but other than that entirely unscathed. "Are you, okay?" he asked. She just nodded, her hands coming up to her mouth as she heaved. Izuku turned back to the zero-pointer as the third wall shattered and the final one began to crack. He sighed and called on the full power of his 2 brawn boosts and 2 kinetic boosters. "One's a C," he told the girl. Then he shot forward, running on air as he brought down the wall and met the zero-pointer's fist with his own. Hitting hard metal with his fist, even if it was empowered, still hurt. But the zero-pointer's fist dented inwards and Izuku pushed more. He bounced backwards as the zero-pointer leaned away from him. While it was distracted, Izuku turned and ran back to the girl. He created a warp gate and dragged her through it. They were now at ground level, but the girl still floated, and her face was turning green. "Our release," she said as she clasped her hands together. Izuku hummed as he realized it was a 5-finger activation quirk. She fell to her knees, and Izuku rushed forward to catch her. "Thanks." And then she was turning away from him to puke. Izuku stepped back, not wanting to get puke on him. "And that's time," Mick's voice called out. The zero-pointer behind them deactivated and went quiet. The few remaining other bots did the same. "Hello, dearie," a voice said to Izuku's left. He looked over, then down, to spot the doctor and nurse of Yue, recovery girl. She regarded him for a moment, looking over his whole body. Unsurprisingly, he had no injuries. The broken skin on his knuckles from punching a metal robot had already healed over, thanks to super regeneration. She then moved on to the brunette, patting the girl's back and asking a few questions. She hummed at the girl's responses before moving on to another applicant who seemed a tad more beaten up. Izuku watched her toddle off, then looked down at the girl. "Are you okay?" he asked her. "Why, yes, sorry," she said, standing up on wobbly legs. "Using my quirk on myself makes me nauseous." "Ah, yeah, that'll do it," he said. He subtly checked the thread of her quirk, an anti-gravity ability. "Huh, interesting. Anyway, good luck, I guess? Maybe see you around?" The girl just nodded, so Izuku strolled off. He was going to be home alone for a few hours. Obviously, Aizawa had a lot of work to do, and Mike would be assisting with the cleanup from the exams. Izuku offered to help, but both men staunchly told him no. He did, however, decide to wait around to talk to Mike before leaving. So, after changing back into his normal clothes and grabbing his backpack from the locker room, he found a bench and took a seat, pulling out one of his analysis notebooks and getting to work recording the quirks and people he noticed during the day. At one point in time, his analysis was all about how cool quirks were. New heroes got their own page, with a detailed sketch of their costumes, updated when they debuted a new look. Classmates didn't get as much detail, and very few of them ever even warranted a page. Kaken was the only one to have an entire spread to himself, but Izuku would never reveal that to the teen. Kaken already hated it that Izuku had a few notes in the burnt notebook about him. But this newer notebook contained all sorts of details, about Kaken, about the top heroes, about villains, and even about Aizawa and present Mike. Details like weaknesses, fears, past trauma, anything Izuku could find on the internet, including the dark web. Details that, when pooled together, painted a wonderful picture of how to tear each and every one of them down. His pages on Aizawa and Mike were abandoned long ago. But now he had all these hero wannabes to analyze. Of course, he hardly interacted with any of them, so it would be difficult to record much about them. But he'd see some of them again. Like that girl with the anti-gravity quirk, or maybe the purple-haired boy he'd helped. Though he had no clue what that guy's quirk was. He was too busy at the time to check what little details the boy's quirk thread would give him. All he knew was it had to be a quirk that wasn't useful against robots. Like Aizawa's. That reminded him. He really needed to talk to Aizawa about just how the man got into the hero course. Because if this was how they tested all applicants, then Aizawa would have been sheet out of luck during his entrance exam, even with the experience he'd gained from doing his own minor vigilantism. An hour or so later, he spotted Mike walking out of the auditorium. At some point, the man had changed out of his hero costume and even washed his hair of the massive amount of gel he used in it. Instead, he wore simple jeans and a t-shirt, though he still had his typical leather jacket. And his hair was done up in a messy bun. He spotted Izuku and waved, walking over to him. "Hey, kiddo," he greeted, ruffling Izuku's hair. "I would have thought you'd gone home by now." Izuku shrugged. "Wanted to say hi before I did. I know you and Aizawa are gonna be busy for the rest of the night, so I figured I'd at least wait to see you before I left." "Ah, thanks," Mike said, beaming. "I'll be sure to pass on to show that you waited." He'll be in one of the conference rooms with the other heroics teachers. First round of eliminations and all that fun stuff. "Sounds boring," Izuku said. Mike chuckled and it brought a smile to Izuku's lips. "Believe me, it is. I'm on my way to help as well. You need any money for dinner? Get whatever you like, obviously." "No, I still have plenty from last time," Izuku said. "Thanks, though." "All right, kiddo, see ya tonight. Or, if you're asleep before we get home, see ya in the morning." Mike ruffled his hair one more time before we waved Izuku goodbye and made his way towards the main towers of UA. Izuku stuffed his notebook back into his backpack and pulled it on as he stood from the bench. He meandered his way off campus, dropping his temporary exam ID into the return bin at the entrance to the school. He figured he'd get pizza for dinner, that way there'd be plenty of leftovers for his tired and hungry guardians when they got home. Because he knew for a fact they'd head straight home to check on him before even thinking about themselves. Izuku felt that warmth in his heart once again. He was sitting on the couch, working on some math homework when the front door opened and Aizawa stepped inside. He took off his boots and then walked over to Izuku, tossing down a sizable and thick envelope. Figured there was no point in having the school mail it since you live here. Kind of pointless for me to send mail to my own home, Aizawa said as he practically fell into the couch next to Izuku. The teen just eyed him. You know what it is, just open it. Izuku had no worries he wouldn't be accepted into UA, but for some reason his anxiety still shot through the roof when he picked up the envelope and tore it open. A hollow disc slipped out as he turned the envelope to pull out its contents, and Izuku quickly grabbed it before it fell to the ground. He set it on the coffee table and pressed play. I'm not doing one of these for Midoriya Izuku. He literally lives with me. I'll tell him myself. And that was it. The hologram of his guardian complaining about needing to record something for Izuku. The teen turned to Aizawa again, arching an eyebrow and gesturing for him to do as he said in the recording. You got it, kid? Not like that's a surprise. The packet is the paperwork you and I need to fill out. I would have done my part already, but Nizu told me off for that recording so I figured I wouldn't push it. Aizawa shrugged. You're in my class as well? One nearly had to fight Vlad King for you. He ended up with some other kid with a copy quirk, I think. I only half paid attention to his choices. Another copy quirk? Could it be? Oh, and Zashi got called to assist with a mission this weekend, so he won't be home. Just us. Which means takeout every night? Aizawa smirked at him. Sure does. He stood up from the couch and made his way into the kitchen, opening the drawer that contained the myriad of takeout menus they'd collected. Once they'd decided on what to get, Izuku returned to his homework. In just over a month, Izuku would be starting at UA. But before then he still had to finish his last term at Aldra Junior High. And while he could probably just not do any of his homework for the last few weeks, Aizawa would be disappointed in him. And Izuku couldn't have that. Behind him, at the kitchen island, Aizawa got to work on the bulk of the paperwork required for entrance at UA. Izuku's signature and initials would be required on a few pages, but the majority of it was for the guardians of the future student. It honestly was kind of funny that Izuku and Aizawa had to fill out all the paperwork. Izuku would have figured it was just included in the fact that Aizawa was his guardian. He looked forward to his first day with more excitement than he'd had for anything in a very long time. Izuku sighed as he attempted to do a nice knot on his UA uniform tie. He failed miserably and sulked out into the living room where Aizawa and Mike were waiting for him. Can one of you help? He asked, embarrassed. Shaking his head, with a smile on his face, Aizawa stepped forward and grabbed the two ends of Izuku's tie, making quick work of it and patting it against Izuku's chest. We really gotta teach you do that on your own, kid, Aizawa said. Now go get the rest of your stuff, otherwise we're going to be late. And trust me, you don't want to be late on the first day of my class. Even if you're also late? Izuku teased. Besides, we still have like an hour before homeroom starts, and we literally live 10 minutes away. Mike chuckled at that. He's right, Sho. Aizawa just waved them off and walked over to the coffee pot, refilling his mug. Izuku smiled at his guardians before scurrying back to his room to grab his uniform jacket and his backpack. Walking back out, he made for the kitchen to grab some breakfast and his own mug of coffee. Aizawa always arched an eyebrow when he watched Izuku making his very sugary concoction that he called coffee, but the man never commented on it. I know we packed you lunches during middle school, Mike started to say, but Izuku cut him off. But Lunch Rush provides food for all the students of UA, so there's no point. Yeah, I know, Zashi. Izuku had finally started calling his guardians by either their given names or the resulting nicknames, depending on his mood. It had taken longer to get to that point with present Mike, given the similarity of his name and Izuku's father's. But it had now been 2 years since All for One's fight with All Might, and the man was still in his medically induced coma in the doctor's lab. The doctor said he was stable but had made no progress since reaching that point. Remember what we said about names? Aizawa reminded Izuku. You're Aizawa-sensei in class, and Zashi is Mike-sensei. Yes, I know, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. I think I can handle that. Aizawa sighed but smiled. He ruffled Izuku's hair. Alright, come on kid, let's get going. I've got to set up for the quirk exam before class. Oh yeah, we get to show off our quirks on day 1. and possibly expel someone. We'll see what mood I'm in. Oh, come on, Sho, you re-enrolled all of your class last year after expelling them for a singular day, Mike said as the three made their way to the front door, slipping on shoes. But I still expelled them, Aizawa reminded him, and they learned their lesson, didn't they? So you might actually expel someone? Izuku asked as they got into the car. Oh, can it be me? Aizawa turned around in the driver's seat to glare at Izuku, who just laughed. No, kid, it's not going to be you. No matter how much you beg. Ah, you're no fun, Izuku pouted. The drive over to UA was filled with idle chatter between Mike and Izuku, Aizawa keeping quiet like usual. It all felt so normal to Izuku now. Zashi and Shoyudo were his guardians, but they'd felt more and more like his parents over the last 2 years. He'd never forget his mom or dad, but these two filled the hole left in his heart on the day Kurojairi picked him up from middle school. The day his life changed forever. They parked in the underground parking garage, which sat beneath the school. It allowed all the teachers and other faculty to park on campus, but also keep the campus clear of vehicles. And of course, only UA staff IDs could get them into the lower levels. A few elevators lined the outer edges of the parking garage, and the trio stepped into one, heading for the main floor of the school. Here, Aizawa said, pulling a card out of his pocket and handing it to Izuku. Izuku looked at it, confused. It's your student ID. The rest of the first years will be getting them at the entrance. Seeing as we skipped that, I grabbed yours yesterday to give to you. Oh, thanks, Izuku said, taking the ID and smiling at it. The final piece that cemented his enrollment at UA. He could use this to get on campus without triggering the school's security system. Aizawa hummed, looking at something on his phone. I'll meet you in class. Niza needs something from me. The first students should be arriving in 5 to 10 minutes. He glanced up at Izuku. No telling them what we're doing today. All first years come in expecting to attend Niza's opening speech. 1A never attends that. Not since Sho took over, at least, Mike added as the elevator dinged, signaling their arrival in the main building. I'll see you later, Izuku. Bye, Zashi. Izuku said, waving as Mike made his way down the hallway. He turned to look at Aizawa. Do dash. No, you have to use the stairs, Aizawa said, assuming the question. That's dumb, Izuku grumbled. They made their way down the opposite hallway. Imagine trying to wait on an elevator when all the students of UA are trying to use them. Yeah, that wouldn't be very fun. They stopped in front of one of the teachers' lounges. Aizawa turned and ruffled Izuku's hair. See you in a little bit, kid. With that, he walked into the lounge, leaving Izuku alone in the halls of UA. Izuku made his way through the winding hallways and stairwells until he found the classroom for Hero Course 1A. The door, like every other door in the school, was wide and tall. Far larger than needed for any normal person. But then again, no one at UA was really normal, were they? Some quirks caused mutations which made people bigger than normal. Izuku wondered if anyone like that would be in his class. He opened the door and stepped into the empty classroom, deciding to leave the door ajar so it was a bit more inviting to the first years hunting for their class. He couldn't imagine how nervous some of the kids probably were. Just because he had the benefit of living with 2 UA teachers, and thus knew there wasn't really anything to worry about as a student, didn't mean that every other new student would be as calm. While he waited, Izuku got to work finishing a few pages of his analysis notebook that he'd started since the end of junior high. Mostly focusing on heroes that debuted after their own graduation from UA and other hero academies, the pages were quite sparse. But with the internet, Izuku was at least able to sketch their looks and add some basic information. Footsteps at the classroom door drew Izuku's attention up to find a familiar blonde standing there scowling at him. Hi, Kaken. Izuku greeted cheerily. Bakugo just scoffed as he made his way to his seat, which just so happened to be in front of Izuku. He assumed Kaken was very much not happy with that arrangement. They made up the second and third seats in the row closest to the room's windows. As the rest of their class arrived, Izuku recognized the girl he helped during the exam. She perked up when she saw him as well and darted over to his desk. Oh my gosh, you made it in. Well, of course you made it in, you saved me, the girl said, loud enough to be heard by others in the class. They turned to look at the two. I was so worried you saving me would have wasted your time. I even went to present Mike to ask about giving you some of my points to make up for it. Huh? Izuku said, for once overwhelmed with someone else's rambling. Now you know how I feel, Kaken mumbled, a smirk on his face. Izuku shook his head, catching up with everything the girl had just told him. Wait, you tried to give me points. But I didn't need them. I had plenty of villain points by the time I jumped in to help you. That's what Present Mike said. The girl slammed her hands down on Izuku's desk. But you got points for helping me too. I did. Izuku asked, more of himself than anyone in the room. Why wouldn't Mike or Aizawa have told him that? The girl nodded vigorously. You did. You're a real hero. I never got your name. Oh, Midoriya Izuku, he said. Uraraka Achiko. The girl, Uraraka apparently, said in return. Thank you for helping me, Midoriya. Why, you're welcome, and I'm glad you made it in as well, Izuku said nervously. The girl just beamed at him while much of the rest of the class broke into murmurs as they stared at Izuku and Uraraka. Izuku just sank into his chair. He wasn't against having the attention on him, but not on the first day and not when he had no real control over the attention on him. He was looking forward to the quirk apprehension test when he could show off his quirk, well, quirks technically, and he knew he'd be the center of attention then, but he'd have control over it. Before anyone could ask more questions, a large yellow object slithered into the classroom. Izuku, of course, knew it was Aizawa, but the object drew the attention of the class as the man somehow managed to slam the classroom door shut despite being wrapped in his sleeping bag. Aizawa stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag, the wrap falling away to reveal the ever-exhausted-looking man, slurping on a jelly pouch. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? The man asked, scanning the students, his gaze landing on Izuku for a second longer than the rest. I am Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Homeroom teacher? Someone yelled, though Izuku didn't know who. Quickly now, change into your gym clothes and head out to the grounds. Aizawa held a gym uniform in his hand, then sat a large box on his desk at the front before tossing the singular uniform on top. He turned and stalked out of the room, leaving the class to their own devices. A yellow-haired teen with a black streak in his hair asked, confused. Izuku just got up, walked to the front and pulled the uniform Aizawa had shown off from the top of the box. He wasn't surprised to realize it was exactly his size. He nearly chuckled before he started to walk out of the classroom. Turning, he noticed that the rest of his class just stared at him, though Kaken was standing up to follow after him. Well, are you coming or not? Izuku asked as he walked out of the room. He heard the others scramble to their feet and grab their uniforms. After they got dressed, the class followed Izuku, and Bakugo, since the teen, scowling, walked right next to Izuku, out to the training area. Aizawa had set up a few different fitness-related tests around the grounds. The teacher himself stood there, tapping his foot as he waited on his class. Finally, the man said, What did I say about time? Aizawa-sensei, aren't we supposed to be going to the entrance ceremony? Uraraka asked hesitantly. Waste of time, Aizawa said, waving off the idea. You lot want to become heroes, right? Then we're going to get right down to it. This is a test of quirks. He gestured to the varying fitness tests scattered around the field. You each had fitness tests during middle school, but you were never allowed to use your quirk. We're doing those same tests, but you're required to use your quirks this time. The man scanned the group for a moment before his eyes landed on a particular student. Bakugo, Aizawa called out, actually causing the teen to straighten up a bit. How far could you throw in middle school? 67 meters? Great, now try it with your quirk. Aizawa tossed a ball to Bakugo. Do whatever you need to, just don't leave that circle. He pointed to a circle on the ground, directing Bakugo to stand in it before he could attempt his throw. Give it all you got. Hell yeah, Bakugo said, stretching his arms for a moment. He tossed the ball up and down a few times before he wound his arm back, ready to throw. Die! He yelled as he threw the ball, a massive explosion from his palm propelling it away at high speeds. Die! Someone laughed out. Aizawa looked down at his phone, which had beeped. He held it up to show Bakugo and the class. It's important for us to know our limits, he said, the screen lighting up to show 705.2 meters. That's the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you will be. So we can use our quirks for real? Someone excitedly asked. Holy cow, 705 meters? Another voice echoed. Whoa, this is awesome. Awesome, you say? Aizawa said, his eyes narrowing. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think it'll be all fun and games? Oh no, here comes the man's signature, manic smile. The one Izuku only ever saw when Aizawa was grading things from his previous classes. Aizawa looked up at the class, grinning wildly. Right, the one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. What? Cried out a chorus of teenagers. Izuku just shrugged, hopping from one foot to another to warm up. Bakugo gave him side-eye, still not quite used to an Izuku who was so calm under pressure. Despite knowing about this side of Izuku for 2 years, it was like he was conditioned to see Izuku as a scared little quirkless kid, thanks to their upbringing. Your fates are in our hands, Aizawa continued, brushing his bangs back out of his face as his smile widened even more. Welcome, this is the hero course at UA High School. The class broke out into murmured conversation. Meanwhile, Aizawa's face finally calmed down and returned to his normal bored and exhausted look. He sighed. All right, get to it, he said, gesturing for them to begin. Event 1, 50-meter dash. Izuku looked at Aizawa, arching an eyebrow in silent question while the first group of 5 did the dash. He was wondering if Warp Gate technically counted for the dash. Aizawa just gave him a deadpan look, which answered Izuku's question well enough. Some guy named Ida got 3.04 seconds on the dash during his group. Izuku recognized the family name of Ingenium, so figured this Ida was related to them. It also just made sense given the boy had engines in his calves. The boy also seemed familiar to Izuku, and it took a moment for him to realize this was the guy who yelled at him and Kaken during mixed pre-exam assembly before the practical portion of the entrance exam. Another girl, Azui, hopped the dash in 5.58 seconds. Izuku noted she had frog-like features and wondered how that translated to normal living. He'd have to add pages to his notebook later. Izuku was in a group with Bakugo, which was unsurprising given their class order. Kaken crackled his palms, small explosions igniting as he flexed to warm up his quirk. Izuku went ahead and melted his hand into the green-black mist of Warp Gate. As soon as Aizawa's fake gun fired, Izuku formed and stepped through a portal, stepping out at the finish line. A couple seconds later, Kaken came flying past, skidding to a stop a few meters away. The blonde just scoffed and glared at Izuku. Whoa, a teleportation quirk? This was the attention Izuku was okay with. He controlled it here by showing off his quirk. 2.47 seconds, Midoriya, the robot at the finish line chirped out. 4.13 seconds, Bakugo. The formation of the portals was basically the entire delay in Izuku's time. If he could make them instantly, or form them beforehand, he'd probably have a time of nearly 0. They moved on to grip strength. Izuku broke his tester after using Brawn Boost X2. Long jump, spring-like limbs helped there even though air walk probably would have worked too, but was that really jumping? Repeated sidesteps, Izuku did okay there, not much his quirks could help in that regard, before returning to the ball throw. Bakugo, obviously, was exempt from that one, given he'd been the example throw at the start of the tests. Several of his classmates took their turns, some of them doing well, others doing mediocre since their quirks didn't add to strength in any way. Eventually, Uraraka stepped up and used her quirk on the ball. She threw it and the class watched as it continued to soar higher and higher in the sky before it disappeared. Aizawa hummed and looked down at his phone. You sent it to space, he said, turning the screen to show an infinity symbol. Impressive, he deadpanned. Then it came Izuku's turn. He glanced at the ball, then at his free hand which he could use Warp Gate with, then he squinted as he stared up into the sky. The moon was partially visible in the cloudless sky. Aizawa arched an eyebrow, following Izuku's gaze before he turned back to the teen and pursed his lips. No, he said simply. Come on. Izuku whined. Just because you were playing a remaster of that Portal-related video game does not mean you should try to warp the ball to the moon, his guardian said. Ugh, fine, Izuku grumbled as his classmates murmured behind him, wondering why he was so familiar with their homeroom teacher. Instead of using Warp Gate, Izuku combined his strength enhancement quirks with air cannon and launched the ball skyward. A few moments later, Aizawa's phone beeped and he showed the screen which read 705.3 meters, barely putting Izuku ahead of Bakugo. He shrugged, accepting the result, though Bakugo was none too pleased. He roared forward, hands popping as he called Izuku a cheater. It wasn't like Izuku hadn't revealed he had multiple quirks to the teen, but Bakugo, for some reason, only focused on the Warp Gate quirk and figured everything else must be a lie. As Kakin leapt forward, mini explosions popping from his hands, Izuku flared his copy of Erasure. At the same time, Aizawa shot out his capture weapon and flared his quirk as well. Bakugo, currently positioned directly between the two, was hopeless to stop his quirk from being blocked. As the stiff capture weapon encased Bakugo, he fell to the ground, which opened up the field of view of both Izuku and Aizawa, and allowed the class to notice that both sets of eyes glowed red. But as soon as Aizawa's gaze was able to hit Izuku, his erasure fizzled out. They'd learned recently that in the case of self-interaction of quirks, the original always overpowered the copy. So Izuku could technically never erase Aizawa's erasure, so long as Aizawa was also using erasure on him. It was a nice thing to know for the future. Are you done, Bakugo? Aizawa asked, not dropping his erasure. You're not getting free of that unless I want you to. It's a mix of carbon fibers and a special alloy wire, so without your quirk, it's hopeless to escape. Bakugo struggled for a moment more before going slack, grumbling to himself about Izuku being stupid and a liar. Aizawa finally dropped erasure and pulled his capture weapon back to wrap around his neck. He sighed as he put eye drops in, blinking rapidly to help them hydrate his extremely dry eyes. Izuku knew the pain of that now, and blinked his own eyes a few times. They weren't nearly as bad as Aizawa's probably were, but the man still subtly offered the eye drops to him. Izuku shook his head as he returned to the group. What a waste of time, Aizawa grumbled as he slid the drops back into his pocket. Prepare for the next event. They finished up the final events and the results were ready. A scoreboard at the edge of the field lit up as Aizawa transmitted the results from his phone to it. Names and numbers appeared on the screen, starting from first place and going all the way to last. Izuku, unsurprisingly, was in the top 5 alongside Bakugo, Ida, and the 2 recommendation students, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Also, I was lying about expelling someone, Aizawa said as the short, purple-haired kid in the class was crying. The boy glared at Aizawa with tear-filled eyes. That was a rational deception, meant to bring out the best in all of you. Well, of course it was a lie, Yaoyorozu said matter-of-factly. Didn't take much to figure that out. Meanwhile, half the class was crying out, "What?" which just made Izuku laugh. Anyway, we're done here, Aizawa said, turning and walking off, hands in pockets. Your documents about the curriculum and such are back in the classroom. Give them a look. With the first day over, the class slowly returned to the locker rooms to change back into the uniforms before making their way to the classroom to grab the aforementioned documents. Izuku sat at his desk, not expecting to leave with the rest of the class given his guardians literally worked at UA. Instead, he read over the documents and got to work filling out his notebook pages on each of his classmates. Midoriya, a voice said, drawing Izuku's attention away from his notes. He looked up to see Ida standing there, flanked by Uraraka. I thought I recognized you this morning, but was unsure as to why. Now I realize it was because you were one of the 2 applicants I rudely called out during present mix presentation at the entrance exam. The other being Bakugo. Yeah, don't worry about it, Izuku said, chuckling. We were being a bit loud during that. Partially my fault. Yes, but you apparently figured out a secret in the exam, related to the 0-pointer, that I did not. If what Uraraka here has said is true. Izuku just looked between them, still confused as to what she had meant that morning. Rescue points, she answered his unasked question. You helped me and got points for that, in addition to the points you earned for taking out robots. Apparently, because I kept a lot of the rubble from the 0-pointers' arrival from falling onto other applicants, I also got some rescue points. Oh wow, I didn't know that, Izuku said. Your acceptance letter should have mentioned it, Uraraka said. Oh, well my acceptance letter was kinda different from a normal one? Ida and Uraraka stared at him, waiting for more of an explanation. When he didn't offer one up, they glanced at each other then shrugged. Well, are you heading out? Ida asked. We could walk to the station together. You see, I'm kind of waiting here on my, guardian. Oh, do you live with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka asked, making Izuku choke on nothing. How had she figured it out so quickly? Uraraka. There's no way Midoriya lives with our teacher. But didn't you see how they interacted during the ball throw? Sensei knew about a video game Izuku had played and told him off for even thinking of whatever idea he was thinking. Something about making a portal to the moon. Oh, you're right, Ida said, pushing his glasses up his nose. I'd nearly forgotten. That also reminds me, Midoriya. You used a portal quirk in the 50-meter dash, but then used another quirk during the ball throw, some kind of air blast? And your strength broke the grip tester. What exactly is your quirk? Oh, well, Izuku rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I can, copy quirks? And the copy is permanent. So my actual quirk is duplicate, but because of it I have like a catalog of other quirks to use. Like Sensei's? Uraraka said. I saw your eyes glow red just like his when Bakugo tried to attack you. Which is another reason you must live with him. Yeah? Izuku said. He wasn't getting out of this one. I do live with Sensei. Ida brushed that off and returned to the topic he'd brought up. You can copy quirks? I've never heard of such a quirk before. Well, apparently, there's another one in Class 1B, Izuku said. But yeah, I can copy quirks. So I have the portal quirk, some strength quirks, the air cannon one, and even Sensei's quirk. All offered to me voluntarily, don't worry. He made sure to add that. I wouldn't just take your quirk. That'd be wrong. Well, he might take their quirk, but he didn't see a reason to. Also, he really didn't want exhaust pipes growing out of his legs like Ida had to deal with. Those were probably such a pain. Interesting, Ida said. Dual quirk wielders are rare, and having more than two has never been recorded. But I suppose, since your quirk is copying, then you only have one quirk, the copies just fall under the umbrella of that quirk, correct? Izuku stared wide-eyed at Ida, honestly surprised he had that kind of knowledge. Yeah, basically. You will make an amazing hero, Midoriya. A quirk like yours could allow you to have something to counter almost any villain. And you can have quirks that are more supportive or rescue-oriented than combat. That's so cool, Midoriya. Uraraka said. Thanks, Izuku said, a tentative smile on his lips. He hadn't expected to make friends so quickly, and for said friends to be so interested in his quirk. He figured he'd be the quirk nerd, and everyone else would be, well, normal? Then again, his quirk was anything but normal for most people. Well, it was nice meeting you and learning about your quirk, Midoriya, Ida said. I look forward to classes tomorrow. Perhaps we can have lunch together, going forward. Oh yeah, we're friends now. Uraraka chimed in, smiling. Oh sure. That'd be nice, Izuku said. Ida nodded. Then I bid you farewell, until tomorrow, Midoriya. He gave a small bow before turning on his heel and walking out. Oh, can I walk with you, Ida? Uraraka called after him, hurrying to catch him. She quickly turned back to Izuku. Bye, Midoriya. See you tomorrow. Izuku waved them both off. Their departure left him alone in the classroom once more. Except he was observant enough, thanks to Aizawa's tips and training, to know that the man was lying down, in his sleeping bag, behind the teacher's desk at the front of the room. The man stood up, rolling the sleeping bag up and tucking it away in a drawer of the desk. It's a wonder how you kept your quirk a secret for so long when you can't even hide that you live with me for one day, Aizawa said, smirking at Izuku. Well, I didn't use my quirk in front of people all those years I kept it secret, Izuku reminded him as he packed up his things. You're the one who brought up me playing Portal 2 Remastered. So it's kind of your fault. Says the kid who used my quirk in front of the entire class while I also used it, Aizawa added. Ugh, fine, yeah I did a bad job. But you never said I couldn't tell them, just that I had to call you, sensei, at school. True, Aizawa said, shrugging. Now come on, Zashi is probably waiting on us. Izuku hopped to his feet, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and followed Aizawa out of the classroom. So, Bakuguha? Izuku grimaced. Yeah, I don't know. He knows what my quirk is, and he knows that I have more than Warp Gate copied. But I don't know. It's like ingrained in him that I'm supposed to be quirkless and worthless. An amazing side effect of my parents' decision about my quirk. Aizawa hummed. Hopefully he gets over that. It's not conducive to proper hero training if he's constantly at your throat. We'll figure it out, Izuku said. Somehow. You do that. They arrived at the teacher's lounge, where Mike was chatting with a few other teachers, including a skeletal-looking man which Izuku recognized as All Might. The man shot a glance at the new arrivals and gulped when he saw Izuku. Izuku, just to be cruel, gave a wave and a smile to the man, whose face paled. Oh show. Izuku. Mike greeted them, walking over to join them by the door. One of the other heroes with him, a female hero Izuku recognized as Midnight, narrowed her eyes at the three of them. Hold it, she said as they tried to turn and leave. Explain the kid. Izuku frowned, looking between his guardians and Midnight. Oh crap. We never told you, did we, Namuri? Mike said, slapping his forehead with his palm. Told me what? This is Midoriya Izuku. He's been in our care for the last 2 years. Aizawa looked down at Izuku, who just shrugged. His parents were killed during a villain fight shortly before we took him in. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Midnight, her mood immediately changing as she took in Izuku. When she looked back to Mike and Aizawa, though, her eyes hardened. And so you kept him from Auntie Nem? Auntie Nem? Izuku asked quietly, immediately making Midnight coo. Yes, because the first year was a trial time, ensuring Izuku was comfortable and would want to stay with us, Aizawa explained, as if it was an annoyance. Then you were supporting an international thing for most of the last year, so why would we tell you? But you could have told me your kid was coming to UA. And just told me you had a kid now. Midnight said, gesturing widely to the school. We could have yes. But you're finding out now, so I don't see the issue. Show. Mike said, slapping his shoulder. Nem, you should come over for dinner sometime soon, get to know Izuku. Mike beamed down at Izuku, then caught himself. Well, if he's okay with that, that is. Yeah, that's fine, Izuku said. Perfect. This weekend then. Midnight said excitedly. Fine, can we go now? Aizawa asked. Yeah, go on. Midnight shooed them off. I'll see your kid tomorrow when normal classes start anyway. Mike waved at her as they left the room. Izuku had to hold back his laughter at the wide-eyed stare All Might had given them the entire interaction. But at least he'd now confirmed that the man was indeed teaching at UA this year. He'd have to pass that information on to Kurogiri. What the man, or more likely Shigaraki, would do with that information was unknown. But that was their problem, not Izuku's. He had other things to worry about. They were seriously about to have their first heroics lesson, barely a week into the summer term, and it was going to be led by All Might of all people. Izuku could barely contain his laughter as the #1 hero scanned the class, his classic smile plastering his face until his gaze fell onto one specific student, Izuku himself. It probably wasn't noticed by any of his classmates, but All Might's smile faltered briefly when he saw Izuku. But, ever the professional, at least in his muscular hero form, All Might quickly recovered and continued his short spiel about the upcoming activity. The final thing he did was click a button, causing several racks to deploy from the classroom's wall, each one holding numbered briefcases. You'll need these, All Might said as the racks extended out. Your hero costumes. The class cheered in excitement. Collect your costume case, get changed and meet me at ground beta. With that, All Might rushed out of the room, leaving the class alone. Quickly, they dashed to the costume racks, grabbing their assigned case. based on student number, before making their way to the locker room. Izuku let them rush ahead before getting up to grab his own case. He took it off the rack and set it on a nearby desk, opening it to take in the costume. He'd submitted a design not unlike his vigilante costume that he'd gotten from Kurogiri, though this was a bit more stylized. The costume was black and dark green. It was 2 layers, an undersuit comprised of a black compression shirt and reinforced, well-fitting, black cargo pants, then a top layer of a reinforced, hooded overcoat, which basically looked like a hooded sweatshirt at first glance, and armored pieces that clamped around his knees and elbows. Green accents lined the pieces of clothing. In addition, Izuku had requested a rebreather with a voice modulator, just like his vigilante mask, as well as tactical gloves that were fingerless on 2 fingers. Given he'd already come across 2 5-finger activation quirks, one which destroyed anything it was used on, Izuku figured he should have a mitigation where he'd copy or take a quirk like that. He grinned down at the new costume. It was similar enough to his original one that it felt like home. Clicking the case closed again, he grabbed the handle and made his way out of the classroom, towards the locker rooms. Walking into the locker rooms, he was greeted with his half-naked male classmates as each of them went about admiring and putting on their costumes. Izuku scanned each, taking in the accents and extra pieces his classmates had put into their costumes, or that the support course had added when reviewing their designs. Despite UA having contracts with several hero suit and support companies, the support course students got first dibs in reviewing and altering, if only slightly, the first-year hero students' costume designs. Izuku thanked whoever his reviewer had been for not altering his costume. He was about to find a spot to change when a voice called out from across the locker room. "Guys, there's a peephole," a nasally voice said. Izuku looked over to see the short, purple-haired boy, Mineta, peering through a tiny hole in the wall of the room. Remembering the layout of this part of the school, Izuku quickly realized it would be giving a clear line of sight to the girls' locker room. "Whoa, really?" a blonde said, Kaminari if Izuku remembered right. The teen quickly moved towards Mineta, followed somewhat hesitantly by Shiro. Izuku rolled his eyes at the ridiculousness. Barely a minute later, Mineta screeched and fell back from the peephole. Something that looked like an audio jack disappeared back into the hole. "We're telling Aizawa-sensei," one of the girls yelled loud enough to be heard through the wall. Izuku figured that would very quickly solve the peeping Tom problem, and the looks on Shiro and Kaminari's faces said the same. Finally claiming a locker, Izuku went about stripping out of his uniform and putting on his costume, clamping the final pieces of armor in place before pulling on his rebreather. He tightened the strap of the mask around his head and threw up the hood of his costume before heading for ground beta. Once he arrived, he was unsurprised to find the girls huddled around Aizawa, talking quietly with the teacher. Aizawa's eyes darted when Izuku came into view before they returned to the girl who was talking, Ja. Despite getting to the locker room later than everyone else, Izuku wasn't the last to arrive at the training ground. That honor, or dishonor probably given the circumstances, went to Mineta, who was immediately set upon by one, as homeroom teacher. "Mineta, I shouldn't have to remind you of the UA student code of conduct, but according to your classmates, it seems I'd be wrong in assuming that." Aizawa glared down at the short student, who looked ashamed, but it was probably only because he'd been caught, not because of his actual behavior. "You're on thin ice, and I highly recommend you get your act together if you wish to become a hero." Aizawa stalked off, heading towards where All Might stood holding a box. With everyone finally gathered, All Might handed the box to the other teacher and clapped his hands twice. My, you all look amazing," he said, once again causing the class to cheer, minus Izuku of course. "Welcome to your first hero training course. Today, in order to see what your skills are, we will be conducting a battle trial." All Might bellowed. The class gaped in excitement, and Izuku heard several mutterings of, "Hell yeah," from his classmates. "We will be splitting you into teams of 2, decided by drawing lots." All Might continued, gesturing to the box now being held by Aizawa. The hero walked over and began to draw names, calling out the teams of 2. Izuku listened in, analyzing each team until his name was called. "Midoriya Izuku." All Might called out, eyes scanning the group until Izuku stepped forward ever so slightly. Once again, the man paled when seeing Izuku, but quickly recovered. He reached into the box again and drew another name. Kaminari Denki. The blonde from the locker room walked over to stand next to Izuku. As All Might finished calling out the teams, Kaminari introduced himself more officially to Izuku. "Hey, I'm Kaminari," he said, grinning. "So, my quirk is a bit hard to control, so whatever the goal is here might be mainly on you." "I'm Midoriya, and I'm sure we can figure something out, Kaminari," Izuku said. "Your quirk is super useful for a lot of things, even if you're struggling to control it." "Oh, thanks, not many people tell me I can be useful," Kaminari said, looking down and scuffing his shoe against the ground. He glanced back up at Izuku. "What exactly is your quirk? Because you used different ones during the quirk test Sensei did, right?" "Ah, well, I can kinda make a copy of someone's quirk and keep it. So yeah, I technically have multiple quirks." Izuku shrugged, as if it wasn't that interesting. "Holy crap, really?" Kaminari asked, mouth gaping open. "That's rad as hell, dude. Wait, can you copy mine then? And help me figure it out?" Izuku smiled. "I could, but if you're right that it's hard to control, I don't think it would end well." Izuku, of course, would probably have little issue with controlling Kaminari's electrification, since both duplicate and all for one give him inherent understanding of the quirks he copies or takes. But he didn't need to advertise that to everyone. Not yet, at least. Guess that makes sense. Kaminari deflated, but was still smiling. Now that all the teams are decided, All Might boomed out, drawing Izuku and Kaminari's attention back to him. "It's time we explain what we'll be doing today. As mentioned, this will be a battle trial. But in order to have a good battle, you need an objective. That's where this comes in." All Might stepped to the side, revealing a large, bond-shaped object behind him. "This is fake, first off. But you will pretend like it's real for the trial. One team will be the villain team, whose goal is to keep this bomb safe for the duration of the trial. You can also manually set it off, guaranteeing a win for your team, but you would technically die in the process. The hero team must stop the villains and capture the weapon before time is up. In this case, that simply means putting hands on the weapon." Aizawa disappeared for a moment before returning with a new box. He once again held it out for All Might to pull from, a deadpan look on his face. Izuku assumed he wasn't thrilled being the little helper to All Might, of all people. Aizawa may not know the truth behind what All Might did and why Izuku's parents were dead, but he certainly held no affection for the man independently of that. "First up, the hero team," All Might said, reaching a hand into the box to pull out a numbered ball. "Team 4. Oh, that was Izuku's team. Izuku and Kaminari walked forward to stand to one side of All Might and Aizawa. Next, the villain team. Once again a hand went into the box and pulled out a ball. "Team 2. Yeah, you're going down, Deku." Bakugo leered as he strutted forward, a red-haired, shirtless teen following him. Izuku thought he remembered the redhead's name being Kirishima. Of course he'd be against Kaken, but Izuku figured it would be a fun first trial. Assuming he even let Kaken fight him. "Villain team, go get set up in the building down the street," All Might said, pointing at a building which had a painted mark on its front. "Both teams shall have 5 minutes to prepare, then the hero team will begin their assault." "As for the rest of you," Aizawa interjected, "we're heading to the observation room for ground beta. There, you'll be able to watch your classmates' battle trials. Make sure you pay attention, as we will be reviewing the outcome of each match." Aizawa and All Might escorted the rest of the class off to the observation room while Izuku, Kaminari, Bakugo, and Kirishima made for the designated building. The latter two headed inside while Izuku and Kaminari went across the street to a small, fake store, which they'd use as their staging ground. "So what's the plan, Midoriya?" Kaminari immediately asked him. "How do you feel about turning out the lights?" Izuku asked, a small smirk on his face. If they took out the power to the building, then the lights would go out, and most of the building would be shrouded in darkness. To add to it, the sky was overcast, so the natural light provided by the windows wouldn't offer much. Izuku, thanks to his night vision quirk, would be able to infiltrate the building. He figured it would be a lame fight if he just warp-gated to the bomb, Plus he didn't even know which floor the bomb was on, nor what Kaken and Kirishima might be doing to prepare for him. At the very least, Kaken knew Izuku had the warp quirk, even if he continued to doubt the capability for Izuku to have more, for some reason. I mean, makes sense, but how? Kaminari asked. I wouldn't think me just overloading myself would do much to a concrete building. There's going to be a fuse box near the building, probably around the back. First thing we do is find that. Once we do, you can overload it without going overboard with your quirk, and I'll infiltrate the building to find the bomb. What'll I do afterwards? Wait outside, Izuku said simply. Your quirk is more supportive for this kind of mission, unless you think you can control yourself enough to just stun someone? Kaminari scratched his cheek. Yeah, probably not. I need to work on only outputting that low a voltage. It only sometimes works. Izuku rested a hand on Kaminari's shoulder. Don't worry, Kaminari. It's the start of our first term, of course you're going to have some difficulties. But we're in the hero course at UA, you'll get a hang of your quirk soon enough. And you're basically the most important part of my plan, so think about it like that. Kaminari smiled back at Izuku. You're pretty cool, Midoriya. And I don't just mean because of your quirk. Izuku nodded back at him, smiling as well. Time's up. Hero team begin. All Might's voice boomed from Ground Beta's PA system. The two teenagers jogged out of the little shop they were standing in and made for the back of the tall building that housed the villain team and their bomb. It took them a minute, but they found the fuse box in the back corner of the building. Izuku pried it open, giving them a full view of the mess of wires and fuses inside. All right, stand back, Kaminari said as he rubbed his hands together. A few sparks of electricity crackled from the friction. Here goes nothing. He shoved his hands into the fuse box and unleashed a torrent of electricity from his body. Electricity arced along the outside of the metal, and a moment later it was smoking. Izuku glanced at the street lamps nearby, which also surged from the power Kaminari had dumped into the system. One of the lamps shattered from the excess energy. Think that did it, Kaminari, Izuku said, turning back around only to find Kaminari sinking down to the ground, back against the building. The blonde was wobbly as he slid down the wall. Yay, Kaminari slurred out. He shook his head a bit, looking up at Izuku with vacant eyes. Yeah, I'll help you work on that, Izuku mumbled. He'd have to analyze how Kaminari's quirk worked some in order to determine how to counter that kind of drawback. Stay here. Yay, and a thumbs up was all Izuku got in response. Right? Izuku left Kaminari there, trusting that he'd be fine alone. He shouldn't have to worry about getting caught by the villains either, since Kaken and Kirishima were about to have their hands full with Izuku. Deciding the front entrance was a bad idea, Izuku used Warp Gate to portal into the back room of the building. As expected, when he stepped out of the portal, he stepped into near total darkness. Activating his night vision quirk, Izuku began to make his way through the building, finding the stairs and climbing up to the next floor. A step behind him caused Izuku to throw up an air wall, deflecting the explosion aimed at his back. There you are. Kaken bellowed as he used his quirk, only to have it negated by the solid wall of air Izuku created. What the F dash? How many times do I have to tell you, Kaken? Izuku said, turning to face Bakugo and forming a warp behind himself. I have more than one quirk. He stepped through the portal, ending up behind Bakugo. You should probably stop underestimating me. He punched Bakugo in the back, using the strength of only one of his Brawn Boost copies. The impact still sent Bakugo flying forward to slam into the wall of air Izuku had created moments before. The air was knocked out of Bakugo's lungs as he collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Figured you would be looking for me, Izuku said as he cracked his knuckles. Now, I think I'll pay a visit to your teammate. Forming another warp gate, Izuku portaled back to the stairwell. He climbed to the next level, stepping out of the stairwell into a large empty room that appeared to take up most of the floor. Taking a cursory glance, Izuku figured this wouldn't be where the bomb was and so decided to head up another level. Of course, Bakugo wouldn't make it that easy on him and came blasting up the stairwell, aiming a kick at Izuku. Actually taken by surprise this time, Bakugo's foot met Izuku's chest and sent him backwards, back out of the stairwell and into the wide open room. Izuku grunted as he skidded to a stop, dropping to one knee and placing a palm on the ground as he caught his breath. You FNG Deku, Kaken sneered. Think you're better than me? You may have saved me from that stupid villain, but you'll still never be on my level. Sighing, Izuku stood up. I thought we were going to be rivals, not still be this whole bully victim situation we had going on before I could reveal my quirk. Kaken's eye twitched at that. Shut the F up. But, because there's mics all around and our class can hear me? Izuku pet his head to the side. You really think I'm scared of you? That I've ever really been scared of you? Come on, Kaken, you're not stupid. Kaken snarled, raising an arm up. He snaked a finger through the pullpin of the gauntlet on that arm. Fingdai, you word-hess nerd, he yelled as he pulled the pin. Izuku just rolled his eyes as he threw up several layers of air wall. Young Deku, I do not think using that dash, all might started, his voice coming out of a nearby hidden speaker. But it was cut off as a massive explosion was unleashed from Bakugu's right gauntlet. The first 3 layers of Izuku's air wall shattered instantly. The 4th spiderwebbed while the 5th and 6th remained intact. Flame and smoke billowed around the edges of the walls, passing Izuku and blasting a hole into the side of the building. Concrete crumbled and the building shuddered. Izuku turned to look at the hole, frowning. Glancing around, he got his bearings and realized that the damaged wall was the front of the building, meaning Kaminari, if he was still somewhat incapacitated by the fuse box, was safe. Just to check, he quickly made a warp and stuck his head through, finding Kaminari still laying against the back of the building, eyelids drooping. Pulling back out of the warp, he dissipated it and turned to regard Kaken, who was seething as he glared at Izuku through the remaining air walls. Izuku tapped the closest air wall, shattering it and the other remaining ones. Immediately Kaken leapt forward, palm outstretched, but Izuku was faster. Dropping his night vision quirk, Izuku flared erasure, stopping Kaken's crackling palms as he then grabbed the blonde's outstretched arm. Izuku turned, throwing Kaken over his shoulder and towards the gaping hole in the wall. As the team disappeared into the street, Izuku dropped erasure, blinked several times, then turned back towards the stairwell. Once he was in the stairwell, he reactivated his night vision again. Coming up on the 4th floor, Izuku peered out of the stairwell, tilting his head to listen to any slight movements, such as the pacing of Kirishima, coming from a room 2 doors down the hallway. Izuku grinned to himself and walked toward the room. F. Deku, a voice roared as the wall at the end of the hallway blew apart to reveal a very angry Bakugu. At his yell, Kirishima came skidding out of the bomb room, whipping his head up and down the hallway and making eye contact with Izuku and Bakugu in quick succession. What the heck, bro? Kirishima said to Bakugu, throwing his hands in the air. Aren't we not supposed to damage the zone too much? To be fair, neither All Might nor Sensei ever said that, Izuku helpfully added. An oversight on our part, Aizawa's voice said through the speakers. It will be remedied going forward, but do as you will for your trial. You've already practically destroyed that building anyway. Izuku snorted at his guardian's tone, indicating his slight annoyance but also acceptance that this was bound to happen. Kirishima, on the other hand, groaned, still not thrilled about damaging school property apparently. "Thing shitty hair, get out of the way." Bakugu yelled as he blasted down the hallway. Once again, Izuku dropped night vision, not like it was needed given the gaping hole in the building from Kaken's entrance, which provided some natural light, and flared erasure. The sudden lack of propulsion nearly made Kaken fall to the ground, but he caught himself. Seeing Bakugu run forward, Kirishima tried to do the same. Given the tension in his upper body, Izuku figured he tried to activate his own quirk, hardening. The surprised look on Kirishima's face when his quirk wouldn't activate was priceless. Dim and nerd. Kaken bellowed. Stop cowering behind Sensei's quirk. I don't really think it's cowering to use my quirk to my advantage, but whatever you say, Kaken. Wait, you have Sensei's quirk? Kirishima exclaimed, eyes wide. How? Izuku's eyes twitched as he held them to keep erasure up. I can copy quirks. Now, if you'll get out of the way so I can finish this. He raised his arm up, calling on spring-like limbs and air cannon to combine and blast both Kirishima and Bakugu down the hall. Izuku then ran forward, darting into the room with the bomb and placing his palm against it just as the villain team rounded the corner to re-enter the room themselves. And that's match. The hero team wins. All Might's voice boomed. Bakugo let out an aggravated yell as he stalked out of the room, leaving Kirishima and Izuku behind. Want a shortcut to the street? I gotta check on Kaminari anyway, Izuku said, glancing at Kirishima. His hand melted into the green-black mist of his portals and formed a warp gate to the back alley behind the building. Oh, sure, Kirishima said as he walked over to Izuku. Izuku gestured for Kirishima to enter ahead of him, which the redhead hesitantly did. Izuku quickly followed, letting the mist melt back into his hand and reform into flesh once they'd walked through. Whoa, Kirishima said as he stepped out onto the pavement. Fun, isn't it? Izuku asked as he walked over to Kaminari. We won. Kaminari asked, apparently having regained some semblance of reality. Yep. Izuku stretched a hand out to help Kaminari stand up. The blonde happily took it and pulled himself to his feet, wobbling only slightly but gaining his footing with Izuku's steady assistance. Kaken's a bit said, but that's to be expected. Kaken? Kaminari asked, arching an eyebrow. His nickname for Bakugo, Kirishima answered. Oh, Kaken. I like it. Izuku snorted. He might kill you if you call him that, but I won't hold a monopoly on it. Sweet. Kaminari pumped his fist. Midoriya, you seem kinda overpowered if you can have multiple quirks, Kirishima said as the trio began the walk back to the entrance of Ground Beta. Izuku was shaking his right hand, the typical feeling of pins and needles that led into numbness from using Warp Gate too much overloading his nerves in the hand. I guess. He shrugged. I guess I just got lucky with my quirk. Super lucky, Kaminari said. Like ridiculously lucky, Kirishima agreed. But it's super manly. Izuku scrunched his face. Is it? Yeah, like you're a super strong dude. And you seem to care about people based on wanting to check on Kaminari immediately. So, like, you're super manly. And will make a cool hero. Ah, thanks, Izuku said, chuckling awkwardly and rubbing the back of his neck. Oh, sorry for not letting you use your quirk, Kirishima. But I had to make sure Kaken couldn't stop me, so erasure is just really useful. No worries, dude. How'd Sensei let you copy his quirk, anyway? Kirishima asked as they entered the observation room. Well, I, kind of live with him? Izuku said. My parents are, dead, and Aizawa-sensei found me when I was doing less than acceptable things one night. He shrugged. He took me in and I've been living with him for the past 2 years. Holy crap, dude. You live with our terrifying homeroom teacher? Kaminari asked, eyes wide. Yeah, but he's only scary in class. To make sure everyone is paying attention and trying their hardest. Stop revealing my secrets, kid, Aizawa said, glaring at Izuku. Get over here so we can review the match. Sorry, sensei, the trio said in unison as they scurried over to stand in front of the rest of the class, joining up with a pouting Bakugo. Welcome back, you four, All Might said, smiling down at them. He turned around to face the class. Now, who would we say was the MVP for the trial? A girl with a high ponytail raised her hand. Yes, Yaoyorozu? It has to be Midoriya. He thought up a plan that utilized his teammate's quirk, and was then able to deal with Bakugo with ease. That also meant he could handle Kirishima even with Bakugo returning for an attempt at a final fight. Right. All Might said, though his confident mask seemed to fade a bit as more attention was brought to Izuku. Young Midoriya here is quite the strategist, it seems. Izuku smirked at the man, though he caught Aizawa's narrowed eyes as the teacher took in Izuku's reaction to All Might. Yeah, that'd turn into a discussion later, one that Izuku wasn't too thrilled about having. Can anyone identify what might have gone wrong on the villain's part? Aizawa asked, turning away from Izuku and scanning the class. This time, no one raised their hand. Because honestly, what had the villain group done wrong? Other than facing Izuku? Well, you're all correct. They didn't do anything wrong, they were just up against a stronger and smarter opponent. Midoriya's duplicate quirk, which allows him to have copies of other quirks, such as mine, make him a very difficult opponent to deal with. However, I want all of you to figure out ways to combat someone on such a different power level, because when you become heroes, there will be times you will need to deal with such an opponent. And no, you do not need to be able to handle them alone. Heroes work together often, especially when up against top-ranking villains. Well said, Eraserhead, All Might said, nodding. Now, on to the next battle. Izuku watched the next 4 matches, analyzing the quirks of his classmates and how they used them. He found a few he wouldn't turn down copying if he was given the opportunity. A couple seemed very useful and he might just have to sneak a copy of them at some point, but he hoped he could get them voluntarily so that Aizawa wouldn't question him as to why he suddenly began to wield his classmates' quirks. At the end of the day, the class was dismissed to change out of their costume cases and return them to the 1A classroom. Izuku figured they'd be washed, or at least replaced by a spare, before the next time they needed them. The ride home was quiet, though not awkward. Izuku knew Aizawa was just waiting for them to get home before he asked Izuku about his relationship with All Might. Home was a safe space for all of them. They could discuss anything and everything. Izuku had learned that over the past 2 years of living with Aizawa and Mike. Once they were inside, shoes off and comfortably changed out of work-school uniforms, Izuku and Aizawa sat on the living room couch. So, Aizawa began. What's the deal with you and All Might? And don't tell me nothing because I saw the way he looked at you and how you looked at him. Something is going on there. Ah, well, Izuku said, not meeting Aizawa's eyes. So, you know that sludge villain attack a few months back? Aizawa narrowed his eyes but nodded. So, I kind of was involved in that because he attacked me. But I scared him off when I told him who my real dad was. But then All Might showed up, so I wanted to play a little game because All Might is kind of responsible for my parents' deaths, and so I played the victim, was saved by the number 1 hero, then pretended to be quirkless and beg All Might for help becoming a hero, asking him if a quirkless person could be one. And he said no, telling me to become a cop or something, while trying to leave a depressed me, well, fake depressed me because you know quirkless kids are treated poorly and all that, alone on a rooftop. After he told me about his injury, for some reason. So I then sassed and taunted him as I warped away. Then I had to save Kakin because I may have caused All Might to drop the bottles he'd captured the sludge villain in. And then Kakin and I had to hide from the heroes and authorities because those heroes kind of SCD and were gonna let Kakin die, and so dash. Alright, I think I get it, Aizawa said, holding his hand up for Izuku to stop talking. Izuku's jaw clamped shut with an audible click. He was confident, but he still fell into his childhood rambling habit sometimes. So, that fight All Might had with an unnamed villain, that was later claimed to be Toxic Chainsaw, was actually against your parents? My dad. But my mom was nearby because they were out shopping for my birthday, or so I was told. Izuku looked down at his lap, hands clasped and laying there. So your mother was collateral damage in a massive hero-villain fight, and your father was the villain then? Izuku nodded. Izuku, kid, that's a serious issue. Are you going to go to the detective? Izuku asked, curling in on himself. If the police fully connected him to All for One, he was never going to be allowed to roam freely again. He'd always be watched. No, kid, because you aren't your parents. The circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. So dash. Hold on, Izuku said, his head snapping to the side and his eyes narrowing as he stared at Aizawa. Did you just quote Mutuo from the first Pokemon movie? Aizawa glared back at Izuku before huffing and looking away. Look, it's Zashi's favorite childhood movie, so we've watched it. A lot. And Mutuo has a point. Izuku fell into a fit of laughter at that, which caused Aizawa to smile at him. That's amazing, Shoyuda, Izuku said between us. Yeah, Aizawa said, reaching over to ruffle Izuku's hair. But back on topic? Okay, Izuku said, frowning a little. So, yes, my dad might have been a high-ranking villain. But he kept me and my mom out of it. Only thing I got from it was learning to best use my quirk. Izuku shrugged. Was your father's quirk like yours? Kind of. But if I say any more, then you would probably have to go to the detective? So I think we should leave it at that. Aizawa sighed, shaking his head. Problem child. But fair enough. So the main takeaway here is that All Might is an idiot, like I thought, given how he treated you when you were acting like an innocent, quirkless kid. He's also freaked out by you because of that. Does he know he killed your parents? Well, he knows he killed my dad, since he kind of did it with his own hands. But he wouldn't have known it was my dad, Izuku said. And my mom was, like you said, collateral damage. So he might not have even been told about her death. Or if he was, he never bothered acting on it. Like checking in on me, or apologizing, or trying to make sure I was taken care of. Nothing. Aizawa frowned. And now he's teaching out UA, because his time as a hero is waning. Yeah. I guess it's his way to keep hiding his injury? I know he was MA for several months after he fought my dad. We thought he died, honestly, Aizawa said. He kept the injury from everyone except his closest allies. The commission locked down any and all news coverage of him, and I guess took care of him in their own private medical facilities. His return shortly before that sludge villain incident primarily coincided with Nizu offering him a job. I trust both of them even less now that you've told me what happened between All Might and your family. There must be something else going on. I didn't mean to cause you to launch into conspiracy theories, Izuku said, a frown of his own on his face. Kid, I'm an underground hero who works with Detective Tsukachi a lot. It's not so much conspiracy theories as it is crossing off every possible scenario so we're as prepared as we can be for the final outcome. So what now? First, we keep this from Zashi. He can't hide his emotions to save his life, and I have no doubt he'd go barging into school tomorrow ready to tear All Might a new one. I love him, but there's a reason he's the limelight hero and I'm the underground one. Okay, Izuku said. Makes sense, though it will SEK lying to Zashi. Secondly, you don't go telling anyone the truth about you, All Might, and your parents, unless I am there as your guardian. All Might may eventually put things together, or look into you more and find out about your mother and father. I'll help you handle that if it comes to it. Izuku nodded. Finally, Aizawa said, looking at Izuku. We get some dinner. Izuku snorted, smiling. Sounds like a great plan. That night, as Izuku slept, he had a dream. Or maybe a vision. A voice called out to him, sounding a lot like his father's. It called to him, urging him to take back what was rightfully theirs. The flash of All Might. A desire to be him? No, that's not right. To destroy him? But not yet. Not fully. There was something about All Might that Izuku needed to learn. Needed to take. Needed to regain. The phrase, one for all, echoed in the back of his mind. But that couldn't be right. His dad's quirk was all for one. So what was one for all? Dreams of that sort continued to plague Izuku, but he would wake up forgetting nearly the entire thing. Only left with a vague feeling of desire, he shrugged it off and went to school like normal, not bothering to tell Shoyuta or Zashi about the dreams. They weren't really affecting him, so why get his guardians involved? He still didn't quite understand why All Might was at the center of these feelings. Why did he feel like he had to get closer to the hero? He hated All Might, but took great satisfaction in how All Might always seemed to be afraid when looking at Izuku. It was probably because Izuku knew his secret, not because he'd figured out who Izuku was related to. But when he did learn that truth, well, Izuku couldn't wait to terrorize the hero even more. Especially if he managed to take so long to put the pieces together that his injury weakened his body too much. After breakfast one morning, a week or so after the battle trial class, Izuku hopped in the car and fiddled around with his phone during the drive, catching up on hero and villain appearances over the past week. He added any useful details to his notebook while his guardians chatted in the front seats. Izuku paid them no mind, their discussions usually work-related but not in any interesting fashion for him. However, once at school and in class, Aizawa stood in front of the room, something he rarely did unless there was an announcement. He cleared his throat, causing the class's chatter to die down, though not fast enough for their teacher given his glare. Today you will pick your class representative, the teacher said. Take the homeroom time to figure it out. With that, Aizawa crawled into his yellow sleeping bag and curled up behind the desk. Wait, that's it? How do we choose? Mina asked, looking around at the class. We could vote. Yayorozu offered. Ida shot to his feet, making his way to the front. We can tally the votes on the board. First, we need nominations. Izuku tuned the class out, not caring to be the class rep nor really worried about who would become it. It was just a useless position in his eyes, since the hero course didn't really interact with the other courses, such as not being able to join clubs and not really doing anything with the student council. All the class rep would do for them would just be an assigned point of contact for the class. Probably. I nominate Midoriya, a voice said, drawing Izuku's attention back to his classmates. Kaminari was beaming at him. Very well, Ida said, writing Izuku's name on the board, next to practically every other person's name. Safe to say the voting thing wouldn't work the best. Is that all the nominations, then? The class glanced around at each other before Ida nodded. Then now we vote. I believe it easiest if we go by student number and put a tally mark by the person who we vote for. The class did so, one by one walking up to the board and voting. Unsurprisingly, practically everyone voted for themselves. Izuku, figuring he could break the 20-way tie, voted for Ida because the teens seemed organized, and though it seemed like he had it stick up his butt, would be pretty good at leading the class if the rep ever needed to do so. Disappointingly, he didn't break the tie. Instead, he caused a 3-way tie for class rep, Ida, Yaoyorozu, and himself. Ida looked upset about not being chosen. Yaoyorozu, ever the poised teenager, just smiled at the fact she had more than her own vote. Aizawa slowly stood back up, staring at the board then at the class. Well, that didn't work, did it? You have until the end of the day to decide your class rep, or I'll do it for you. And whoever I choose won't be able to refuse. He just so happened to linger his gaze on Izuku for a second longer, making Izuku's stomach drop. He did not want to be the class rep. Classes went by as normal after that until it was lunchtime. As Izuku made his way through the line, getting his favorite food because Lunch Rush literally provided any and every option a teenager could ever want, he heard the mumbled discussion of his classmates as they thought back to the class rep decision. He just tuned them out and found his usual table. He was quickly joined by the classmates who decided they liked eating with Izuku, Uraraka, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu. Todoroki sat one table over and Izuku was still confused as to why the boy seemed to stay just outside the bubble of Izuku's friend group. He never responded when Izuku tried to greet him, but stared at the group throughout lunch. It was weird. So, Midoriya, Kaminari said as he sat down, are you going to try to win over more votes for class rep? No, Izuku said simply, shocking Uraraka and Kaminari. What? Why not? You're like the smartest in class. No offense, Yamamo, Uraraka said, turning to Yaoyorozu for a moment. The other girl smiled and waved Uraraka off. No worries, Uraraka. I agree, Midoriya is certainly the top of our class, between his intelligence and his quirk. Izuku couldn't help but blush at the compliments being thrown his way. Yeah, he knew he was probably the top of the class, but to be told that by one of the recommendation students, whose quirk was also amazingly cool and useful, and who was super smart, felt different. Well, I don't want to do it, Izuku said. I think Ida or Yamamo would be better anyway. They're more organized than me. Yeah, maybe, but like everyone is jealous of you and wants you to help them with their quirks, Kaminari said between mouthfuls of food. That doesn't mean I should be class rep, though. It just means I can be super helpful to you all. The more he was shoved to the front of 1A, the less control he'd really have over his future. He was already on a collision course with becoming the face of this set of first years, thanks to his quirk. It was inevitable, especially come the sports festival. He could just throw his chances during the festival, but not only would Aizawa be disappointed in him, but he'd be disappointed in himself. If he could push some of that attention to other people, even if only a tiny bit of it, then he'd be happy. And his goal with this was to get either Ida or Yaoyorozu to be the representative they could handle controlling the class and being the student that the principal showed off when necessary. I guess, Uraraka said, dejected. But you're such a nice person, so I just think. I don't know. Izuku smiled at her. I get it, Uraraka. I'm happy to help my friends and want to be a good hero. Or whatever he decided to do in the future. But we don't have to be leaders to be good at all that stuff. My opinion is that Yamamo or Ida should be the rep, because they both take things like this seriously and so would do the job well. He looked over at Yaoyorozu, who smiled back at him, a hand to her chest, grateful he thought she was a good candidate. Ugh, fine, so no Midoriya for class rep, Kaminari said, sighing and leaning his cheek on his fist. Did you guys have to deal with the media in front of school this morning? Yeah. They were so annoying, Uraraka said. Izuku was pleased with the change in topic, but confused as to what they meant. What media? He asked, glancing between his three friends. Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't have seen it, Uraraka said. You come into school with sensei, right? Don't they have, like, a back-in trance or something for the cars? Izuku nodded. Ah, that explains it. Yaoyorozu dabbed her mouth with a napkin. The media was gathered outside the school this morning, having heard that All Might was teaching here. They began harassing students until one of them misstepped and caused the UA barrier to activate. I don't know if they are still out there waiting on dismissal or if the teachers have taken care of the situation. Izuku furrowed his brow. Aizawa hadn't mentioned anything of that sort, though he was probably also trying to keep Izuku out of the sights of the media. Between his near adoption by Aizawa and Mike, Izuku had seen the final paperwork sitting on the counter one night recently, and wondered what hoops his guardians would have to jump through to become his full-fledged adoptive parents, and his connection to All Might. Izuku figured it was only fair he should stay far away from the media. Were any of you harassed? Izuku asked, glancing between them. They all shook their heads. I got to school early enough that I avoided them, Yaoyorozu said. They were too distracted with some Gen Ed kids, I think, when I got in, Kaminari added. Uraraka frowned. They looked at me but then turned away to bother someone else. I guess I look too normal. Hey, that's not necessarily a bad thing, Izuku said. Means you might have an easier time when we're heroes with walking around in plain clothes and not being bothered. Uraraka shrugged but smiled. Their peace was broken by an alarm going off, screeching throughout the building and echoing in the massive cafeteria. Students slammed their hands over their ears, surprised by the noise and confused as to what was going on. Quickly, a stampede formed as students tried to storm out of the cafeteria, thinking they needed to evacuate. Kaminari, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu were on their feet and lost in the crowd before Izuku had a chance to react. He frowned and furrowed his brow as the sea of students flowed towards the exit. He sighed and, rather than getting up to follow them, figured he might as well finish his lunch. If it was something important, and he was supposed to leave the building, then he'd take whatever punishment the teachers gave him. If he wasn't supposed to evacuate, then he was fine to stay where he was. Besides, if it was something like an intruder, Izuku could handle himself easily. Quirks were somewhat allowed while on campus, though he could still get in trouble for injuring someone. He looked to his left and realized that he wasn't the only student who didn't bother getting up. Todoroki sat at the neighboring table, slurping his soba noodles and staring at the crowd. Izuku arched an eyebrow at Todoroki when the teen turned to look at him. Todoroki shrugged. I'm pretty sure it's nothing big, Izuku said loudly, to be heard over the alarm and the crowd. Aizawa-sensei told me about all the important alarms. Todoroki nodded. I wanted to finish my soba. That was an understandable reason to stay behind. Izuku knew Todoroki was also strong enough to handle himself, even if he only used half his quirk. Izuku didn't know why Todoroki only used the ice part of his quirk, but maybe there was a reason. Except, his half-hot half-cold quirk literally complemented itself, and had to allow him longer use of both if he regulated his body temperature. The problem with a lot of elemental quirks, such as Kaminari's electric quirk and Todoroki's ice and fire quirks, was that they often had an upper limit as to how much they could be used before they risked damaging the body of the quirk's wielder. Fire users could overheat and get heat slide. Ice users could get frostbite and hypothermia. And electricity users could mess with their central nervous system, though that one was a lot rarer. Even if Izuku couldn't see the thread of Todoroki's quirk, and thus understand the full power behind it, he'd have had little difficulty figuring out that the other boy must have a fire part to his quirk. Between the two-toned hair, the heterochromia, and the fact that Todoroki's father was Endeavor, it would have been stupid to not assume the boy had two quirks. Speaking of Todoroki's quirk thread, this one was one of the few that Izuku really wanted to copy. The power behind it. The possibilities. The fact it could probably complement other quirks Izuku could get in the future. So many good reasons to take it, and he had to fight the urge to not follow through. Maybe if he became friends with the stoic boy, he could eventually ask and hope Todoroki agreed. During this rambling thought, Todoroki had just been staring at Izuku, slurping the last of his noodles. Izuku shook his head and refocused on the other teen when Todoroki moved to stand up, putting his empty bowl on his tray and preparing to take it to the dish return. Izuku quickly gathered his tray up and followed Todoroki. "So, Todoroki," Izuku asked as they dropped their trays into the return chute. "Who do you think should be class rep?" For a moment, Izuku thought that Todoroki had ignored him, or maybe just hadn't heard him, given the screaming alarm still going. But then the teen turned to Izuku. "Yaoyorozu seems like a good choice," he said simply. "I think so too, or maybe Ida," Izuku said, trying to keep the conversation going. As the two turned to head for the exit, the alarm finally died off. The sudden silence was slightly jarring, and Izuku's ears still rang for a minute longer. Shaking his head to try to clear the temporary tinnitus, he looked over at Todoroki. "Maybe," the boy said in answer to Izuku's previous statement, unfazed by the sudden change in noise level around them. Through the exit doors from the cafeteria, Izuku could see the crowd calm down and begin dispersing, probably heading back to their classrooms. He and Todoroki made their way into the hallway. Izuku looked out the wall lined with windows, with a view directly towards the front courtyard and thus the main entrance. He watched as teachers and police worked to escort members of the media off campus. Near the main entrance was a hole in the UA barrier. A hole, Izuku realized, that looked like it had been disintegrated. And he knew of only one person with both the quirk to do that and an interest in bothering UA, Shigaraki Tamura. His dad's secondary project and the current face of All for One's operation. Though that operation hadn't been doing much for the past 2 years, outside of the doctor's continued focus on the normal projects. He frowned as he stared out at the destroyed wall. Why would Shigaraki attack the school? What was he after? Izuku did have to give props to the man, though, because he used the media as a distraction for whatever he tried to do. Meaning it was probably the doctor or Kurojire's plan in actuality, but Shigaraki would claim it as his own. Izuku just figured it was something the entitled brat would do. He'd forgotten he'd walked out of the cafeteria with Todoroki until the other teen spoke up. "You seem very interested in that," the boy said, startling Izuku. Izuku turned to face Todoroki, who was analyzing him. "Oh well, I mean it's a hole in the UA barrier. I would think anyone would find that interesting since the barrier is supposed to be impenetrable." Todoroki glanced back out the window. "Nothing is ever impenetrable. Everything can be broken, eventually." There was something loaded behind that statement, but Izuku didn't know what it was. Yeah, right," Izuku said, scratching his cheek. "So, anyway, back to class?" Todoroki just turned and walked off towards the hero course wing of the school, leaving Izuku behind for a moment until he hurried to catch up. The duo made the trek back to 1A's classroom in complete silence. At least, Izuku thought, he managed to get Todoroki to talk a little bit. Once back in the classroom, Izuku found the other students excitedly discussing the events of the media infiltration of campus. Finding his seat, he opened his notebook but listened in to the nearby conversations. Evidently, Ida had taken control of the situation, having Uraraka use her quirk on him so he could get above the crowd, and Yaoyorozu made him a megaphone. He then used that to call attention to himself and explain the alarm was just because of the media, and not because of an actual intruder. Of course, he didn't know the full truth like Izuku did. There had been an intruder, but he doubted the teachers would release that information. If they even knew. The story explained why the crowd seemed to calm down a few minutes before the alarm finally stopped. Izuku was a bit surprised at how long it had evidently taken the teachers to react, though perhaps the alarm was just the least of their worries as they got to work handling the media stampede. Or Nizu, the principal, wanted to see how the first years reacted under unknown circumstances. Probably both, if Izuku had an opinion. Classes continued, though the first PRD after lunch was delayed slightly as the teachers worked to clean up the media incident. Aizawa filled them in on what happened, but it basically ended up being a repeat of what the class had already discussed. But the teacher's eyes did land on Izuku for a moment longer, once again. Izuku just shrugged, causing Aizawa to roll his eyes. Once the end of the day finally came around, Aizawa returned. He scanned the classroom before speaking. "So, have you decided who is to be your class representative?" he asked them. The students glanced around at each other. Had they figured it out? "Let's do one final round of votes, to see if we've made a decision," Mina said, getting nods of agreement from the class. This time, she was the one to head to the front to tally up the votes. Nominations began again, though this time it was far more limited. The options ended up only being Ida, Yaoyorozu, Izuku, Bakugo, Mineta, and Oyama. Izuku wasn't too pleased with still being nominated, but he figured he wouldn't end up getting enough votes to win. Each student cast their vote, with Mina tallying them up as she went around the classroom. After a few minutes, the final results were in, with Mina excitedly circling the name of the winner, Ida. Izuku let out a quiet sigh of relief, earning a raised eyebrow from Bakugo before the boy scoffed and turned back to face the front. Interestingly enough, despite nominating himself, Bakugo had evidently not voted for himself, as he ended up with 0 votes. "Good," Aizawa said, pushing off from the wall he'd been leaning against the entire time the class was working on nominating and voting. "And Yaoyorozu, your vice representative, you got the second most votes." "Oh, thank you, sensei," Yaoyorozu said, somewhat surprised. Ida shot to his feet, moving to the front of the classroom and turning to regard the class. "Thank you all for the vote of confidence. I promise to do well as your class rep." He accentuated his words with his standard arm chopping. Izuku wondered if all of the Ida family was like that. "One final announcement," Aizawa said as Ida returned to his seat. "Before you leave. Normally this would be a surprise for 1A, with 1B being given the heads up. But because of an issue with one of the 1B students needing to be out of school the day of this particular event, Vlad King and I have decided to swap around the normal routine." He paused for a moment. "We will be going to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for rescue training next week. I will let 13, the hero who runs the USJ, explain more when we take our field trip. Class 1B is going tomorrow, and we will be going next Tuesday." "Why don't you normally tell 1A?" Hagakure asked, apparently voicing a common question given the nods and sounds of agreement from several others. "Because you are normally the first class to go, and so we surprise you the morning of so as to slightly throw you off guard. Class 1B is normally told ahead of time because word travels fast and we can't have each class go on back-to-back days due to the time it takes to reset and clean the USJ afterwards." The teacher shrugged. "It's nothing serious, just something we do to throw you off guard. Vlad does it to 1B as well when given the chance. Now get out. Class dismissed." Aizawa waved them all off as he sat down at his desk to sort through homework that had been turned in earlier in the day. As the class broke out into chatter, standing up and grabbing their things, Izuku tried to get Todoroki's attention. "Hey, Todoroki," he called out, jumping to his feet. The boy turned to stare at Izuku, no emotion on his face. Izuku stepped over to Todoroki's desk, opening his mouth to talk when he was interrupted by Todoroki speaking first. "I'm not here to make friends, Midoriya," he said simply as he grabbed his bag and walked out of the classroom, leaving a speechless Izuku standing awkwardly, mouth in the middle of forming a word. Izuku clamped his mouth shut, frowning as he watched Todoroki leave. He'd noticed the boy wasn't talkative, but he chalked it up to Todoroki just not being used to being around normal teenagers. Because Yaoyorozu had stated she'd been homeschooled, and was a recommendation student just like Todoroki. And given that Endeavor was Todoroki's father, Izuku figured the same situation applied to him. "He's just like that," the aforementioned girl said, drawing Izuku's attention. "We've been to several of the same functions, between my parents' companies and Todoroki's father's hero work. I tried to be friends with him, because he was one of the few people my age at those functions. But he never talked to me, only ever giving one-word answers to my questions." "Oh," Izuku said. "He was the only other one to stay in the cafeteria earlier, and we kind of chatted. But not about much." Yaoyorozu gathered her things and stood up. Yes, I think that's just how he is. Perhaps he'll warm up to us more as the year goes on. Have a good day, Midoriya. You too, Yamamo. Izuku gave her a small wave goodbye. He glanced over to his desk where Kaminari and Uraraka were waiting on him. He walked back over. What's up, guys? Aren't you gonna head home? In a bit, Kaminari said. I wanted to ask, His gaze flitted away from Izuku's as he mumbled. Can you help me with my quirk? Oh, of course, Kaminari. Izuku said, smiling. You don't need to be nervous about asking me. Well, it's just, don't you need to copy my quirk to help? To best help, yes, but if you don't want me to, I won't. Oh no, it's not that. I'm fine with you copying my quirk, it's just, I didn't know if you can just copy any quirk or not. As far as I know, I can, though I haven't tried to copy any mutant quirks. I'm unsure if I want to deal with permanent mutations. Izuku shrugged. What about me, Midoriya? Uraraka asked, excitement in her eyes. Well, for you, I don't think I need to copy your quirk to help. You already seem to have a good understanding of how it works, right? You even designed your hero costume to help with pressure points to counteract the nausea. Uraraka crossed her arms, pouting. Yeah, I guess. Izuku just chuckled before turning back to Kaminari. So, did you want me to help now? If you have time? Kaminari replied. Izuku glanced past his two friends to look at Aizawa, who threw him a thumbs up. Evidently they weren't in any rush to head home. Sure. Kaminari's face lit up at Izuku's agreement. Use Gym Gamma, and call me if you need help, Aizawa said. Izuku nodded, grabbing his backpack and throwing it over his shoulders. Follow me, he said, making his way towards the door. His two friends were quick to follow. They hadn't yet used Gym Gamma as a class, but Izuku knew where it was without having to check a map. So what exactly do you want my help with, Kaminari? Izuku asked as they walked. Well, like I told you, if I go overboard with my quirk, my brain kinda slows down, and I become stupid. I don't know why it works like that. Like, I remember enough from biology classes that the brain has some electrical stuff going on, but like why does my quirk affect that? Maybe you use that electricity? Uraraka offered, unsure. Perhaps, Izuku said. Though if he did, then using all of his electricity would basically shut down his brain fully, and he'd probably die. So I doubt it's that. Both Uraraka and Kaminari's eyes widened at that thought. It's more likely that using your quirk just disrupts the normal discharges of those electrical signals in your brain. Of course you'd have a good understanding of how brains work, Kaminari said, head dropping down as he scuffed his shoe on the sidewalk. Well, you've heard Kakin call me a nerd, so... Izuku shrugged. Here we are. He gestured to the large building in front of them. Come on, we can set our stuff down inside, then we'll see about helping understand your quirk. Izuku couldn't deny that he was extremely happy to be getting another quirk to add to his arsenal, though he'd have to see how well he could use it given the way Kaminari explained how it worked. His inherent understanding of any quirk he copied would be beneficial, so maybe he wouldn't overload his brain with it like Kaminari did. Once they were inside, they set their belongings down on one of the benches by the wall. Izuku took off his uniform jacket and rolled up his sleeves, beckoning Kaminari to follow him out into the middle of the gym. It was just an empty room, though Izuku knew Cementos could form obstacles of all sorts from the concrete floor when needed. Kaminari, also shrugging off his uniform jacket, hurried out to meet Izuku. Uraraka just sat down to watch from the bench, merely there as moral support. Okay, first things first. Can I copy your quirk? Izuku asked, making sure to get full permission before beginning. Will it hurt? What? You won't even notice I did anything. Promise. Okay, then yeah, you can do it. Izuku nodded, reaching out to grab at the thread of Kaminari's quirk. He pulled it and opened his right palm where a yellow wisp floated. This, Izuku nodded down at his palm, is a copy of your quirk. Whoa, Kaminari whispered, as if speaking any louder would somehow blow the wisp away. Closing his palm, Izuku absorbed the quirk and felt it melt into his body. The sudden electrical power sent a shiver down his spine, and a few sparks arced along his palms before dying down. He felt a jolt in his brain as the quirk settled itself there, indicating it did actually use the electrical impulses of synapses firing as some part of the quirk. Closing his eyes, he let his duplicate inform him on the workings of the quirk. Electricity coursed through his body, tensing his muscles ever so slightly as it settled out. This was the quirk's reach extending out so that any contact Izuku made with something could be a point where electricity could flow out of his body and into the object, or person, he wished to push the current into. But he could also feel a low-level static field around him. Kaminari must be able to unleash his electricity all around him, even without being in contact with anyone. Dangerous, but useful as a last resort for defense. Wait, your electricity was green, Kaminari said, causing Izuku to open his eyes again and refocus on the other team. Kaminari was pointing at Izuku's palms. Was it? Izuku asked, looking down at his outstretched palms. He rubbed them together, creating friction and some static electricity. Lo and behold, the sparks were indeed green. Interesting. Huh, so it is. That's the second quirk I have that has changed colors from its original version. What's the other one? Uraraka asked from the bench. Izuku held his right hand up, letting it melt into the mist that he used for Warp Gate. Black and green mist fluttered where Izuku's hand once was. This one, my portal quirk. The original is purple and black, and mine is green and black. I don't really get why it changes colors. Wow, even you're stumped on that? Kaminari said, his eyes fixed on Izuku's misty appendage. Yep, I don't know everything, Kaminari, Izuku chuckled, his hand returning to solid form. He shook it out, pushing away the pins and needles feeling. Okay, so, I'm gonna be honest. I may have lied during the battle trial. Wait, lied? About what? About me probably having the same difficulty with your quirk as you do, as if a new quirk is completely foreign to me. My duplicate actually gives me a pretty good, inherent understanding of any quirk I copy, so I can quickly pick up the best ways to use it. It's probably the only reason I can even use my portal quirk. That is such a difficult quirk to control, you have no idea. I mean, makes sense, Kaminari muttered. But wait, does this mean you know why my quirk overloads me? Yeah, and I think it's a mix between my and Uraraka's thoughts on it. It does use the electrical impulses in your brain as a source. Those are literally the spark to the currents you can expel from your skin. But they don't get used up, just reduced. And interrupted. Your brain keeps the most vital functions going. So like breathing, your heart beating, all that fun stuff. None of those signals get touched by your quirk. But the signals for things you've learned do get interrupted, hence why you go stupid when you use your quirk too much. It's also why, if you absorb too much electricity, the same issue would happen. Huh, that's kinda cool. So we need to help you learn how to control how your quirk pulls electricity from your brain to use. You can use a small amount as a lightning rod for nearby electricity as well. Like how you poured power into that building during the battle trial, you could instead pull electricity out of it to store in your body for use. Obviously, like I said, too much will overload you in just the same way. So I could also use my quirk to siphon from some other electric quirk user and hit them back with it? Kaminari asked. Because then I wouldn't overload myself by having too much or too little current in my brain, right? Exactly, Izuku said, earning a bright smile from Kaminari. So how do we test it? Well, we'd want to let you store some electricity or expel it so that you were a bit lower than normal, that way we have more to work with when it comes to putting power back in you, and you need to try to see if you can control the current you expel. Izuku brought a hand to his chin as he thought. Oh, the support course has plenty of capacitors. Gimme just a second. Izuku formed a warp gate and stepped through, appearing in one of the first-year support labs. A crashing of metal welcomed him and he whipped around to one of the lab spaces to see a pink-haired girl staring at him, goggles on her head. Who are you? She asked, shoving the fallen metal to the side. She skipped over to him quickly, leaning in and analyzing him. Did you just portal in here? Is that your quirk? Oh, I wonder if any of my babies would be useful for you. I'm sorry, you're what? Izuku asked, leaning away from the girl. My babies, the girl repeated, gesturing to her lab space where several inventions lay strewn around the floor and tables. "Oh, that makes far more sense," Izuku muttered. He shook his head. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Yes, I portaled here. No, it's not my quirk, per se, because my real quirk is a copy quirk and the portal one is just one of many I've copied. Also, do you happen to have any capacitors? I'm helping a friend with an electrification quirk learn to control it better. Hatsum May, future founder of Hatsum Industries. Hatsum said, jutting out a hand for Izuku to shake. You have more than one quirk? That could mean a lot of potential babies. She whipped around and scurried back into her lab space, rummaging through a pile of discarded metal and pieces of technology. Here we go. She turned around and held up something that looked like a capacitor, but also as if she's made it herself. This is one of my babies. A capacitor that can store far more electricity than any known capacitor. Izuku gingerly took the offered item. Is it safe? Like, does it actually work? Of course it does. Well, maybe. It does sometimes overload and expel all the electricity inside. But that's only happened, she counted out on her fingers. About 7 times? It's great, I promise. Hatsum, a stern voice called. You can't go giving the hero course your support tech without my permission. Oh, come on, Power Loader Sensei. He needs a capacitor, and this baby is perfect. Hatsum snatched the item back from Izuku's hands and held it out to the new arrival, the hero teacher Power Loader. You need to work out the problems in it before I let it out of the labs. You know that, Power Loader said, shaking his head. Come here, hero course, I've got a few normal capacitors you can use. Electrification quirk, you said? Yeah, Izuku replied as he followed after the support course teacher, glancing back at Hatsum who was back to working on something as if they hadn't just been having a conversation. Power Loader nodded, reaching into a low cabinet and pulling out 2 capacitors. These should do you fine. He handed them to Izuku. Just return them when you're done. You can give them to Eraserhead if you want, or bring him back to me. Either way. Thank you, Izuku said as he took the capacitors. He stacked them on top of each other, so he could hold them in one hand, and formed a new portal back to Gym Gamma with his free hand. Finally back in the gym, he found Kaminari and Uraraka sitting on the bench, browsing their phones. They jumped when he called out to them. Sorry. Got held up by one of the support course students. But here are the capacitors. Izuku set the capacitors down. So how about we get to trying out your quirk control? Kaminari eagerly nodded as he stood up, setting his phone back in his backpack and jogging out to the middle of the gym again. Okay, so, Izuku began to explain the plan for the training they'd do. They'd either mess around until they got tired, were kicked out by the teachers, or Kaminari accidentally overdid it. Unsurprisingly, it was the latter option that came to pass.